passionate in one way or another. But I think that I just think that
you're a good guy. You're not like floating around fucking 8 billion.
what
You can't do that. You're just for marriage. That's good. Most people out there are not just for marriage. I hate to say it these days, including myself.
I must admit I just live up there too as much as I spam into the TV sometimes. But that's because my prayer for myself is that I wouldn't ever wouldn't. I can say that I used to watch pornography as a young man and I stopped doing that a couple of years ago and I think that was a really positive impact in my life. So I would reference that to everybody, but more like I would say for you, what do you think is the ideal romantic situation? Like, what's the romantic partner that if you could just construct, what would you have going on first?
Me, we're talking fucking elixir here, baby. No cares, dude. I like the floaty, skinny, crazy fucker.
I always love it like how this is directed. What do you think Bill, if a man has a problem with his mother, how does that manifest?
Usually bad. I think they're gonna be outrageous. I think it's all right. It's rough.
It's all. I like Sugar's point. It's all right.
Probably is all right.
If you're a girl with daddy's issues, you become a slut. But if you're a guy with mom's issues, you become an all right.
You do. I think you start really getting into Europa last battles. They're like they're really
Europa the last battle. Oh my god. You would be super into something like that. I mean, why, dude?
I'll look more.
Working hard. Yeah.
We are back now with our decision 2024 election coverage right here on NBC News. The person is still voting, somebody may be out of the polls even now. But we are getting some data in from our exit polls here. Like, how voters feel about the way things are going in the country today. You see 72% of those polled said if they feel dissatisfied or angry, it's a negative view of where we are in America right now. 76% said they feel enthusiastic or satisfied. We've also been talking about what early exit polls, and again, these numbers could change throughout the course of the night and the course of the next couple of weeks as we get information in. But with the state of democracy as a top issue, 25% feel that it is secure, 73% feel that it is threatened. I want to bring you up a little bit over the top topics from some of these numbers. Ridiculous.
Look, this is again, this is a macro election. This is not one that's being decided by
Registered to vote. Never voted.
coming in really nervous. Things are going. You have 75% of the vote from some person.
That's right. Wait, is that like
This is not about happy with.
That's
Party
crazy.
election. This is bigger than that. This is about who's in
Yeah,
America. So I do
no, I
think
lived
that
in like
this is
the
not
village in
what
Ohio,
you
on the Ohio side of that office
It
area.
feels like
You're actually
people feeling not as good about how things are going.
they're pretty good, man. Those guys.
They're not even certain that either president is going to make them
Yeah,
feel
all of that.
good.
Oh, yeah.
They're just clearly nervous about what the other side is. Like the other people out there is the fact that the makeup of this electorate, fewer people identifying with a major party. Now, if you think about it, if you're dissatisfied with the way things are going, you're not happy with, if you think democracy is threatened, then it actually makes a lot of sense that you don't want to identify with a major party.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I think that's a big deal. I think we're in a moment here. We've been in the middle of a realignment. This feels like we're in the middle of another one here. In fact, we're going to be more people identifying as independent, more people identifying as moderate that have ever voted in the last two times that Democrats on the ballot. I think it's very significant, and I think it's a sign that this is a very fluid electorate, and I'd be very careful reading too much in it right now.
When I hear you say that, my takeaway is let's be careful then. We know anything based on some of these.
It's pretty clear, right, that whoever wins independence is going to win this election. Because it's the only way you can win, because so few, literally only fewer than 3 in 4 voters are picking one of the two major parties right now.
Of course, we know this isn't a national election. This is going to be won or lost in the battleground states as we get from that road to 270. So I want to head one of those states now, Wisconsin, and already a big headline coming out of there. The city of Milwaukee now says it will recount all of its absentee ballots. I want to bring in Shaquille Brewster, who's live for us in Milwaukee. Shaq, explain this. Why is this?
Yeah, Holly, this is something that's not happening at polling locations, but instead happening downtown, where in Milwaukee they gather all that early vote, people who voted early in person and those mail-in ballots, and they count them all at once, all in one location. And what they found is that the 13 high-speed tabulators there, while they were sealed, they weren't locked properly. So the clerk there went around, got the Republican observer, got the Democratic observer, and went through and relocked those tabulators. But they're saying out of an abundance of caution and to eliminate any doubt, and in order to be fully transparent, they went through and emptied.
All right, chat's audio just went down. We're going to work to get that back up. As we do, I want to take you to another battleground state. I'll get back to Shaq in a second, and that is the state of Georgia. Polls are going to close there in just about 40 minutes from now. Remember, this was a very close, razor-thin margin back in 2020 with former President Trump's loss and became ground zero for alleged election interference. Again, no evidence to support that. We're asking voters there, how confident are you that this year's election is being conducted fairly and accurately? 17% say not confident, but a majority, by far, 81%. So do you feel good about the elections there? Blaine Alexander is live for us. You see her there. Blaine, give us a gut check on where things stand. Well, where things stand is right now I'm standing in the Fulton County Elections Hub. We talked about polls closing here in Georgia in about 40 minutes. Once that happens, the activity here is going to start to pick up. Let me show you a little bit of what's happening over my shoulder right back there. Those machines, that's where we are going to see the tabulations for the votes as they come in here to Fulton County. Georgia's most populous county. Of course, Holly, you know it very well. We talked about it plenty of times. It was kind of ground zero for all of those many claims during 2020. I think what's interesting, Holly, about this location, this building didn't exist back in 2020. This is something that was built new since the election last time. It's kind of a way to get all of the operations here under one roof, a way to streamline this process here in Fulton County. It's also a way that allows members of the public to come in and observe this process. We've already seen some people who are coming in to watch this tabulation from both parties, Republicans and Democrats, kind of here amongst the general population with us members of the media. So that's what's happening here. Now, just for a big picture of what's kind of happening around the state, you know about those record early voting numbers. More than 4 million people passed a ballot. That led to very short lines today. And I gotta say that between me and my amazing producer Charlie Don, we went around to about 15 or so different polling locations throughout a couple of counties. Every single place we saw almost no line. I talked to some people, they told me most of them said that their wait was as short as about 5 minutes or so. Some people have the 15-minute range early in the morning, but that really kind of gives you a sense that early voting and those absentee ballots, those are the results that are going to have to be tabulated starting around 8 o'clock, because that's an hour after polls close. That's state law. So because the bulk of those votes were cast early, that's where we're going to start to see a lot of those results come in relatively quickly. As you're talking with voters who have been in line, Blaine, as you've been out there living and working in Georgia, of course, over the course of not just today, but over the course of the last couple of weeks, what stands out to you? I think a couple of things. One, I think the increased focus on Metro Atlanta, Metro Atlanta for both candidates is very different from what we saw in the closing days of 2020. Back in 2020, Donald Trump was going to the reliably red counties, kind of on the southern part, the northern part of the state. This time, everybody has been focused for the most part, on Fulton County, or rather on the Metro Atlanta area. That really was what both of them are relying on the vote share to come in and take them across the finish line. Blaine Alexander, live for us there in Georgia. Blaine, thank you. Let me take you back to Milwaukee now. Rashad, I think we fixed your microphone, right? So finish your sentence, please, on the latest of what's happening there.
Yes, bottom line, downtown, those ballots are going to be recounted. Nothing nefarious happening, but because of an agreement between Republicans and Democrats, they just want to make sure that there's some transparency there. So they're recounting those ballots. That might mean a later night here in Milwaukee. But outside of that, you can I want you to take a look inside this polling location. I'll tell you here at this location, the clerk says that the line this morning was stretched out of the door, that it went an hour long or so, and they actually have a small college in the area. So they said that they've been having a lot of people take advantage of Wisconsin's same-day registration and go into that table that we were just looking at and actually register in person on this election day. I'll tell you my favorite story, Howard, is that someone said he was undecided up to the moment that he walked up to this polling location, which is essentially a field house here in Milwaukee in a park. He said he didn't know who he was going to decide on, so he took 2 laps around the park. He had a long walk, and finally decided he would be backing, in this case, Vice President Kamala Harris. But you mentioned Milwaukee is a place that we're going to be watching incredibly closely. It's one that has been the focus for Democrats on a lot of big visits ahead of Election Day. It's one that is very important to them, so we're going to be watching these results very closely. Unfortunately, those results might take a little bit longer to come and to be produced because of that little snafu downtown.
Shaq Brewster talking with who may be the latest late decider in the polling place where you are now. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We are just about now 35 minutes away from polls closing in Battleground, Georgia. Not too long from now. You can see the other states where polls close at 7 p.m. Georgia is the one to watch. You've also got 7:30 poll closings in North Carolina. Ohio is interesting as well. There's a key Senate race there, and you can see the swing states that you need to be circling on your map at home, and I'm sure you have one. And our special coverage here of Decision 2024 continues tonight. Savannah Guthrie and Lester Holt will pick up right after a break. They are going to take you all the way to 2 a.m. Eastern and potentially beyond. I'll be there too with Exit Report Data, joined by Chuck Todd, Kristen Walker, and Tom Youngs. See you in a minute.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Boulder, Pennsylvania. Every week, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Youngs, streaming weekends at 7 on NBC News Now. Good evening from our NBC News Decision 2024 election headquarters.
It may be the closest election this country has ever seen, and we are for every moment of it.
Our live coverage of election night begins right now. Tonight, it all comes down to this. One of the wildest elections ever finally reaches its end.
Vice President Kamala Harris make history as the first female president. It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict. Or will it be a historic comeback for former President Trump?
This will be the smoothest golden age. An election rocked by upheaval, going ahead. Just some 150 million Americans who headed to the polls to have their voices heard.
Our correspondents live at campaign headquarters and with real-time updates from across the battleground states. Our decision desk ready to call the races, and our expert team here to break down all of them.
The brand new exit poll is just in, with the first poll closings of the night. Just a half hour away.
Who will control Congress? Who will be the next president of the United States?
It's all decided beginning tonight. From ABC News, Decision 2024. The Democracy President and Rockefeller Center. You know, it's your vote and subscribe to the Good evening and welcome to our live coverage of Election Night 2024.
Hi everybody, good to have you along with us. Never before in modern political history have we entered an election night with the polls so close and left with so much uncertainty.
The campaign for president is really been a 2-year-long roller coaster ride. Some have found it exciting, most, however, anxiety-inducing. But it's ending, as it always does with you, the voter. You can see here the long lines across the country as Americans carry out their civic duty.
After all the speeches, the debates, the $1 billion in TV ads, we see some of those. The first polls are finally set to close in less than a half hour, and we begin to answer the question of who will be the 47th president of the United States.
Tonight, Kamala Harris was working the phones, talking to voters, and Donald Trump cast his ballot in Florida along with his wife and wife.
A reminder of what will be decided tonight. It's not just the presidency on the line, but control of the Senate and the House of Representatives as well. And of course, nobody knows which way any of this will go. As we look at Democracy Plaza outside Rockefeller Center here in the heart of New York, we see the key number tonight. You'll see it a lot. 270. That is your electoral college votes a candidate needs to win the White House. And as it has been for the candidates this campaign, much of our focus tonight will be right here in the 7 battleground states that are most likely to decide this election.
Our correspondents are spread out across all of them and at campaign headquarters. But we're going to begin right here at the studio as we stand by for the vote count. We're hearing directly from voters in a new round of exit polls, and Tom Yamas has the latest on that. Tom, good evening.
Lester, it's again great to be with you tonight. So we asked voters as they voted, right after they left, who they wanted to vote for and how they voted. The so-called exit polls, there's about 600 of them across the country in the 7 battleground states, Texas, Florida, and Ohio. So here's our preliminary data. Again, this could change. We want to tell you that. So when we asked voters the votes to code the issue, 34%. The top issue was state of democracy. Right under that, the economy at 31%, abortion, 14%, immigration, 11%. Remember, that's how former President Trump decided to close out his campaign, and 4% for policy. As we move on here, we asked who do you trust more to handle the economy? 47% for the vice president, 51% for Trump. Remember, former president ran on that as well, trying to close on that. We also asked who do you trust more to handle abortion? Vice President Harris chose to close out her campaign on this message as well. 51% for the vice president, 44% for Trump. Savannah?
These are early exit polls that we should mention that we don't have full information and people are still voting. But let's go back to this most important issue. I think some eyebrows were raised when stated democracy becomes the top issue. And some people think, oh, was that favor the Democrats? Was that January 6th? That kind of thing. It means different things to different people.
Yeah, and we're going to be completely transparent tonight. It was surprising to us as well because you think maybe the top issue would have been the economy, abortion, or immigration, state of democracy. But we have to understand here, we can't dig too deep into the data just yet because people are still voting. We'll have more that we can break down in the hours ahead. But state of democracy, essentially, that was the question. So who doesn't like democracy? All Americans like democracy. So whether you love Trump or you love Vice President Kamala Harris, that might be your top issue. It doesn't tell us a whole lot, but what it does tell us is that the electorate is motivated. They came out to vote today.
I mean, with the state of the country, how do you think this election is? And many people feel there are very high stakes. So let's get right to it. Peter Alexander at the Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C., campaign officials telling him they're feeling confident about the young voter turnout so far. We hear Peter.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we wait for Kamala Harris to arrive for dinner later this evening, this is her alma mater at Howard University.
University. The early indications, at least in the eyes of the Harris campaign, are good ones, specifically as it relates to the turnout among young voters. They're pointing at that. Take, for example, they say what's happening in Pennsylvania is a good indication of heavy turnout in their favor, particularly at schools like Lafayette and Lehigh. The campus of Lehigh University, they know at times today the line was up to 7 hours long. The campaign saying it's sending additional support. That support coming in the form of some celebrity assistance. Some of the stars of the Avengers film series, Don Cheadle, Paul Rudd, Mark Ruffalo campaigns, which is how we will be arriving there to help keep those individuals energized, to keep them in mind. We're also told that state election officials are setting additional polling stations there so they can try to get through the fans a little bit more quickly. One thing they do good about. Another thing that they're feeling particularly good about tonight are the favorability numbers right now. Savannah and Leicester. The numbers, according to early exit polls, show that Kamala Harris has a 48% in terms of favorability. Compare that to 44% for former President Trump. But notably, Joe Biden, the current president, is at 41%. That means that Kamala Harris is outperforming the man in the wrong room. She ran in 2020, and she served for the last 4 years. There have been some real concerns that could have been an albatross for her, given so many Americans that the country is going in the wrong direction. Things will be watching on the business.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. And Garrett Hake is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, the former president has been posting on social media today, already talking about widespread cheating. What did you say?
That's right, Lester, and his posts running contrary to the campaign's spin, their official statements at the moment right now. Listen, they came here tonight expecting to throw a party. I'm on the Palm Beach Convention Center. An absolutely massive ballroom that they have booked out, ready to throw a huge victory party, something that didn't really happen in 2016, a race that's victory surprised even Donald Trump, and of course didn't happen in 2020 when they lost. I just got off the phone with the senior Trump campaign advisor who told me they're cautiously confident in what they've been seeing across the battleground states so far today, that the former president is trying to run through the tape, making calls to the radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, urging his supporters to go vote, stay in line if they're already there, and trying to focus on an economic message, something that they've always felt is better for them on sort of the broad spectrum of issues in this race. All of that said, the former president's social media posts seem to undermine the confidence he has projected just a short time ago, posting without any particular evidence that we can find about massive cheating, in his words, in Detroit and Philadelphia. Obviously places where Democratic turnout is expected to be very high. And ironically, places, at least in the case of Detroit, where he actually performed better in 2020 in a loss than he did in 2016 in a win. Trump has said for the duration of this campaign, especially in its closing days, that he believes the only way he could lose is if there is some kind of cheating out across these battleground states. We'll be watching to see what else he has to say about it tonight.
Okay, Garrett, thank you. What about battleground Pennsylvania? Now NBC's Jacob Soberoff is in Philadelphia, where they've actually added 2 extra voting machines at one polling station because of the huge crowds. Jacob.
Yes, sir. Good evening to you. That's absolutely right. We have been here all day long. We've been watching the line at Temple University. As a matter of fact, we used to stretch all the way down to the next avenue over here. Now the line, which was about 2.5 hours long, is quickly moving inside ahead at 8 o'clock poll closing time here at Temple University. This is one of 1,703 different election divisions all across the city of Philadelphia. That's the same jurisdiction as the county of Philadelphia. 700 polling places, about 500,000 people are expected to vote in person today. Some of those students who have been waiting 2.5 hours are quickly inside right now. As you can see, they're coming out at a pace that we haven't seen all day. After the end of those 2 machines you referenced, it is, as you said, a positive sign for the Harris campaign. But of course, until all the ballots are cast and counted, we won't know that for sure, Lester.
All right, Jacob, thanks.
Here at the big board, 270. We mentioned it is the magic number tonight. That is what it will take to win the White House. Each campaign says they have multiple paths to get to that magic number. So let's get back to talking about the big board, because this is the big picture. Here's the map, the gray areas of the battleground states, and there are various ways to get to that magic number too.
And this is how you ended up at the end of election week in 2020. As you mentioned, those battleground states, we haven't colored them in yet. Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. So the easiest path for the vice president is to hold the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she does that, Savannah, she gets to 270, she's going to the White House. But if she's having a terrible night tonight, and there's an emergency, she doesn't win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, the blue wall collapses, she has an emergency route to the Sun Belt. If she can win Nevada, win Arizona, remember Biden won those, keep Georgia, and flip North Carolina, she gets to 275. But if this is the path for the Democrats, they're going to have a few heart attacks.
What I was going to say, that's a much tougher path, and polls bear that out. Let's talk about the Donald Trump path.
Okay, just think about the east side. This is the easiest way to understand Trump's path. If he flips Georgia back to red, holds North Carolina, and then turns Pennsylvania red, he's going to the White House again. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. Donald Trump tonight cannot get to the White House unless he makes a crack in the blue wall. If he wins Michigan, if he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia, he can do it with just Nevada and those 6 electoral votes. But if he can't win Michigan and the blue wall comes down to Wisconsin, he has to win down in Arizona to get those 11 electoral votes.
And that's what we're going to be doing tonight, counting up electoral votes. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. We shall see. Let's throw it for you.
You two are terribly optimistic. Let's bring in Kristen Welker now, moderator of Beat the Press. Kristen, what are you looking for tonight? Some early indications that suggest one or more of those paths we just talked about are real.
Absolutely, Lester. I'm looking for a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about the historic gender gap. It could be one of the big stories of this election. We've seen it in polling leading up to tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris has a significant lead with women voters. Former President Donald Trump has a real lead with female voters. So we're going to watch those early returns to see how that bears out, to see how the split actually falls. Abortion on the ballot in 10 different states. So that will be notable, could potentially drive up turnout. Early bellwethers, Lester, Virginia in particular, there's a key race for Congress there. Virginia set Eugene Vindman running against Derek Anderson. This was a Democratic seat. Do Democrats continue to hold on to this seat, or do they lose it to Republicans? If they lose to Republicans, that could spell trouble for Democrats early on the evening. And this is a really fascinating one, Lester. Split ticket voters. In 1988, you had 17 states that voted opposite parties for president and senate. In 2020, down to one state, Maine. What do we see tonight? It's really been dwindling over the years.
All right, thank you, Kristen. Let's go over to Savannah.
Well, closings are about to start at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, including in the battleground of Georgia. And if you've ever wondered how we're able to call some of these races so quickly, stay put. We'll take you inside and we'll show you how we do it. Right after the break.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back to NBC News Election Night coverage. Vote tabulation centers across the country are at work right now. You can see the election workers coast to coast counting ballots as they roll in on this historic. One place that's speeding up its vote count system is Battleground, Michigan, with 50 electoral votes up for grabs. Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit, where people are still registering to vote. Jesse.
That's right, Lester. Our colleague Julie Jester tells us in downtown Detroit there are still people lining up to register to vote or to deal with the registration issue, like a change of address, so people continue to be going through that process. We are outside of the polling location right now, which will still be open for a little bit more than an hour. Of course, people are in line by 8 p.m. Eastern time. The expectation is they will still be able to cast their ballot. Once we have all of the votes in, we should be getting the results potentially faster compared to 2020, as you alluded to. The Secretary of State says that we could have unofficial full results here in Michigan by around noon tomorrow. This time around, for this presidential election, this is the first one where in Michigan, municipalities can pre-process absentee ballots. They're not releasing those results, but they can get those votes ready to be tabulated and be announced to the public. And in Detroit, obviously a massive city in this state, we are told by the Secretary of State that 95% of the absentee votes have been pre-processed already. And so that will potentially accelerate the timeline compared to 2020, where there was a vacuum of time that led to issues and misinformation and a lot of concern. So that's something that we're watching for, how that plays out. I got off the phone a short time ago with Congresswoman Haley Stevens from the Detroit area. She tells me, she's a Democrat, she tells me that if we see over 50% turnout in Detroit, that will be something that gives Democrats reason to smile. But there are multiple shifts potentially in the electorate we're watching for in the state. The war in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East, something that the substantial Arab American community in this state will be paying close attention to. We have a third-party candidate, Jill Stein, who made a concerted effort to appeal to that community. That's one of several things we'll be watching for tonight. Savannah, back to you.
All right, Chelsea, we waited until Wednesday afternoon in 2020 to get Michigan's result. We'll see if they improve on that record. In about 10 minutes, the first polls will close, and our decision desk here at NBC will make the first projections of the night. We have Tom Thomas here to pull back the curtain. I think a lot of people wonder, how do they do this, and how careful are we? And you're going to give us a sneak peek.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, right? Because all through the night, you'll hear us projecting states, sometimes within minutes of polls closing, other times, as Savannah mentioned, days later. So tonight, we're going to give you an inside look to show you how our team makes those calls. Tonight, election officials across the country on a mission to count millions of ballots. They then report out their tallies where our decision desk pulls them in and gets to work. John LePetz runs a decision desk. We have zero tolerance for error. His job, project the winner each race before all the votes are counted. Election night 2020. Polls like this one in 2020 came just seconds after the polls closed at 7 p.m.
President will easily carry Indiana.
So when he was tuned in 4 years ago, they saw we called Indiana with only 7% of voting. How's that possible? That's the poll data, and that's the real vote return. That exit poll data comes from workers spread out across the country asking in-person and mail-in voters who they voted for. But that real-time vote count is also put through advanced computer models, which are then analyzed by data experts and political scientists at the decision desk. The only thing we care about is getting it right. The manufacturers, how big is the difference between the two candidates? And how much vote has yet to be counted? Think of it like a basketball game. If a team is up by 20 points at halftime, they're favored to win. But there's still a good chance the trailing team can catch up in the next half. But if a team is up by 20 points with only 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, there's just not enough time to close the gap. That's how it is with the outstanding vote count. We're trying to figure out, are there enough votes for the second place candidate to overtake the first place candidate? And sometimes it's mathematically possible. Lipinski and his team will also know where that outstanding vote is coming from. Is it from a very blue area or a red area, which adds to their formula? And if a race is really close, that could take days.
You really need all of the vote in to be able to make a call to the vote, so that we absolutely certain who the winner is.
And the mantra of our decision desk is that they want to be right. They do not want to be first. And so they must have a lot of time to spend with the decision desk, getting it ready for the big war and for tonight's election. I can tell you, they take their job so seriously. They're mathematicians, they're scientists, they're journalists. Thank God they do the math. We don't have to do it. And they're getting so much information from all over the country. Sometimes information changes within the second. It's incredible. But again, they want to make sure they're right before they get information.
By the way, they're siloed off. They're not even here in New York. They're in Philadelphia. So they are doing their work, and they tell us when they're ready to make a call.
And we are about to see some of their work in action. We're coming. The first poll is about to close. Our decision desk is standing by to make its first projections of the evening as we begin to answer the question, who will be the next president of the United States? Stay with us for our live election night coverage of these.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
All right, we're back at 6:55 the East. We were just minutes away from the first fall closings of the night.
And it also means we are minutes away from our first calls of the night, including one of the biggest battlegrounds of all. At the top of the hour, the first polls closed. Our decision desk able to make its first calls of the night.
6 states and 60 delegates up for grabs, including one of the biggest battleground prizes in the South, Georgia.
The polls during the race down the wire. The state key to former President Trump's stop-kicking victory.
We are going to witness a Vice President Harris Wilson.
The path to the White House runs right through this state.
She opens up another path to the 270 electoral college votes needed to take the White House.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information in this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make their first call on the road to 270. So let's get to it. We're going to count some votes. Blaine Alexander is in Union City, Georgia for us tonight. Polls just about to close in that battleground. Hi, Blaine. We see. Really, this is the nerve center for Frederick County elections. This is the election time. I can give you the big side right over my shoulder. This is where we're going to see the time elections. And I spoke with a top county official who tells me how this process will unfold through the night. Basically, what happens when the polls close here in Georgia, about 3 minutes from right now, poll managers are going to take the memory cards and they're going to take the paper ballots. They're then going to drive them to one of 7 shopping centers that's spread across the county. And then all of that information, all of those things are going to come right here. It's going to be an interesting thing. We're going to see each one of those precinct managers walk in, escorted by a law enforcement officer to bring those memory cards and the paper ballots, and that's when the tabulation process will begin. And of course, the big question is how long is it going to take? Well, you know, the Georgia law now requires them to start being uploaded. The early voting ballots and absentee ballots to be uploaded within an hour of polls closing. So about 8 o'clock, we're going to start to see those results. It was shown on a big screen that's not too far away from where I'm standing. And certainly all of this is going to start to come around once the polls close. All right, thank you very much.
Now, Harry Jackson is our senior Washington correspondent. Kristen Walker is host and moderator of Meet the Press. Harry, let me start with you. We're about to get our first characterization.
Finally. Listen, Georgia is going to be a critical state here. This is a place that had a very, very close 30-something margin back in 2020. So what happens in Georgia is going to matter. A couple of things that I'm watching as I'm digging into those exit polls, which we'll get to after the shows. Independents, who's doing well there. Non-white voters, black and Latino voters, especially looking at places like Metro Atlanta. We're always looking at young voters, and we are always looking at the gender gap, of course. We know that that is a big. Yeah, exactly. And so as it continues to be, I think the real time for that is going to be after 8 o'clock when polls close and we can start to report out more. Georgia was one of those traditionally red states that Democrats had thought about and dreamed about for many years, and not until 2020 did they finally get it. It was a swinging state throughout the 2020 election. Trump won it by 200,000, I think, in 2016, and then by barely eked by. What do you expect tonight? Well, I think there's been so much focus on African American voters. Black men in particular. I think about former President Barack Obama, who was out on the campaign trail with that very blunt message for black male voters. Don't sit on the sidelines, get out and vote, so we will see if the most restricted in several spots.
We are election alert now as we approach the top of the hour. Things are about to start getting interesting.
All right, 7 o'clock in the East, and we will not waste any time. This is the moment where we move from those months of speculation to actual results.
That's right, the polls are just closed in 6 states, and NBC News is ready to make our first projections of the night. Here we go. We start with the state of Kentucky. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Kentucky tonight. Let's move to Vermont. NBC News projects that Vermont will go in the Kamala Harris column this evening. This is what brings us on the road to 270 right now. Before it starts, Donald Trump out in front with 8 electoral votes, 3 for Harris. A long way to go to get that 270, but that's where we are right now.
Yes, there's still been handful of states, and these are the ones we haven't called yet: Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, and the all-important state of Georgia. And here's how we're projecting it right now. 2 early to call. It may come tonight, but it's not coming this exact moment. So we will continue to watch. We don't have any results yet to show you but Georgia. It is simply too early to call. But Georgia is one of the faster states to count. So as I go over to Tom Young, this is starting to pull up the big board there and looking into some of the states that we're looking at. So you've got Kentucky.
This is the earliest data we're having so far. We have called Kentucky for former President Trump so far. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land to see, how is it looking compared to 2020. Again, a lot of that vote is still out, but we were able to make the projection as we explained to you. I also want to talk about Indiana because we're getting some vote data here. Still too early to call. Remember, only 14% of the vote is in right now. We also have this great feature on our board where we can show you where the emerging vote is. So obviously, the bigger the bubble is around those counties, that's how many votes are still outstanding. So here in the Indianapolis region, still a ton of votes waiting there. This is a state that Republicans have really done very, very well in elections past. If you go back here, 12 to 2020, won by about 16 points. Before that, it's even higher against Hillary Clinton. This is a state that Republicans are going to be safely in the win column, most likely. One of the places we can start to get data from is Hamilton County, with 60% of the vote in. This is not a great sign for Trump right now, but again, I'm going to be very clear. It's only 60% of the vote in, and this is what I'm talking about. 52% is what he won in 2020. She's on top right now with about 49, 50% of the vote. There's about 1,300 vote difference right now. Again, still very early, but this is the first data we're getting tonight, so we're kind of parsing where we can so far. There are big areas like South Bend, Pete Buttigieg, who's the mayor there, obviously, the Notre Dame is as well, and the big city of Indianapolis, Evansville, there's a university down there. A lot of, if you look at the map of 2020, these are mostly rural counties, red counties where Trump can really run up the vote. But again, in some of these smaller counties, he wants to be 60, 70% to make sure he can overcome what he's going to get in Indianapolis. But still very early tonight. Savannah, we're going to have a lot of data as coming in hot and heavy throughout the night, but right now, still very, very early.
This is when we get the tea leaves out. This is the tea leaves before that. And when you have a red state, you know that Indiana's going to prevail most likely. Same thing with Kentucky. But sometimes we can look into those counties, and particularly the suburbs, because that is where we're starting to see trends that are mind blowing. We're mind blowing. If you're going to have Hamilton County, I'm going, okay, people who are probably going, wait a second, Hamilton County, was I supposed to know about that? Was that one of the big ones? Here's why it's so interesting. It's because of the tea leaves, Savannah, and because of the trend lines as well, right? This is a county where Republican margins have been shrinking over time. Democrats have been making inroads. It is a suburban county. It is something similar that we see in places like Georgia, right? In some of these places in Pennsylvania and elsewhere. And that is what's so interesting about Hamilton. Let's not over-index on it. It's early, so that's why we're interested in it, because it's at least some data that's coming into us. But that's part of the story here.
You can see the importance of some of these places, but how many times the candidates have visited Donald Trump? 8 trips to Georgia, 7 for Kamala Harris. I mean, we covered every night. I mean, this stage and that stage, but you see it later. Yeah, it's funny.
It really is. And you think about the state of Georgia, we'll be looking at those Atlanta suburbs. What types of margins do we see there? That's how President Biden wound up declaring the victory. And then the excerpts. That's where Donald Trump does well. Foresight, Cherokee. Can he run up the margins there? If he's going to win the state of Georgia, he'll do it in those terms. Let's take it a little bit out, because these are states that will run throughout the night. Kamala Harris has to get the turnout up in the cities. She has to get her margins even higher in the suburbs, and why she has to make up for the rural vote that is expected for Donald Trump. And he has been very good in past elections at finding these voters who aren't traditional voters who come and vote for the first time. Absolutely, that's what the argue is so significant, and tonight will be to some extent a testimony of their campaigns, but of the ground games. Was the Trump campaign able to get out some of those voters who don't typically go out and vote? One note about Pennsylvania, one of the biggest states we're going to be watching throughout the course of the night. Joe Biden won it, not just by running up the margin in the Philadelphia county, but in the suburbs of Philadelphia, those collar counties that make all the difference. It's the best county in the house, though.
Yeah, what really is a best county?
Okay, so let me disengage myself from the chair here, because we're going to start to get into some of the vote breaks here in Georgia. And here's what's really interesting. We've talked about people who identify as independents. This is a category, right, of voter that Vice President Harris really extended an olive branch to. She wanted to win the vote. But look at this. Based on our exit poll data, it is Donald Trump winning independents, nearly a double-digit margin over Vice President Harris in the state of Georgia. Here's a grain of salt caveat. These are early numbers. They may shift a little bit throughout the night, but this is really interesting here. And if you're wondering, well, how does this compare to 2020? Let me pull that up here because he is overperforming. Donald Trump is overperforming his numbers with independent voters in Georgia this cycle than he did last cycle by a significant margin, by about 10 points as well. The other piece of this too, let's look at the gender gap in Georgia. The gender gap, it exists here, folks. We are seeing, we'll put this point in a second here, Kamala Harris winning with women, Donald Trump winning with men. And I'll tell you, as I walk back over the table here, that is something else we'll be watching here throughout the night. She's got to do really well with women. He wants to do really well with men. And in my conversations with campaign sources just in the last couple of hours, they're looking at that as well. We call this election perhaps the battle of the sexes election, so we'll see how that plays out. I think we've got a winner to announce for key projection in the state of Indiana. And no surprise here, Donald Trump will win that state again. Here's the data that's just coming in. See if we can get some numbers. And you now know, because we've given you inside the decision desk, how is it that we can project this with just 15% of the vote counted? It is because we're confident that the margin is sufficient to make that call. So let's go to 270 now. We're going to see this a lot, and we start to fill in some of the gray. Indiana red for Donald Trump. Let me go right over to Tommy. On this recent, actually looking at Florida. So Florida poll close. Or is it about to poll close?
Yeah, it closed. We have some data there. And we have an Osceola County. We're going to show this why this is important. So here in Florida, we have the I-4 corridor, right? And this is kind of the central part of the state. It cuts right through here. When you think about Florida, you can think about it in three parts. The Panhandle, it's very red. That's Trump country in a lot of those counties. South Florida, usually wildly Democratic, but Republicans have made some inroads. And it's this I-4 corridor that is really the swing region. It's also the area where you find a large number of Puerto Rican voters as well. So when we're coming to Osceola, I want to highlight this because we have 71% of the vote in. This is usually a reliably blue county for Democrats. Again, not all of the vote is in. It is still early, but you can see Harris is underperforming in what is historically a blue county for Democrats. 56 for Joe Biden in 2020, 51 for Harris right now, and 71% of the vote. Again, it's still very early. So how is Trump doing? Well, in a county that he does very well in, Volusia County on the East Coast here, 56% in 2020 with 7% of the vote in. He's now at 59%. So he's overperforming. Again, still a lot of vote out, still a lot to do here, and kind of see where the vote is going. But those are good signs for the president. Listen, Florida has been trending red. Trump won it in 2016. He won it in 2020. Actually, in 2016, when that political earthquake happened, it really happened once we started calling Florida 30 electoral votes. The map is very, very hard for Trump if he doesn't win Florida. Without Florida, this sort of strategy of blue wall everywhere kind of collapses. He needed this in the win column. Still very early right now statewide. Only 18% of the vote is in. We can find out where that remaining vote is tonight. So you can see the major cities. Tampa, we're still going to find out how that hurricane, both Milton and Helene, affected voters there. Pinellas County, just to be west of that, a big swing county. Orlando, that's up for Democrats. Duval County, we actually got some vote in Duval County. Now, let's take a look at this. This is Governor Ron DeSantis' old district, who is a representative. This has been a swing county. Biden won it, but Trump won it in 2016. Look, Harris is doing pretty well. In 2020, Biden was at 51. She's now at 50%. This is a county that Republicans have hoped to flip. We're going to have to wait and see. But again, that vote's trickling in, but we can start to kind of read those tea leaves, Savannah and Lester, and kind of see where the vote's going. Again, still very early, but this is going to be, this has to be a win for Trump. If not, it's going to be a very long run for the
Pace there as well as we can proceed.
We anticipate, of course, as Tom was saying, that Florida is a good state for Donald Trump. It is also the first test of Trump's strength. So that is why all of those areas that Tom is just laying out. These are, again, very early data so far, but significant nonetheless, because it will help us once we get in more understand how strong he's.
Fun fact alert for those who were the hanging chads of 2000. Florida, in the wake of that debacle, has some of the fastest vote counting in the country. So I tell you, you will not be waiting for Florida for very long tonight. They really get that vote counted very, very quickly. They have them on a machine. They have to pre-process the ballots. So you won't have to wait too long.
At this point, are we seeing anything unexpected there?
So far, I do think the independent numbers are going to be really interesting to watch throughout the course of the night, especially what we saw in those early national exit polls that a lot of people were identifying not as Republican, not as Democrat, but as independents. That's a storyline to watch. I'll tell you another trend as we're talking about Florida. Osceola County has a large Puerto Rican population, the biggest of any county, I believe, in Florida. And this is something that I conversations with Democratic campaign officials and those close to the campaign that they feel like that is a part of the Latino population that they can really try to move the needle with here after those controversial comments from that opener for former President Trump.
Well, actually, let's go to Tom on that. I should say the polls close at 8 o'clock in Florida, but you do get some information for 7 o'clock close timings. I think that's part of the confusion here. But talking about this Osceola County, it's a third Puerto Rican.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So it's interesting because you have the Latinos down in Miami-Dade. I know Bill had to give a shout out Miami-Dade.
Just the greatest county, great people, and they can keep going.
But obviously, this is, Latinos come from different backgrounds,
Yes.
have different voting patterns.
It is not monolithic, just like really every minority group. It is not monolithic. The Puerto Ricans have tended to vote more Democratic. Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans have trended lately more towards the Republican side. But I do want to remind you, too, during the Obama years, Obama was able to pull back some of that Cuban American vote. It has changed in recent years. We're getting more data. As you mentioned, Florida's very fast in putting their data out. So we were talking about Osceola again, their big Puerto Rican population. The same with Orange. This is Orlando. This is a big Democratic stronghold here. Again, 60% in. Look, I don't want to drop many differences from this, but you have Biden at 61. Harris is at 58. You could say she's sort of underperforming, but I also want to say it's only 60%. A bigger number that's come in that I think is more important, guys, I want to talk about right now is Broward County. This is just north of Miami-Dade. Think about Fort Lauderdale, think about Sunrise, all those areas and those big cities that have been growing over the years, especially post-pandemic. This needs to be a place where Democrats really drive up the vote, right? Hillary Clinton was big here, 66%. Biden did the same at 64. Tonight, Harris is at 60. Again, I always quote this number, all the votes not in, but if you were to call it right now, she is slightly underperforming. We'll wait for that in the votes coming.
All right, John, thanks very much. We are just minutes away from polls closing in Ohio and battleground North Carolina. We're standing by to make some new calls in the race for the White House. Stay with Please take care of yourself and each other. Welcome back. We're going to be taking this view and these numbers here as we continue throughout the evening on the road to 270. Donald Trump after the early lead with 19, Harris with 3. Let's look at a couple of races that have been uncalled so far. We're going to start with Virginia, 13 electoral votes. Just the percent in there in Virginia, but you can see Donald Trump in a widespread right now against Georgia. That's, of course, the first big prize in the among the swing states right now. Donald Trump with 90,000 votes. Kamala Harris, 86,000 votes. Too early to call.
So we had some of our first poll closings with Neil Wade, Arizona, in a couple of hours from now. 11 electoral votes. We've got Connie Schwartz there in Tempe, home to Arizona State University. Big lines there. A real split that you're seeing, that gender divide, Rabbi.
Absolutely, big lines, big turnout here at ASU. This is the 75-foot line. That's where the line starts. And let's take a look. This line is about 77 minutes long. If you're looking at the app, the line extends all the way down. And you're seeing so many of these students turning out. We were just talking about that gender gap. But we've been talking to a lot of the students here, a lot of the female students. They say that they've been driven to the polls by the issue of abortion and the issue of how Donald Trump treats women. And then you see a lot of males in this line, young guys here at ASU. Many of them wearing those MAGA hats that have been given out along this line from organizers here. And they've been telling us that the reason why they are turning out is because of the economy, because of masculine identity. And they've also said, interestingly enough, people have been talking about the podcast wars here in this line. And Joe Rogan, that Joe Rogan podcast, The Appearance, we were talking to a couple of guys just a little while ago. They said that they were open to the possibility of voting for Kamala Harris. But when the decision was made not to sit down with Joe Rogan, that influenced their vote. So it wasn't necessarily economy for them, but it was the idea that Harris was not going to sit down, not going to show what they said was her true personality. And so that's why they decided to vote for Trump.
All right, Bobby, thank you.
Both candidates have been courting Latino voters, a huge voting bloc, more than 36 million in the U.S.
And we have Kelly Jackson here who's been looking at the exit poll. We can go down on that a little bit.
And the reason we're talking about Georgia here is because that is the state where the polls have closed, so we can report out some of this exit poll data. Again, 600 polling places all across the country. It's early vote, it's mail-in vote, it's in-person, day off, but it is early, right? So numbers could shift a bit. But what we're seeing in Georgia on the Latino vote is interesting. It is Kamala Harris who is winning the Latino vote, 56% to Donald Trump at 42%. But interestingly, if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing slightly better with Latinos in Georgia than he did in 2020. He's slightly overperforming with that demographic group. And Jose, you know, and Savannah and Lester and Kristen, this is where the Trump campaign talks a lot about. They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020 with these demographic groups, including Black and Latino voters.
Let us bring Jose Diaz, our colleague, into this conversation because, you know, for this effort to try to win over more Latino voters on behalf of the Trump campaign, it's never been about can we win the Latino vote. It's can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference, and are we beginning to see perhaps that strategy pay off?
So I think the course set for the future of America tonight will have been chartered by Latino America. And we're not talking just about places like Nevada and Arizona, where 25% of the population, the eligible population of the world is Latino. But we're talking about Georgia, for example, 400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania, more than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino. And, you know, so I was just talking about Florida, 3.3 million Latinos are eligible to vote there. I think that it's a situation where it's the Latino population, like 36 million strong, is participating maybe in historic numbers tonight. in the American democratic experiment. Our American democratic
And what's driving
I think what's driving that is that there is no Latino vote. There are Latino voters, each with their own individual American dream, with vicissitudes and barriers into what they see as the best future for their children and for themselves. And so I think that what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight will have a direct impact on what Latinos come out to say. And in Arizona and Nevada, yes, but also in Georgia and in North Carolina.
It's early on, but we're starting to see this flesh out a little bit. Jose, stand by with us. We're moments away now from another round of poll closings for big states at stake, including that former battleground, Ohio, and one of the newest battlegrounds, North Carolina.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina.
President Trump has won this state twice.
We're going to win North Carolina. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris.
But this year, North Carolina, we will win. Kamala Harris is making a serious run for its 16 electoral college votes. North Carolina, it all comes down to this.
Plus 2 major wild cards. Hurricane Helene decimated the western part of the state. And the Trump-supported candidate for governor.
The activist candidates rocked the governor's race in North Carolina and could have national implications.
A possible draft on the Republican ticket.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information for the Tar Heel state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. So that sets us up for a nice day, Sam Brock, hard-hit Asheville, North Carolina. This was the part of Western Carolina that was really hurt by Hurricane Helene. And here in Asheville now, what are you seeing there?
Sure. So where we are right now in Benton County, which is the home of Asheville, certainly this is one of the most directly impacted areas by the storm. They're starting to pack up now. Just about an hour or two earlier, there was large applause here because they reached 1,000 people voting in person here at this precinct. And what's so interesting about this particular location is that it wasn't intended to be the voting site. In fact, the church that was supposed to be had helicopters delivering supplies, which is why they had to shift it. It's one of about 17 different locations in this county, Savannah. They had to shift things up, and as I talked to residents today, they basically told me they had a lot of confidence that the communication was good. They were able to find their location. And in Benton County alone, we had 116,000 people early voting, and then 25,000 more today. These were record numbers. Just the overall presence in the western part of the state of Savannah, this is really what I want to try to call it. I would confirm the rest of North Carolina when it comes to early voting. There was a 56.7% bump, 58%, but then there were 11 different counties that exceeded 60% of people even came on election day. And I say all of this, if you see cases of water over my shoulder, right? People are still doling out supplies. And just to give you a snapshot of what's going on the ground right now, people don't have potable water. They're staying in hotels where families are still displaced, and they are just wondering where they're going to get the loans for their businesses, how their employees be able to have stability. These are all the things that are weighing on folks' mind. As they're still voting, and we talked about North Carolina as a wild card, as it projects strength in terms of some of the turnout here in the rural communities, you also have a scenario where women, 52% versus 41% for men. There's a big gap so far they're voting, meaningful voting. Conversations I'm having, many of them tell me that they think the question is fun starting for them. We'll see how that plays out in the next few hours.
Sam Brock in Asheville, North Carolina, part of the region that has just been through so much, and yet so many people came out to exercise their right to vote. I want to go over to Tommy on this because this is the battleground in 2020 that Donald Trump actually won and wants to try to hold on to it.
It was the only one that he won in 2020, but it was his closest margin of victory. Let's take a look at North Carolina right now. And I'll take you back to elections past. So as we just mentioned, Trump wins here, but barely, right? He won it in 2016, get a higher margin there. We go back to Romney. I want to go all the way back to Obama's first race. Obama won North Carolina, right? But since then, Republicans have been able to flip the state, but their margins have come down just slightly. I spoke to Governor Roy Cooper there, the governor of North Carolina, who told me this is going to be their year. So how do they turn out the vote out, and how do they flip North Carolina from red to blue? The 3 places they have to do it. The first one is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is a majority-minority county, right? Jose was talking about the Latino voters. You have about 16% in Mecklenburg County, about 30% black voters there. They have to drive out those voters. The second place, this is the population center here, which is known as the Research Triangle. The Capital Raleigh, you have schools like NC State in Raleigh. Just next door in Durham, you have Duke. And then right next door to that in Orange County, you have UNC Chapel Hill. And finally, the Triad. A lot of people, if you don't know North Carolina very well, this is sort of the forgotten metro area. You have places like Greensboro and High Point, Winston-Salem, along with those historically black universities. These are the areas, guys, where they have to run up the vote. How does Trump win? Well, look at the state. You see how red it is. And here's the issue. It's one of the most rural battleground states. So Trump has to run up that rural vote. And then we were just talking to Sam Brock about the issue of hurricanes. Those are the hurricane counties right there. A lot of them are Trump country, with the exception of Asheville, Buncombe, where we got Appalachian State over here, where Boone is. Those are Trump countries. Hopefully those people are going to go out and vote for him. That's what they need. Back to you guys over there.
All right, so then the Democrats have been on quite the ground game there in North Carolina to try and flip that state in their direction, which would be considerably easier.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back to NBC News election coverage. It's 7:30 in the East. We've got some new results to show you. West Virginia, Donald Trump is the projected winner in West Virginia with 4 electoral votes. Here's where it puts us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front, 23-3 for Kamala Harris.
There's just closed in a handful of states here, or ones that we cannot call yet, but there now. And we do have a projection. This has to do with the United States Senate. West Virginia, the winner is Jim Justice. As expected, he will go to the Senate. This is a pickup for Republicans. This was a long-time policy by Senator Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, then an independent, but still caucused with the Democrats. Well, now the Republicans have picked up one Senate seat. As I turn to the table here, Kristen, just so people understand, right now, Democrats who hold a very narrow lead in the Senate, but they're looking to, the Republicans are looking to flip that tonight. They need a net pickup of 2 seats. They just got one.
Their points, so it is significant. We are looking at, and this was expected, as you said, Governor Jim Justice winning. So they now turn to the state of Montana, they turn to the state of Ohio, Sherrod Brown, looking for a fourth term there. He has gotten a pretty fierce challenge from the Trump-backed former car dealer, Bernie Moreno, so we'll see how that pans out. But one of the things, to zoom out a little bit, a lot of these Senate races have gotten a lot closer in the recent weeks. Democrats who felt somewhat comfortable as we got closer to Election Day have seen that margin really narrow. And again, this brings us back to this discussion of split ticket voters. In 1988, 17 states had different people vote for president versus Senate. That was down to one state last year, the state of Maine, when Susan Collins won, but the state went for Joe Biden. So we'll have to watch that very closely, but again, we were expecting that result.
So ticket splitting has become more rare in the Trump era. However, it's making a comeback in some of these Senate races where people might vote for a different party for president than they do for the Senate.
That's what we need to do.
When you got some active duty on North Carolina.
That's right. So now that North Carolina polls have closed, I want to talk you through some of what we're seeing from these exit polls numbers. And it is interesting here, right? First, we're going to take a look at the non-white vote in North Carolina. These are the black voters, including Latino voters that Tom was talking about in some of those key counties in North Carolina. As expected, Vice President Harris is winning non-white voters based on these early exit poll numbers. But take a look at Donald Trump here. He's got that 25% slice of the pie. Let me show you the comparison. He is outperforming where he was 4 years ago with non-white voters in North Carolina. He's at 19% in 2020. However, two things are also true here. Let me show you white voters here. We can take a look at the comparison here. You can see that it is former President Trump winning with white voters at 61%, Kamala Harris at 39%. But again, take a look at the comparisons to 2020. She is actually outperforming where President Biden was back in 2020. She is doing better with white voters in North Carolina. So you might look at that, and you might go, as we take a walk back to the desk here, you might go, okay, well, those two things, do they balance out? Not really, because white voters make up a larger share of the electorate in North Carolina than non-white voters. So she might be willing to make that trade, essentially.
Tom, you've got some more information in Florida, but before you get into that, just to be clear, there's 2 poll closing times in the state of Florida.
Yeah, it's what we call a split poll closing. So in the eastern portion of the state, we have data coming in because the polls have closed there. We can tell you about the data. And some of the further parts of the panhandle, they haven't closed just yet. So we won't be giving you that data just yet. We'll probably wait 30 minutes. I want to show you something that's somewhat surprising. It may surprise you if you watch presidential elections and you follow election nights like this one. So Donald Trump right now, with 73% of the voting, is up 55% in Miami-Dade County. Again, this is where Democrats find their votes in the state of Florida. Biden won Miami-Dade County by 53. They've now flipped those numbers. This is pretty astonishing when you think where Hillary Clinton was in 2016. 63%, 53. Now tonight, 55. Again, there's still 73% of the vote now. This shouldn't be a complete shocker because Governor Ron DeSantis won Miami-Dade 2 years ago by about 11 points, which was a surprise at the time. But this shows how Republicans are expanding the map and how Florida is becoming more and more red. I do want to show you some potential good news, possibly for the Harris campaign, if you're watching tonight. So we're watching some of the vote come in Georgia. Remember I told you more than 50% of the vote from Georgia is going to come out of the Atlanta metro region. Let's take a look at some of these counties around Atlanta. 74% in Douglas County. Look at her numbers. 65%. Biden is at 61. So this means she's overperforming in the exact counties where she needs to find those votes. Let's look at another county here. Right now we have Gwinnett. We don't have any vote just yet in. Rockdale County, this is not the big one. She's at 75%. Biden was at 69. So she's overperforming right now in some of these counties in the Atlanta metro region. Again, guys, this is where she has to drive up her vote. If she can expand the map, scale the Democratic vote there, they can hold Georgia. You remember this was such a close this race 4 years ago. Any books they can find that mental region is going to help them, guys.
All right, Tom, thank you so much for our guests over at our Insiders Desk today. We also want to ask them what they're thinking of some of these early returns. We're starting to see some themes come out. We've got Cornell Belcher, we've got Mark Goddard. Cornell, I'll ask you what you think about what Tom just talked about. You had the story in Miami-Dade where it's potentially a big victory in that county signs, perhaps that the outreach to the Hispanic vote is working for Donald Trump. And yet in Georgia, you're starting to see some of that suburban vote really being ramped up for Kamala Harris.
No, I think that's right. But Florida is Democrats going to look back at how we've not invested in Florida since the campaign. I worked on the Obama campaign. We have not invested in Florida well, and Florida, the country, is really big, expensive state. I think we've taken those resources and we've moved them more to battleground states like Georgia and North Carolina, where you see a sort of a difference. But Florida, it's a state that Democrats have not invested a lot of money in, did not run a lot of advertising, and it shows.
We bring in Mark Goddard, Director of Strategic Communications of the Trump 2020 re-election campaign, former spokesperson for Vice President Pence. Mark, give us your view as we wait for a call in North Carolina. What is the Harris camp right now thinking?
Right now, they're looking at turnout. I think it really for both sides, it's going to be all about turnout. Do you get your voters out? I've seen some anecdotally from some of my colleagues on the campaign that turnout is not where it needs to be in the urban areas for Kamala Harris. It's overperforming in some of the rural areas, including the hurricane-impacted areas. So I think that's a good sign for President Trump. We're going to have to see how that plays out. Another thing I'm watching, and I know Tom alluded to, was Miami-Dade, but I also looked at Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay in Florida. It was both Hillary and Biden, both +7. Right now, it's only Kamala +1.
And Hillary actually did some campaigning there for this particular election as well. Mark and Cornell, thank you. We'll be back early and often as we go on here.
And we will take a break. I think we will come back with more anchor breaks here in Pennsylvania as the polls get ready to close here.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a given? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're back with our election night coverage, and with Tom Yamas at the big board talking about the road to 270 ready for North Carolina right now. The polls closed there. But how important is that to either candidate in terms of making their path to 270 easier or tougher?
Let's start with former President Trump because he really needs to stay North Carolina. It was the only battleground state in 2020. So let's get to North Carolina. If he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia and Pennsylvania, he gets 270. That's his easiest path. But Lester, if he can't win North Carolina, his whole map changes. Why do I say that? Because he can no longer win just 3 states. He has to win 4. He can do it by winning Pennsylvania and Georgia and keeping the blue wall, or I should say tearing down the blue wall of Michigan and Wisconsin. If he can't go there, he has to go out west and win both Nevada and Arizona. That puts him over the top. But again, without North Carolina, for his scenario, he needs 4 states.
That was just a lot of money and time and people on the ground in North Carolina.
Yeah.
For her.
Well, look, if she wins these 16 of 12 votes, it eases some pressure off her, right? Because her easiest path is the blue wall. If she can win Pennsylvania and North Carolina, look how close she is. She only needs 9 more electoral votes. Pretty much any other state, with the exception of Nevada, gets her there, and she's able to win there. So if she can take North Carolina, the Trump team gets much more nervous, and the Democrats become much more optimistic because she's won out east. If she can win the Midwest and pick off the state out west and hold it, she's going to be the president.
All right, Tom, let's go back to Savannah.
Well, confidence a big part of it, and our first story is in Milwaukee with some breaking news, and it's a possible issue with absentee ballot counting. What do you know?
There, Savannah. I want to touch on what we're seeing at these polling locations because the locations are open for about another hour. I want to let you go inside. I can't go inside and report, so I'll let our camera go inside there now, where we've seen a steady flow of people at this location. There was a line that went on for more than an hour this morning. You see things have slowed down a bit. The reports from around the state is that the vote process is going smoothly, but where we are seeing hiccups is with the vote counting. We just learned from the clerk in Milwaukee downtown, where they are counting all of the absentee ballots and early votes at once, that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or counting of those absentee ballots. They say an observer saw that while the ballot tabulators were sealed, the door wasn't properly closed on them, and after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was tampered with, the city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The court said in the past that they weren't expecting results from this city until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight, guys.
All right, Rooster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the week after the night. We're going to go back to the table here. Allie, we're looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results. So there's some conventional wisdom here, and then there's some data that flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that, specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that proposed heading to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, and I want to show you here, you can see that for older voters, I'm talking senior vote here, former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors, But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago. Then you look at that youth vote, right? Again, not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a slight lead. And I would say this is very close. We are waiting for more numbers to come in. What was waiting from the exit polls, but still interesting. Look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. We're overall from winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end.
Right, it's an challenges here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote for playing when I cover this election. What you can see the tracking on the polls.
Yeah, absolutely. And first, I want to dig in a little further on North Carolina and what Alex said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that under 30, it's similar to the trends that we've been discussing. Trump has improved what he did with young men tonight. 60% in NBC News exit poll there said they support him. That was up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris, she's performing even better than Biden did with the women. 65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll, and 58% actually support North Carolina. Or is that that's just North Carolina? That's a North Carolina exit poll tonight. North Carolina is really interesting to me because I've been talking with college Democrat and Republican presidents on campuses there. Like the college Democrats were so organized in this state. Like what they did on these campuses was really amazing. They lobbied the state to have more polling places on campuses. They even had it be made that the student ID could be an acceptable form of ID on several campuses, which was not the case earlier. We're also seeing this kind of play out to be right what we're seeing with that young men appeal for Trump seems to be working in some places. I'm interested to see if that continues throughout the night. We've heard Gotti mention like his podcast appearances earlier in the night, Joe Rogan, a little bit Paul, things like that. This seems to be where he is gaining that ground. I'm interested to see if it continues in other battlegrounds.
And just underscoring how important the young voters, the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to energize college voters in Pennsylvania, Jennifer Garner as well. Keep them in mind. Keep it in mind. Mark Cuban is facing voters in a 4-hour lineup. Exactly. It speaks to how close this race continues to be as these results come in. On the other hand, you have the Trump campaign saying, hey, we're seeing good turnout in Philadelphia. Yes, in the Trump area. So we'll have to see how that actually bears out when we start to get results in Philadelphia. But it does speak to the fact that there's a real focus on this epicenter among young voters.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point that you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young men out, they're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. So it's called those low propensity voters we've been talking about. I would tell you that the Trump campaign feels like they've been doing a pretty good job trying to turn those, not always voters into voters at least this cycle, because for them, that's one of the big keys. If they can get this demographic out to the ballot box to actually show up, whether that was early or whether that's now, they're feeling like they're going to have some wins there. When we take a step back, the story of this election is the gender gap. It's the battle of the sexes election, and whether you want to say it's young men or senior guys, it's men and women. If Trump turns out more men, he wins. If Kamala Harris turns out more women, she does. It's kind of as simple as no doubt about it. And what's so fascinating is the Trump campaign tried this sort of unusual, unconventional tactic to get up the vote, which was to outsource it to Elon Musk, to other outside groups. And they were quite bullish heading into tonight, saying, look, we feel good about this decision.
And the Harris campaign was concerned about black men as well. So, they brought in President Obama to make the case. Any evidence right now about how that appeal has translated to votes?
Well, that's one of the things that she was talked about on the campaign trail. I sat down with the vice president not too long ago, and she feels like she needed to earn every single one of those black male votes just as much as Joe Biden would. That's why you saw her. We talked about podcasts, doing like an NBA podcast, a football podcast. Sure, she did call her daddy to try to reach out to those young women. That's the name of course, that very popular podcast with women. But she also was trying to extend an olive branch to men. I would just say this: two things are true. Right? Kamala Harris, let me say this way. Donald Trump is doing better with men based on public polling right now than Kamala Harris is doing with women. That gap exists. But also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to be one of the big key factors into tonight. And that's why that number was done with former President Obama. He called on men not to stay. So we're just hearing its way now from a big batch of poll closings at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, including the one that everybody's been watching, Pennsylvania. And we'll be right back.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization. News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't see anything. Let's write down what we know. You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our live election day coverage. We're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour here in the East. We are looking at vote counting centers across the country in this historic election.
We've had some polls have closed and some places people are still voting.
They are indeed. We're about 6 minutes to the next poll closing where we'll get our first look at the real vote count for the biggest battleground of Pennsylvania, which we'll be talking about Stacey.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 16 states and the District of Columbia.
Well, there are 71 electoral votes up for grabs. The biggest poll in the nation. Florida, with its 30 electoral votes, could be one of the first big calls of the evening.
And we'll get our first results on what may be the most important prize this election, Pennsylvania.
We love Pennsylvania.
It's good to be back in Pennsylvania. The race could all come down to the Keystone State.
Pennsylvania is extremely crucial.
If Vice President Harris loses the state,
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
her path to 270 narrows significantly.
We're going to win Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, are you ready to make the poll? We're standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. All right, getting ready for Pennsylvania. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is in Philadelphia. Yes, Stephanie, this is where the Harris campaign really needs to ramp up those turnout numbers. What do you see?
Yeah, it really is. Well, it's calming down here in Northeast Philadelphia. This is kind of a working class, diverse community. People still getting in under the wire in these last few years. But the big questions have been afterward is how long is it going to take to call the state of Pennsylvania? 4 years ago, it took until Saturday. I was on the phone with the former Secretary of the Commonwealth talking about the challenges they faced back then. 2.6 million mail-in ballots. That was what slowed the process down. And it was a new process for people in this state. 4 years later, they haven't changed the laws, but things are a bit better. There are fewer mail-in ballots, just under 2 million. They have new machines to process them, and more people. But the optimistic outlook from election officials we have spoken to is that the majority of those mail-in ballots won't be fully processed until Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And if this race is as tight as it was 4 years ago, when Joe Biden won by about 80,000 votes, those mail-in ballots will be crucial to make the call here. So we're still talking days.
Yeah, and then some of these big jurisdictions like Philadelphia, Stephanie, now they have election workers who are prepared to work all night and count all night. So it goes a little bit quicker. We'll check that with you a bunch. We have time now over at the big board, and you're still getting vote in from Georgia and North Carolina, two big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, and we're talking about Georgia right now because North Carolina, there's still only about 2% of votes in. Let's look at Georgia because I think what is happening here, when we talk about Kamala Harris and her chances, she's overperforming Biden in some of these counties around the Atlanta metro area. I'm going to move the map over this way, so I'm going to bounce around. Here on this side, the right side, this is where Biden was at 2020. Here's where Harris is tonight, 76% in. You can see she's overperforming there. We come to this other county, Clayton County, get to the suburbs of Atlanta, those rain counties around Atlanta. 84% for Biden, 85%. She's holding that high watermark. We move over to Rothschild. Look at this. 69% for Biden, 75% tonight for Harris. They're looking at these numbers tonight, and again, there's still a lot of vote out, but they're looking at these numbers tonight and they're telling themselves this is the kind of rhythm they want for the rest of Georgia throughout the night. Only 25% of the vote is in. Trump is way on top, but again, 45% of the vote is in. Remember, we can show you guys where the vote is out. These giant bubbles, the bigger the bubble, that's how many votes still have to be counted. So you can see a lot of the rural counties, a lot of them are coming in. There's still some of the rural counties that are out, but the big area, remember, 50% of the vote is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's also talk about Pennsylvania, guys, because we're getting close to getting some information in Pennsylvania. And remember, this 2020, Joe Biden wins the state. It is going to be the keystone state and the key to the election tonight. Trump won it in 2016, the difference about 40,000 votes. In 2020, he wins by about 80,000 votes. Biden does. The other thing that has happened, and we've learned a lot about Philadelphia, the counties around Philadelphia, places like Chester, places like Montgomery County, those people we know call it MoCo, talk to Ali about that, as well as Crystal Walker as well, Delaware County, Delco, and Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he overperformed in those suburbs. So if you watch what happens there, you also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, the Monroe County part of Poconos, Northampton, and Lehigh. Lots of Hispanics there. We're going to see what happens. And we're so honored to have both Kristen and Allie, people who know about Wawa. Right? They know about space. They know about steaks. Come on. How is Wawa?
Italy, always. So Tommy from cheese sticks with or without? With. Okay, with without. Okay. All right. Well, we have a lot of time to do Philly talk. We won't beat Pittsburgh out, but we got coming up on a full play.
Yeah, 21 seconds until we have the top of the hour. Another poll clip. We've got about 17 states here coming up at the top of the hour. There's an election alert as we stand by to drop a building down because as we've been talking about, we're going to see Pennsylvania, those other states that the poll closing are about to occur in about 1 second. We'll be able to get some characterizations for you here in just a moment. We're closing. Here's an NBC News projection. State of Florida, NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win Florida and take its 30 electoral votes. State of Massachusetts, Kamala Harris, the projected winner tonight with 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Tennessee tonight, 11 electoral votes there. In the state of Maryland, NBC News projects that we're doing the Kamala Harris column. We'll move on to the state of Missouri. NBC News projects that Donald Trump wins the victor in Missouri when all the votes were counted. Here's what Alabama looks like. That will also go to Donald Trump. State of Oklahoma, this will be projected to go to Donald Trump. And in D.C., District of Columbia, 3 electoral votes at stake. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win there. So where does that leave us now? For the road to 270? There it is. 90 for Trump right now, 27 for Harris, 270, of course, the magic number and the keys to the White House.
Will be a wake call in those all-important battlegrounds, and there are still outstanding states just as polls closed at 8 o'clock. We will wait for New Jersey, Illinois, Connecticut, and of course Pennsylvania as well. Let's show you what we can right now in Pennsylvania. No surprise here. It is too early to call. North Carolina, same story. They do count fast there, but not fast enough to call it. It's still too early. About just 5% of the vote in. And in Georgia, we're seeing a lot more of the vote, but still too early to make a projection. Let's go to Tom's and start to look at some of the numbers here. And I think you've got Virginia up there. Virginia, a potential bellwether, something that will give us some indication about how this might be fair.
Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the voters will come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45% in. She's at 68%. Let's see how Biden is doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. You have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020, but Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit, but I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, you know those suburban color counties around Washington, D.C. very well. Is that a warning like Harris is not performing as well as Biden did in some of those suburban, exurban counties?
It could be if we're going to see that if it's moving. Virginia is sort of the gateway now to the north rather than being, I always joke, it's sort of seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state that has been consistently a Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is consistent, yes. One thing I've learned though with the Northern Virginia vote, you may have 95% of the vote in, that 5% can account for a lot more uncounted vote than people realize. So, and there is a sense, so that's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing that I've taken away so far is we are seeing, we've been in the middle of a political alignment for a decade, and every one of these presidential elections, we're like, hey, look at this. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump's makeup of his electorate this time is much different than it was in 2016 or 2020. And I think we're seeing it both great on ethnicity and geographically. So it looks like, look, that Donald Trump's going to be stronger in the Southeast. Why? Because he is doing better with Hispanics. That's right. And there is a larger population of Hispanics in the Southeast and the Southwest than any other part of this country. The exit polls indicate that she is going to do better with older white. I can mess around with Indiana. Indiana's not good enough. It's a red state. Donald Trump's underperforming about a point or two, and almost even in the rural towns. Indiana's a very white state. It's a tea leaf. I just throw it out there. It's a tea leaf. We obviously know that she's performing a couple of points better. So clearly there are some older whites, and we could really see this country divided by regions where she's stronger in the north because she's improving with white voters, and he's stronger in the south because he's improving with voters of color, in particular Hispanic voters. We're not seeing as much evidence on African American voters, but definitely Hispanic voters. It's not just Florida. I think
well, we're seeing it nationally too. When you look at some of the numbers here, he is +10 specifically with Latino men, according to our exit poll nationally, a demographic group that Joe Biden was plus 23 with 4 years ago. So it is definitely a shift, and it is definitely one of the headlines that we're watching as we're seeing these exit polls come.
And we see that, I mean, the Latino vote is not just concentrated in the Southwest.
That's exactly right.
It's not just the Southeast, it's also in Pennsylvania. There's a huge Latino population in Pennsylvania.
We have been talking about the ground game quite a bit. It's been heavily focused in Pennsylvania on trying to energize Latinos on both sides. Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump really focusing on that in places like Allentown, in places like Reading, Pennsylvania, trying to make sure that they are getting them out to vote and flipping them if necessary.
And let's not forget Kamala Harris wrapped up her campaign last night in Philadelphia. Once again, demonstrating the importance of that state, as we are going to find out here in the house perhaps days.
And Holly, you've got some more from your exit polls.
You know, it's interesting. Chuck's talking about the graceful removal from the chair. Thank you all for bearing with me. Chuck's talking about the realignment here and where people are sort of politically. One of the things we're watching on that front is this idea of independent voters. We know that they are going to be potentially a crucial voting bloc here. Vice President Harris had made overtures to this group in the closing weeks of her campaign, really trying to win them over, to get them over to her side. Look at how they're breaking nationally here. She is winning independent voters nationally, 51%, Donald Trump 44%. Here's the thing. Nationally is not how you win or lose the White House. You win the White House in the battleground states. And look at the state of states, Pennsylvania, right? The most key battleground this year. In Pennsylvania, it's the opposite. It's former President Trump who is actually leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So you might ask, okay, well, how does that compare to how he did 4 years ago? He is overperforming generally with independents now in Pennsylvania. He's in 2020, 44%. He's doing a bit better now in 2024, 50%. And Savannah, Lester, Chuck, Chris, and I'll toss it back to you at the table. This could be really interesting as we watch this develop throughout the course of the night, not just in Pennsylvania, but in some of these other key battlegrounds as well, with Michigan and Wisconsin.
Actually, Chuck, no, I just think we are seeing something else, which is we have a country that's really sour about our politics, sour about the direction of the country, and we now have fewer people identifying with two major parties. It's a huge development. Independents are the fastest growing bloc. Now, it's very rational. You don't like the direction of the country. You don't like what's happening. You think there's a threat to democracy. You have a lot of faith in the two major parties, but the lowest share of major party people identified with the two major parties in at least 4 elections. It means these independent folks are going to be the whole ballgame. They're going to decide who's president.
So you're keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you where things stand. We're just at a little change of characterization here. Our characterization from the decision desk now is that this is too close to call. You can see about a 267,000 vote difference between the two, or 37% of the vote. But again, the NBC in its characterization at this point, too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors lined up to talk to tonight. We've got Senator Claire Haskell, I believe, over at our Insider's desk. And Senator, I wonder what you thought about that. What some are saying is something of an alarm bell. It's Loudoun County, suburban Washington, D.C., northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in the battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour. You know, this is when it is very early. We have exit polls, and by the way, if exit polls were correct, I would be governor and John Kerry would have been president. Hillary Clinton would have been president. So I think we've got to take all of that with a good giant grain of salt and wait for the actual numbers to come in, because as we all know, these come in from different places. Typically, rural places come in before urban locations. So I think she's going to be fine in the suburbs. I think, and I don't think the exit polls will actually reflect accurately what will happen with independent voters. I'm not saying she's going to dominate independent voters, but I'll be very surprised if there are a whole lot of women that call themselves independents that don't vote for Donald Trump.
At what point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here?
Well, listen, I think depending on what happens in Georgia and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those 2 states, then I can breathe again. If she does not, then obviously Pennsylvania becomes even bigger. And let's don't sleep on Nevada. I think that may be the closest margin in this race. I think it may be literally maybe 500 to 2,000 votes separating the 2 candidates. I think it's that close in Nevada.
We're waiting to close there in less
than now we're Nevada and Arizona, those big Western battlegrounds, but we do not expect results there, frankly, 4 days. So I guess Senator McCoskey is going to be holding her breath for a very, very long time. We've got Senator Big in year 2 of veteran of Republican campaigns. And again, with all the caveats, we are reading tea leaves right now, Sarah. What are you looking at? What are you noticing? And how do you see this shaking out? So if you look at Florida, you look at Virginia, Donald Trump is running about 4 points better than he did in 2020. But then contrast Georgia and North Carolina, where I should caveat that less of the vote is in. He's running 1 point ahead in Georgia. He's running a little behind in North Carolina, where he did in 2020. And that says to me, perhaps, that the Harris GOTV effort is quite strong, that she's pulling her votes out in places where the campaign organized. So she's holding that margin closer. And the GOTV, for those of you just joining us on Political Nerd Fest, yet as the ground game, and we're talking about it, this is about when you say, you pull the bus up and you say, let's go, we're going to hold you by the hand and take you to the polls. And organizing is a key to any successful campaign.
Absolutely, and you have the Harris campaign touted the fact that, for example, they've not done 3 million doors over the weekends. It winds up being numbers, though, until people actually go to the polls and vote. And I do think, just bouncing off something that Trump said earlier, just to zoom out for a moment, remember that one of the biggest issues of this campaign was change. What people really want is change. And so what you saw in both of their closing arguments was an attempt to argue they're the change candidate. And so what we are seeing, for example, with independents, I think is notable, because I think the person who winds up winning this race will be the person who ultimately voters say, that's the change.
And like everything in this election year, it's complicated because you have the former president, so there's a certain incumbency there, and a sitting vice president, and there's certain incumbency there as
There's
well.
something baked into Donald Trump's call for a change here, because he was already in the White House for 4 years. Same thing for Vice President Harris, as you're looking at the popularity or favorability rating for President Biden, which is low. And so the question is, that going to be a drag on how she does? To your point on the get out the vote effort, this is why early vote was critical for both of these campaigns, with some 79 million people voting early. Better to bank those votes. What if somebody gets sick? What if somebody's kid has to stay out of school or whatever? Get those votes in now to get them locked and loaded.
Let me just change the conversation just for a moment. We do have another call today, and it's an NBC News projection in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina will go to Donald Trump, and all the votes are counted later. And here's where the breakdown right now that Donald Trump is the projected winner. 24% of the vote in there, vote difference of about 104,000 Donald Trump. We'll pick up South Carolina. Here's where it leaves us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 99. Kamala Harris, 27.
You have few key battlegrounds where polls have votes. They're counting, but we don't have results yet. Still, either too early to call, too close to call. And this is Garrett Hickey's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Mar-a-Lago, tell us what the campaign is saying to you.
What seems to be calming nerves down the street at Mar-a-Lago is what they're seeing out of Georgia right now, a state we were just discussing, where their key to victory was essentially blowing the doors off in rural turnout and improving their margins among minority voters, Latino voters, Black voters. The campaign is seeing, in the same exit polls we're looking at, improvement among Black voters, particularly Black men, who the Trump campaign has spent heavily for months and months and months trying to win over. Even just a few percentage points, the kind of thing that could make a difference in a state decided by fewer than 12,000 votes 4 years ago. The other thing that I think has accrued to Trump's favor in Georgia is the resumption of unity among Georgia Republicans. Remember, there was a huge fallout with Brian Kemp, the popular Republican governor there after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail. The two singing from the same hymnal in the race's closing weeks, along with a lot of these other Trump candidates, could be helpful to Trump the next day.
All right, Gary, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina, the governor's race there. Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, a very controversial candidate. And the poll actually, we talked about ticket splitting, where perhaps the vote for the presidency might be different than the vote down ballot. This perhaps will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant governor candidate. You both are jumping to tell me who wants to take the Democrats would go. But this was a campaign on the Robbie's. Yeah, it was beset by problems.
Beset by problems because it was determined that he posted some highly controversial comments on an adult website. And so the backlash was massive. This result was expected. The question is, that was, by the way, one of the controversies. I'm giving you the biggest one. The question is, will he drag down the court for former President Trump? We don't know the answer, but we do know that in 2020, President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate, and that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008, when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
But the whole weekend,
North Carolina, how important the state is to his party.
So sensitive might have been slipping away, trying to shore.
Absolutely. North Carolina was very, very tight in 2022. Trump won it, but it's right up there in terms of narrow margin.
And it's a good reminder that even if the electoral vote count ultimately has a pretty wide gap, these margins can be very tight, and those electoral votes, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters here in a state like North Carolina.
We already talked to Garrett Hicks, who's in the West Palm and Trump headquarters. Let's go over to Peter Alexander, who's at the Harris headquarters in Washington.
Hey, Sven, you just heard from Garrett a moment ago talking about how Donald Trump's team seems to be satisfied that he is doing a bit better with those Black and Latino voters right now. Similarly, the Harris campaign feels good that she is outperforming with white voters over Joe Biden's performance with them and some of our early exit poll indications in parts of the country right now. One thing to keep in mind. Another thing I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is that they are seeing really good enthusiasm among those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. Let me do this. To start as far as starts panel there, I'll give it back to you with respect to our country. Then we'll talk about the
All right, Peter, that is Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right? Because it is so close. A reminder here, we're talking about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 60 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are overperforming, so it's going to be a nail-biter. Remember, in 2020, it came down to about 12,000 votes, a little under that. Let's start in Atlanta metro region. Cobb County, we have 57% of the vote in. And let's see how Biden did, 56%. This is actually, Cobb County tells the story of the Atlanta metro region. Newt Gingrich represented Cobb County, and look how Democrats have been able to run up the score. From Romney in 2012, Clinton flips it, and look how they're growing the margins. And tonight, that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's growing the margins in Cobb County. Let's go around. Let's see what we have in Fulton. Fulton, 53%. Let's see how that compares to Biden, 72%. She's holding her own around the Atlanta metro region. Let's see over here. We only have about 1% in, not really worth a discussion there. Clayton County, 70% in. Slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about. What percent in? I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's overperforming there. Okay, that's Harris. That's the Democrats. Let's go to these rural regions. Raven, 95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now. You can see he's holding his marks. Union County, a little bit lower, but again, he's around the 80% mark where he should be, and overperforming in White County again. Those are the rural counties. Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have counties with lots of African American voters. Here in Doherty, this is about 70% African American here, slightly overperforming Biden. So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now, it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the rural counties. In those African American counties and around the Atlanta region, Democrats are hitting those marks. It's going to be very close. It's one of the reasons why when we click on Georgia right here, it is literally just too close to call, guys.
All right, Tom, we got a lot ahead here. We're going to take a break, and then another state closing its polls. Which candidate will it bring closer to those crucial 270 electoral college votes? We will be right back.
this monster and historic storm is set to make landfall now is wrong.
What was your initial reaction? Devastating.
Now it's weird.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant. The future is now. News for the generation of now. It is NBC News Now.
8:20 in the east, 5:20 in the west. We've got some major battlegrounds close their polls, and the votes are being counted as we speak. That's the road to 270 filling count, a bit with some predictable wins and losses in this country. But let's go to the battlegrounds. Virginia is too early to call. Just 33% of the vote in. We'll continue to watch it. Ohio, the polls have closed there. It is too early to call, although that once battleground is now more a reliable red state. We'll see how that shakes out. Pennsylvania, stop me if you've heard Pennsylvania very much during this campaign season. It may all end on the Commonwealth, too early to call there. In Georgia, we have characterized this as too close to close. So we are about halfway through the vote counting. We're 50% in. And when you see that margin, depending on where the votes are coming from, is our expectation that right now this vote in Georgia's 16 electoral votes just too close to close.
All right, let's go over to Hallie Jackson with some new exit polling information on the gender gap.
So this has been a storyline we're talking about all night, right? We say it, Savannah, Lester, you both said it, the battle of the sexes, men versus women. It gets a little bit more complicated at that, but let's start with the gender gap nationally here. And you can see it absolutely still exists. So these are exit polls nationally based on gender. You can see, obviously, this is just the vote here. Women, 53%, 47% men. Typically what we might see. When you get into vote break, I'm going to ask our team to pull that up. You are seeing that more women are backing Vice President Harris, more men are backing former President Trump. More women, 55% for Harris, Trump 43%. We'll go to men, and you'll see it flips, right? That red slice of the pie gets a little bit bigger for Donald Trump when it comes to men nationally, and we'll pull that up so you can see it. The other piece of this, though, there's more to it, right? And when you get a little bit deeper in race and education, that is where this gets really key. And for that, you look at white college-educated women. We've been talking about this demographic a lot here in some of these key swing states. She is doing better with white college-educated women. Donald Trump is doing better with non-college-educated white women. And that is another piece of the gender gap dynamic that's at play. Well, actually, we have a historic gender gap potentially, and we have a historic education gap potentially. And I want to bring in our panel, we've got Sarah Fagan, who's here. She was a veteran of the Bush White House, George W. Bush, the political director there, and Senator Claire McCaskill of the great state of Missouri that was once a swing state. Next one, Georgia, our senator. Way back when, so we talked a lot about the gender gap, but I think the education gap is key here too. When you look at how they says, Senator, what's your take?
I think, we have so many divides at this point. We have urban, rural. We have college-educated, non-college educated. But the big one this election are women. And yes, there is a difference between college-educated women and non-college educated women. But the support for Harris is so big among college-educated women. And the key in this election, I think, is are they going to drag their husbands, their sons, their uncles with them over to the Trump side? Because these are my peeps.
Are those the shy Harris voters?
College-educated older women. Yeah, I live in that place.
The battle of the sexes, or is that being overplayed?
Well, I do think that college-educated women are a critical, if not the critical voting bloc in this election. And Hallie, you pointed out that according to the exit polls, it's 53% of the electorate. In 2020, it was 52. Now, at one point, doesn't seem like a lot, but if Kamala Harris drives up for results among women in these close contests like Georgia and Pennsylvania, like that could be a deciding factor. I can't believe we haven't actually talked about it yet tonight. Reproductive rights. This is the first presidential election post Dobbs, the decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. We've seen the potency of that issue. Abortion rights measures have passed every time they've been on the ballot since the Dobbs decision, but we haven't yet had a presidential election. Do you think that issue still has its potency and is a weak spot for Republicans? I think it has its potency for sure. It definitely cuts both ways, meaning you see about 10% of the electorate on both sides of the issue, for whom that is the most important issue. But there's no question among younger voters, especially younger women, that that's an issue that is driving them out.
And so the question is, really, is that the main issue they're voting on, or is that one of the main issues they're voting on?
Yeah, I think, frankly, when we look at this, if Kamala Harris wins the presidency, we're going to talk a lot about how the women got there, but I don't think we should ignore the fact that college students are playing a big role today. The lines, the overperformance at college campuses right now, whether you're in North Carolina or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or Nevada, on the ground, I've talked to the team that's running the ground game in all of these states. They have never seen this kind of response on college campuses. So we may have a divide there between kids in college that are voting age and kids who aren't in college for the first
Is that playing out just in a few states or across all states?
In all of the states, they're exceeding their model on how many people are voting at these college places that are primarily college students.
You can put up the Florida abortion bill. Remember, there are 10 states with abortion on the ballot tonight. We can show you how Florida Amendment 4, this, by the way, requires a 60% to reach 60% level. So right now, not there yet. We're not making a call, but that's
It's been interesting to see these ballot measures. We have one in Florida. You mentioned abortion's on the ballot literally in 10 states, 2 of the battlegrounds, Nevada and Arizona. Some of the battlegrounds, Michigan, for example, had abortion on the ballot 2 years ago, looked at Democrats' prospects in Michigan. Now, is there a question in your mind, Senator McCaskill, whether or not Democrats who might have been motivated to vote on the abortion issue feel like, oh, well, it's already taken care of? People kind of in the middle think, I can vote for Trump even because I think I've already taken care of this abortion question with regard to the ballot measure and the battleground like Michigan.
I don't know. I think that Republicans has done such an amazing job of publicizing the deaths to women because of Trump really extreme abortion bans. There are many, many states. And Texas isn't a battleground state, but there's a Senate race out there that I've got to have an eye on tonight. And I think when you have women dying who want to have the children, who are suffering a miscarriage and can't get the health care they need, that takes it to a different level. And I don't think we have very many of those stories out there in 2022 like we have in 2024. And I think the campaign is certainly emphasizing the stories and the brave women telling them.
And I also think that this is an issue that Republicans have struggled to find a footing on. So
let me just, let me get that thought in a moment. We have an election alert now. This is a poll closing here at the 8:30 hour in the east. Arkansas will be closing here momentarily. Perhaps get a characterization. That's the only one at 8:30 we can see. Here's the projection. NBC News can project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Arkansas when all the votes are counted. 6 electoral votes. Here's where we are on the map to 270. That leaves Donald Trump at 99 electoral votes, 27 for Harris. Again, the goal, 270.
All right, let's go to battlegrounds. Georgia is a race for president too close to call at this hour. 53% of the vote and just too close to make a prediction there. Pennsylvania too early to call. They're just getting started in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And North Carolina also too early to call. We do have more vote there, but we're just not in a position yet to call those races. However, Tom, as I go to you, these are some of the races. Georgia and North Carolina, these are fast counters. And we may be able to make a call by the middle of the night or in the early hours this morning, and that would be quite tough.
Yeah, our decision as guidance is that Georgia and North Carolina both improving the way they tabulate votes. We should have a projected winner. Some point tonight, those will be the 2 first battlegrounds that we hope to project and we hope to call at some point earlier tonight. But we'll have to wait and see. We're ready for anything. We could be surprised by anything. I want to talk about Virginia for a little bit, and a caveat here, as Chuck Todd reminded us. Northern Virginia, the suburbs, they do sort of report late. That vote is still coming in, but we still see some troubling signs for Kamala Harris, at least in some of these counties. So Biden was at 61%, 95% of the vote is in. I just want to highlight this. There's only about 2,800 votes remaining, so not a lot of votes going to come in. She's at 56%, 57%. 61% was what Biden was. As we keep going around, my team flagged another county. Fairfax County, she's doing fine. Prince William, though, underperforming here as well. 80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58. Again, these are suburban women, highly educated, college degrees, sort of your establishment Democrats. These in a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government as well. Again, it's still very early. We're still waiting for all the votes to be called in Virginia. An area we watch too is Chesterfield. This is just south of Richmond. African Americans who originally lived in Richmond moved out to places like Chesterfield and Henrico as well. It's one of the swing counties. Biden won in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. So we're keeping an eye on it. And you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 29.4. But there's only 35% of the voting. So still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further west, we have some counties out here, rural counties. This is Wise County. This is Trump country near West Virginia. You can see 94% in. He was at 80.4 in 2020. He's at 81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas. The Democrats can't run up the votes in the rural areas. So that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks. Beach. This is another area we're going to be watching. Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing. Trump was 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it 30% in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys, and we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in here, but some signs that, maybe trouble Democrats, maybe they trouble Republicans as well. We're going to have to wait.
We do have a key projection right now. The state of Delaware, the home state of sitting president, Joe Biden will vote for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out, just 48% in, but this is an easy projection with the margins as they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map. At 8:30 on the East Coast, Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump leading in some of these big states in the South, which are expected to go his way, are starting to report in. Speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First, the vote starting to come in there. And what are you hearing? The whole campaign is really laser focused on this area.
Yeah, they care a lot about this county, and let me just show you, because we've just started to see precinct captains coming in with their memory cards, with the votes that happened in person on election day. You see this line that goes out the door around. What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them little bags that are secure with the official election seal on the top of the envelope and memory cards, at least two from each precinct that have the total of votes for today. So they come in here, they check in with these folks, and then they ultimately take their memory cards to the different election workers that are sitting around here, and they open up, they look at those envelopes, make sure they're sealed properly, make sure it has everything necessary by Georgia law inside of it, and then they send them back into this room here, where we start to see those votes processed and then sent out to the public. In addition to all this happening on here, back here, public people read a little through everyone here. There's more counting going on in the back. You mentioned this county is really important to both political campaigns and to why. This is a rapidly growing county in the state of Georgia. It's also incredibly diverse. It leans blue, but back in 2020, Donald Trump carried about 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And ultimately, what Republicans in the Trump campaign were looking for tonight is to see if they could increase turnout just enough where they run up the margins by a few percentage points and hold on to Republican strongholds in the state, and they're maybe well positioned to carry the state. Democrats, the Harris campaign, they were also hoping to up their turnout here so they could create that blue wall Tom has been talking so much about in Metro Atlanta. And a lot of it has been happening in here tonight. Keep coming a little this way, because one of the most significant aspects of tonight that we've watched in here are the early votes, early in-person voting numbers in this county. Over 50% of active voters in Gwinnett County alone voted early. That's either by mail-in ballots or early in person. Back over here, you see all these things that they're describing them today almost as like trash cans, but what's inside of them? All of the in-person early votes, about 300,000 of them. There was a team of election workers here who had been sequestered since 9 a.m., prepping all of these so they could process and get the early numbers out quickly. Every election official and the supervisor of Gwinnett County Elections has told us they've been on track to get all of their markers that have results in on the earlier side, and they're still working over here tonight. This is where the mail-in ballots will come through and are coming through, and they're sorting all of those. Ultimately, we're going to see more ballots coming from the individual precincts from election day to the other side here, where they'll count and go through all of that. The big question here is going to be, what does turnout look like? Did for the Republicans and Trump, did they nudge up what they did in 2020 a little better this year, enough to possibly chip away at Harris's margins and then maybe take the state along with keeping Republican strongholds? And for Harris and Democrats, were they able to reach out to people they described as likely Harris voters who were hard to reach, people who probably vote Democrat but maybe haven't voted in past elections? The local county Democrat specifically targeting ads to them and sending a lot of mailers in more than a dozen languages to try to get them out. So far, we're told, and you can just see the scale of everything here, the supervisor for Gwinnett County elections, he told us that they are on target right now to surpass voter turnout compared to 2020. By 6:30 today, they had 70% voter turnout roughly in this county. That's exactly what they had back in 2020. So they think they're going to have more turnout in this county, and for both Republicans and Democrats, that's exactly what they were hoping to see. But the big question is, how do those votes fall? And remember, 2020, we saw in the midterms a lot of split ticket voters, Republicans who voted for Republican Governor Brian Kemp, despite Trump saying, hey, that's not somebody I support, and him coming out against him in the midterms, and then voting for the Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. The question sign in this county is, could that happen again? And the numbers, at least in terms of the totality, are inching up past what both campaigns were hoping to see tonight. Savannah?
Listen, thank you. Gwinnett County slate rallies by Donald Trump there in that county and neighboring Cobb County, and you got to get handed to the election workers. They're so focused.
That's what I was thinking. It's a
She walks right by it. They don't even look up. They don't even look up. They're counting the votes. It makes you feel good about democracy.
Yeah, there's also a storyline in Georgia about election workers, of course, right? And the threats that election workers have faced in so many of these battleground states. And look at Georgia, that is the home, of course, of Ruby Freeman and Shane Moss, who are two elections workers who came under fire, faced death threats, faced severe hardship in their lives because of those election fraud lies from former President Trump. So these election workers, man, are they doing a civic duty for everybody?
My favorite part of voting is when I walk in and see the smiley faces. They've got this great task in front of them.
Well, you're an election worker. In that sense, it's part of the story of tonight, though, and tomorrow morning, because they've brought on more election workers in all of these states to make sure that they can count more quickly. I do think Allison's report was fascinating. Gwinnett County, it went for Clinton by 6 points, for Biden by 18 points. So this is a county that Democrats have been increasingly eyeing, as have Republicans. As they talk about the gender gap as they go to Senator and Sarah Pagan. I mean, I mentioned there were Trump rallies in Gwinnett County. One of them was the one where Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, talked about that daddy's coming home and going to give little girl a spanking, like the sheriff's coming to town, which is a message that if you're trying to reach female voters, I don't know how the females on this panel feel about that, but that's where that happened. Not good. Don't feel good about that. I think most women don't feel good about that. But I come from a state that is very Trump heavy, so I certainly know that there are women out there that have bought what he said. I like to say I think there's about a third of the Trump voters that don't believe a word he says, but they really like the idea that their tax cuts going to stay in place, and they think their business interests are going to be better protected with less regulation. And then 2/3 of the Trump voters who believe every word he says and like it just fine.
John, I'm going to get your thoughts on something at work right now. There's a bit of a mixed message in the campaign, Donald Trump's campaign, about early voting. Yes, do it, don't do it. How do you think that is playing out?
Well, if you look at some of the early vote returns, certainly we saw higher numbers of Republicans voting early. It looks to me like a lot of those were election day voters previously who voted early. Okay, great for the Trump campaign. They banked votes. They can focus on those who haven't voted. So to me, what I'm going to be looking for is his share of the early vote higher than it was in 2020? Democrats dominated the early vote totals in 2020. And, Donald Trump in most of these states was doing 35, not even higher than 40% in any of those states. These target states we were talking about. So does he do 42, 43, 44? I mean, in 2020, we were in the midst of a pandemic. Donald Trump was actively telling people not to vote early or not vote by mail, saying he was suspicious of it. To Lester's point, changed that too. Now they're actively encouraging Republican voters to go in and early vote, and Republican voters seem to have answered that call. That's right. It was a huge strategic blunder in 2020 to have done that, particularly in a close race. Had he not done that, perhaps he would have won. So I think he learned that lesson. And also, if you just look at the trends in early voting and the trends in absentee by state, it's a prudent thing to do.
To be clear, the Republican apparatus absolutely made a big push this cycle to get voters out to vote early. Donald Trump himself was all over the map on that. You see it at his rallies. He talks about in one rally
we would say go out and do it. And another rally, we cast doubt on the validity of ballots that were put in through the mail, etc. Some of that will likely seep down to some of his voters in some of these key battleground states, as we heard from talking to voters in some of these battlegrounds. Remember that this is a former president who, over the summer, you look at let's say 20 rallies, at five of them he cast out on the results of the election even before votes were counted. That ramped up in just the last month. At 14 of 20 rallies, he did the same thing. So he has not been super consistent on this.
Let's go to Tom Yamas right now. Tom, as we speak, North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania are counting votes right now.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for poll closings in places like Nebraska. And Nebraska could be the key to it all. I know you're saying Nebraska. Yes. So when you look at our beautiful map here, you see the maps, the states that are red, the states that are blue, and our battlegrounds here that are colored in. And in Nebraska and Maine, they have this kind of Where's Waldo effect. When we hit it, here's why. Nebraska and Maine, they both give out their electors a little differently, electoral votes. If you win the popular vote, you get 2 in Nebraska, and then they give you by congressional district as well. Trump is going to win 2 of the congressional districts, most likely in the popular vote. But Congressional District 2, CD2 in Nebraska, is a battleground district, and the entire election, I say, could come down to this. Let me explain why. So let's take you to Nebraska and show you where CD2 is. It's essentially the city of Omaha, right? I'm going to drop for you and then show you the congressional district. It's the city of Omaha, a little bit of Saunders, and a little bit of Sarkey as well. I should say all the Saunders as well. That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give you the congressional map so we can cut it out a little more. So this right here, that's Congressional District 2. It's a swing district, as I said. 2016, Trump wins by 6,000 votes. In 2020, Biden wins by 20,000 votes. So why is it important? Because if we come down to that scenario where it's 269, Savannah, I gained that out, it's going to come down to Nebraska too. So every vote does matter. It matters so much that we spoke to people in Omaha, asking them about what this campaign was like. They said they've never seen anything like it. They've been inundated with ads, saying on the television, on the radio, people calling them, unlike anything they've ever seen before. Again, it likely will come down to Nebraska too, but it might, and that's why every vote matters. Again, Omaha, the biggest area of Nebraska, fastest growing area, and so we'll be watching it.
Tommy promised me you would not wait for the 269 to 269. It could happen. The Constitution has some provisions for it, but can we just all agree? Let's hope we don't get there. Is that Chuck Todd's music? Is that Chuck Todd's head exploding? Yes, perhaps it is. But it's interesting to see these are such contested races, and it's actually nice to see. I think we've divided our country so much into red and blue. It's nice to see that once you get at a county by county level, all of these states they're not monolithic. There's more to it, and we still do live right next to each other. And Nebraska is a very good example of that.
Yeah, but I would say you're right. We live right next to each other, but the folks that live in Omaha, I guarantee you, some of the folks that live out in a very sparsely populated rural county don't relate to some of the same issues that the people in Omaha think are important. It's much more of an urban area.
There's also a hot Senate race there right now where the Republican was expected. You would think we were cruised to re-election there, but there's an independent candidate, Dan Osborne, who is really giving a run for money for Jeff Fisher.
Yeah, and I will say that one of the things about the urban-rural issue is when you think about the ground game, I don't think we talk about this enough. The ground game for the Republican Party is much harder. Going door to door in rural communities is a much different operation than going door to door in a densely populated area. It's not as efficient. It's more difficult. Frankly, a lot of folks out in the rural area don't want strangers knocking on their door. They're not used to having people they don't recognize coming up the driveway 2 miles down from their nearest neighbor. So it is harder for the Republican Party to do the ground game, GFTV, as we talked about earlier, than it is for the Republican Party. But it'll be interesting to see how this independent does in Nebraska. He says he's going to be independent. He won't caucus for either party. Won't vote for either leader. He says his job would be to try to bring the two parties together. It's probably a winning message right now. I just don't know if Nebraska's pretty red.
Ohio is continuing to go. 3 big battlegrounds closing at the top of the next hour. Don't go away. We'll be right back as we count down the road to 270. Take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome back. It's election night in America. We're just getting started. Almost 9 o'clock here in the East. We're going to have a bunch of poll closings. 3 big battlegrounds that will close. They are make or break races on the road to 270. We were talking about the presidential race a lot for good reason, as I turned to Kristen Walker and Holly Jackson. There is also hanging in the balance tonight the balance of power. Who controls Congress? Who controls the Senate? Who controls the House? And we've got some results there.
That's right. And Republicans need 2 seats to win control of the Senate. So far, they have 1 pick. So let's go to the board. We'll show you where things stand right now. In West Virginia, as we have already reported, Joe Justice has won this seat after Senator Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, who then switched to an independent, announced he was not running for re-election. As is expected, it is the first Republican pickup, so that makes this significant. We can call that Rick Scott has held on to his Senate seat in Florida handily. He first won this seat back in 2018. This was one of these races where reproductive rights was a big issue. Former Congresswoman Debbie Carson Powell trying to make that the big focus of the race, but it was not enough to get her over the finish line. We're watching this very closely. The Senate race in Ohio, too. Arlington Falls Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term against former car dealer, Trump-backed businessman Bernie Moreno. So we'll watch that closely. Pennsylvania, another big battleground. Senator Bob Casey with 67% of the vote. Dave McCormick with 30.4% of the vote. 2 Arlington Falls, just 13% in. Let's take a look at the big picture here. Again, Republicans have now picked up 1 seat for the Senate at this hour, 42 to 33. We'll continue to watch this very quickly. How they're taking a step back. The Republicans need 2 seats, and this is a map that is very difficult for Democrats to hold on to their Senate races. They're on defense in a lot of these states. Yeah, and the reason for that is likely Montana. This is the other pickup that Republicans feel very confident about. They think they'll be able to get. I will tell you that Ohio Senate race being too early to call is interesting. I talked with one Senate Republican source who said they would have loved to see that call an hour ago, right? They would have loved to have had that in the bag, these 2 seat pickups earlier in the night. So then we'll wait and see how this goes.
Okay, we're just coming up by the top of the hour. We're going to have some major battleground poll closings coming up. And we should do that. Yeah.
Wisconsin, Arizona, all coming up. So this is the drama beginning to clearly build right now. The votes are being counted, and we will get this closing to very shortly. That's check for the presidential race in the road to 270. All right, it is 8:51 in the East, and here is where we stand right now, the road to 270. And it has been a night of big surprises so far, with more to come. We're now just minutes away from additional voters.
Yeah, we are, and we see that map starting to fill out. So we will watch for those next poll closings. It's in all parts of the country now, almost at 9 o'clock on the East Coast. And they're some of the biggest states to close yet.
At the top of the a major round of poll closings, with the most battleground states of the entire night.
15 states and 163 electoral college votes up for grabs, including 3 critical swing states.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris hold on to the blue wall that cuts through Wisconsin and Michigan.
Will former President Trump break through like he did in 2016?
We're going to win Wisconsin.
Plus, the first Western battleground, Arizona, moments away from closing.
A very big hello, Arizona. We love you.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
We are standing by for our first vote count in for these major great states as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270.
Many votes to be counted. Battlegrounds all coming in. Michigan has 15 electoral votes up for grabs, a key state, and Jesse Kirsch in Detroit for us today. Jesse, the polls are just about to close, moments away. What do you expect? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so Savannah, statewide they close at 9 p.m. Eastern, but here in Detroit, in the East Coast time zone, the polls have been closed for almost an hour. You can see this ballot drop box is sealed off here. However, despite all of that, we're going to move down the block here. This is the city elections office. And what we've got going on here is people who have been in line well past when the polls officially close to continue registering to vote. And inside, it appears we do still have some people in that line. We had people telling us they'd waited in line for around 4 hours. One young woman told us that she almost got out of line because of that duration, dealing with logistics as well, just waiting to be able to register to vote, but was ultimately able to do so. Someone else told us that they got out of line because of the wait. If people got in line by 8 p.m. Eastern time and they closed the doors here at that time, people were going to be allowed to go through the registration process, and it seems people are still going through that at this hour. This is a traditional Democratic stronghold, the city of Detroit. However, when we've spoken to GOP operatives in the state, they tell us that they see Vice President Harris's base as quote crumbling because of various headwinds. However, there are other potential headwinds that could send traditionally Republican voters toward the Vice President. We will have a clear answer as those results start coming in at 9 p.m. Eastern. So that is it.
And we'll get a better idea about turnout, too, which is all important for the Harris campaign in Detroit and also those collar counties. We want to switch over. Let's go to Arizona, the Mountain West. Polls closed. Gotti Schwartz, they're outside a polling place. Have you seen a lot of crowds?
Yeah, polls close in about 6 minutes here. This is the end of the line. This is about a 60 to 70 minute wait here. So we got the people that are at the end of the line right now. Probably about 300 to 400 people in front of them. You're going to see a lot of MAGA hats here talking about the gender divide. Gender divide is very much in play here at Arizona State University. And there's been so much talk about low propensity voters. One of the things that we've been noticing here and talking to students about is the involvement of fraternities. Normally, fraternities, they may not be organizing and may not be turning out to vote as much as you would expect. But here at the ASU campus, it does seem like the fraternities have been involved in turning out the vote. And those that we've been talking to say that they are turning out for former President Donald Trump. We've also talked to a lot of other students that have been coming out for policy issues. There's several cops. The issue of abortion is extremely important in turning out the vote. Immigration is also important. But I gotta say, just eavesdropping what people have been talking about in line, it's been surprising how often the topic of the Joe Rogan podcast keeps coming up. But we've talked to several students now who say that they listened to that Joe Rogan podcast with the former president, and that was the deciding factor for them. And they've also said that if the Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States, would have appeared on that podcast, they may have had their votes skewed. It's really interesting because, some people are talking about policy, others are talking more about kind of like vibes. Well, I like the vibe of Trump, or I like the vibe of Kamala Harris, but it's not so policy specific. But that's just some of what we've seen. We're almost to the end of the line. We just wrap around this corner. But again, right now we're in Maricopa County. This is a county with 2.7 million voters. ASU has 74,000 students here, most of their voting age. So what we see here in Arizona is going to be very important in this election.
All right, Gotti, thank you so much. Abortion on the ballot in Arizona. Also, Florida, Lester, they've got a key call here.
Yeah, we do have a call here in the state of Florida that abortion, there was a historic constitutional right to an abortion here that had a 60% threshold. It will not clear it, so amendment for right to abortion will go down in the 86% of the vote in here. Let's
I'm going to say this. It was yes to protect in Florida, but you are seeing it needed a 60% threshold, as you said, Lester. This would be the first ballot initiative that we've seen anywhere in the country since the overturning of Roe versus Wade that has failed. However, the other ballot initiatives were not this high of a threshold here, and I see you want to jump in.
No, it's just the same number, right? It was 57-58 in Ohio, 57-58 in Kansas. I mean, I think we know what the number is. Ironically, attorneys in Florida Republicans who secretly hope this would pass, because now Florida elected officials in 2026, which is their big election year, they will have to face the voters on a 6-week ban, and then suddenly that will sort of upend just the state's politics. But it's clear that
actively
he really
campaign
did.
against this amendment for, which is
And he used the government power. It's going to create an interesting, there's going to be a fascinating, if the Democratic Party ever wants to have a chance in Florida again, they're going to get an opportunity, ironically, because this thing has happened.
Think about how complicated this was for former President Trump. I asked him about this. He said it went too far. And then he was asked about it repeatedly throughout the course of this hearing. Well, how are you going to vote on this? And he was shifting his positions in the weeks leading up to this very vote. So it sort of underscores the point that Trump's making. This is a very complicated
This issue has Republicans in knots and Donald Trump in knots, and that will live to see another day in Florida.
And this is why the Vice President and her team have been pushing on this issue. It is on the ballot as well in Arizona and Nevada. Trump orbit folks that I'm talking to think that there is a likelihood of perhaps ticket splitters in those states, people who will back these abortion ballot initiatives, but who will also back former President Trump. But you have seen the Vice President hammer this in the state of Georgia. She went to the state of Texas, which nobody really thinks is going to flip blue on the presidential race, but she wanted to use it as a stage to highlight that state's controversial restrictive abortion law. She did it in Georgia with Amber Thurman, and in Florida, she talks about it as a place that she is concerned about.
We don't have time for coming up on poll closing, but in Iowa, these polls are going to close. There was a late election poll. Iowa just had a very restrictive abortion ban passed, and this shock poll on the eve of the election had Kamala Harris carrying a red state. So it's just a very potent issue.
Not to overread into it, but it is an indicator perhaps, and the pollster there, Gold Standard pollster, thought perhaps the abortion issue was motivating these older white women, right? A demographic we've been watching tonight.
and so let's go to the election wrap. As we get some more poll closings here, we can give a few more characterizations. Just 3 seconds, all of these states will be either polls closed. And we begin counting the votes. Here is the state of Texas. We were just talking about Donald Trump will win in the state of Texas when all the votes are counted. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will also win in North Dakota tonight. South Dakota, same story. That will also go into the Donald Trump column this evening. We move to the state of Wyoming. 3 electoral votes at stake. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Wyoming. Here's the map. The road to 270 now getting interesting. 154 for Donald Trump, 30 for Kamala Harris.
All right, let's go to the uncalled races just from those 9 o'clock poll closings, including New York, Colorado, Minnesota. So we still await results there, but let's go to Michigan. That's the biggie at this hour. Polls closing in Michigan, and it is, wait for it, too early to call. We will be waiting for it into the wee hours tonight. Arizona also too early to call. 7 o'clock in the Mountain West, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Polls just closed there. Let's go to Wisconsin. The other of the blue wall states along with Michigan and Pennsylvania, too early to call. And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more votes come in, but we could be waiting a bit for that. And same with North Carolina. They're counting more quickly, but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in Georgia, it's not too early. It's just too close. We are starting to see the vote come in with a 66% counted right now. And yet, despite the margin that you see there, we project not only what the margin is right now, where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from a Republican stronghold or a Democratic stronghold. So when you see that disparity in the UCSA, it's too close to call. There's a method to that madness. Tom, and you've got Georgia up there.
And I'm going to explain the method of the madness, right? The difference right now, 220,000 votes. Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, they can't even get close to celebrating just yet. These sort of UFO objects we have circling Georgia right now, this is the remaining vote. And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember I told you guys earlier that about 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. The election is essentially won or lost in the Atlanta Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking, the ring counties. So Cobb County, 77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming what Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is. A huge county for Democrats here. She's about what Biden was, 72% of the vote. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bigger and bigger. And you can see what's happening here. 16% of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in. Here we go. Harris overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County, we'll kind of move a little out the suburbs, the extras, if you will. 69%. Look at where Harris is tonight. 74%. She's running up that vote in the Atlanta metro region. If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020, he's at 78 right now. Let me go to a neighboring Towns County right here, 8180, and then in Union, 8180. He seems to be hitting his marks too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Union is one of these. Trump won it in 2016. If we go back, Obama had it in 2012. Tonight, Trump is up. He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County is in. Peach County is another one that no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties, not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we go around. This is 72%. This is the one of those we're watching to see if Trump could make inroads with black voters here. Harris seems to be comfortable. She seems to be at the same watermark where Biden was in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia, as we said. So too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020. Trump won this state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing, and the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah. North Carolina, I'd love to see.
Yeah, let's go.
Carolina numbers. Its numbers are coming in as we speak.
Let's hit North Carolina again. We're going to look at all the state. I'm going to look at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here. 6% in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there, but she's overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here, Wake County. 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62-63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in over here in Orange County. This is UNC, Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. That's how she compares to Biden. Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference when we're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% in, 81%. In 2020, it was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote in here. And one of the great researchers, Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us. He said, listen, this is Trump's area that was affected by those floods. You can have 9 MAGA hats in your house. But if you no longer have a house, trying to get your voting location is going to be difficult. They were so concerned about this area that election officials actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay. We heard that from Sam Brock. Asheville is that blue dot in the Sea of Red in North Carolina. Again, affected by Hurricane Helene, 55% of the vote there in Buncombe County. Biden was at 59. Harris is overperforming. Again, any advantage she has in the counties where Biden is doing well or won, and she's hitting higher marks. Democrats are going to love that news, but there's still a lot of the vote is out, 76% in Wake, like we said. Let me see where else in the state that we're still waiting on vote, because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state. So 41% of the vote is in. Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly Black and Hispanic. And they're still waiting a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. If we check out Johnson County, just outside of Raleigh, connected that. I'm actually kind of curious, even though only 8% is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on North Carolina as more of this map gets filled out. All right, so here's where we are
7 minutes after 9 o'clock in the East Coast. Polls are closed out of 6 of 7 battleground states. Still waiting, obviously, for the 7th. Kelly, you heard the numbers. Break it down how we're viewing it through the lens of
for the exit polls, which are coming in, and I got to give the grain of salt caveat, which is these numbers don't get finalized until closer to Thanksgiving, right? So we don't want to overread into them, but they are an indication of where things stand. And what I'm looking at, given that polls are just closed now in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at Vice President Kamala Harris. She is winning younger voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning younger voters in Michigan, 51% to 46%. And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47% now. That's a double-digit increase from where he was 4 years ago. It's a similar story in Michigan, and I will also tell you it is a similar story in Pennsylvania as well. You see the Michigan numbers here. Similar story in Pennsylvania as well when it comes to young voters. Now, we've been doing a lot of counterpoint tonight, so let me fill you in as I walk back to the desk. One of the counterpoints here is in Michigan and Wisconsin, Vice President Harris is doing better with older voters than she was relative to 2020. So there's some interesting dynamics at play. What's interesting is we saw Brian Schwartz in Arizona on the campus of Arizona State University, which gives me personal pain as a professor at the University of Arizona. But I mean, he may be at ground zero with this very thing that exit poll is showing, which is young voters, young male voters, which the Trump campaign worked very hard to turn out, are responding accordingly. Someone was talking about this Joe Rogan podcast. Can't say I'm a regular listener to it, but he endorsed on the eve of the election, and that was extremely influential.
It could be very influential. I remember a couple of states you have said the administration who takes the most advantage of it, younger voters. You know, it was interesting. A lot of Democrats were very optimistic about some of the chances in some of the big Midwestern states for House, Senate, and the presidency, because unlike 2020, the Ann Arbor kids are going to go to Michigan this time in 2020. They voted in their home state. The Iowa City kids in Iowa, the Madison kids, and then this time they were all going to actually be in the battleground states.
They were home.
The pandemic, they were home, and were dispersed. Obviously, a big chunk of Michigan voters are from Michigan, University of Michigan, vote for Michigan, but there's quite a few that aren't. And Democrats thought that could be a secret weapon for them. If the young men are pulling for Trump, then it's not as much of an impact. Still, it's a massive everybody. But let's not. In fact, it may be bigger among young voters.
Young men and young women. And then we've seen as Laura Jarrett joins the table here, and I know you're looking into some of the legal issues, but also following ballot referenda, including the abortion measure that needed a 60% approval. It didn't quite get there, 57%, but went down to defeat in Florida. But to carry on this conversation, young women have been highly motivated by this issue of reproductive rights. Women of all ages motivated, young and old. And obviously, it didn't work in Florida, but the threshold was higher there. And they're still looking at a number of states, including places like Arizona, Missouri, Nebraska, South Dakota, all of which would change the right to an abortion to be enshrined in the Constitution, not something that you can take away easily. Once it's there, it can't just be wiped away when the change in legislature happens. And in those cases, it's a much different situation where you have to just get over a 50% threshold. And so it'll be interesting to see whether they can carry the ballot initiatives in those states, even if the former president is going to win. So we've seen these ballot measures, pro-abortion ballot measures, even in very red states, pass and sometimes pass with 56, 57% of the vote, which, by the way, is what they got in Florida. There's been a significant shift in the electorate if these exit polls bear out to what we see right now into how people feel about abortion rights and abortion access since 4 years ago. I would suspect it is entirely probably because of the overturning of Roe versus Wade. In 2020, 51% of people felt that abortion should be legal in all in those cases. You know what it is now? 66%. That is a significant jump.
Let me just quickly get back to this record. I believe we have another call to make. This is in the state of Mississippi. NBC News now projects that Donald Trump will take all 6 electoral votes and will win in Mississippi. There is the breakdown right now, 21,000 vote difference, 10% in, but again, Donald Trump the projected winner in Mississippi. Here's the map. Here's where it leads us. The road to 270. Donald Trump in front of 160. Kamala Harris now with
Expand the conversations in Andrews Townsend, former spokesperson to Kamala Harris. I wonder what you're seeing in these numbers. I see you have good sources inside the campaign. What do you hear?
Greetings, everyone. It's good to see you. So what I am hearing is that Democrats writ large in all of the battleground states, and I'm talking to party chairs, folks within the campaigns, but also the organizers on the ground, they're feeling encouraged by what they're seeing from college campuses specifically. In Wisconsin, for example, in the 3rd Congressional District, there are 2 large college campuses in that state. And there's one individual in Wisconsin told me that they could flip a House district seat. In Philadelphia, the turnout in Philly specifically has surprised some Democrats. From in Baltimore, D.C., New York, there were buses that left early this morning. Strategists, organizers, even some donors, and they all went down and outdoors in Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia area, and Philadelphia suburbs. Well, the numbers coming out of places like Temple, a university where the lines were so long, people were standing in lines for 3 hours, college campus, they had to add more voting machines. They were not expecting that, Democrats particularly in Pennsylvania. So they're encouraged when I'm told by the raw data, it's from the raw data they're seeing. So they don't want to speak out of turn, but they feel all right.
Yeah, so what is worrying the Harris camp right now, looking at the other end of the West?
Well, the lines are very long, and they want people to stay in line, Lester. I'm told that actually in Pennsylvania specifically, celebrities are FaceTiming in to the people who are in line, encouraging them to stay in line. So the organizers are out there with the phones saying, "Hey, so and so is on the line." There are concerts actually happening. They are looking at Pennsylvania very closely, and it's at the time that the vice president spent in the state, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I think is also indicative of where they see some gaps. Also, obviously, DeKalb County, in Georgia, the lines, the polling locations were staying open longer because of the bomb threats that were happening there, and evacuations had to happen, encouraging people to know that it is safe to vote, stay in line, make your voice count. I think they want to ensure, they feel like that they can get out if people turn out to vote and stay in line.
So, thanks very much.
We want to turn to Garrett Hickey's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. And we just got the insights too from the Harris campaign. So what do you hear from the Trump campaign about what they're seeing in these battleground states in early going?
Savannah, the Trump campaign is very buoyed by what they've seen out of Wisconsin, specifically among black voters. They're pointing to our exit poll, which shows Donald Trump more than doubling his support among African Americans in Wisconsin. I cannot emphasize enough how much this has been an emphasis for the Trump campaign to try to improve their margins. They get blown out with African American voters in 2020. If they were able to move the percentage that they got from 8% to 10, 12, 15, in this case, based on these early exit polls, getting 20% in Wisconsin, that's the kind of thing that could make a huge difference in a race that might be decided by 15 or 20,000 votes in those states. They spend heavily on television, they spend heavily on African-American media, trying to find celebrity validators for Donald Trump, and particularly to reach out to young men. If Trump pulls this off tonight or in the days to come, those small changes at the margins in African-American men, I think, will be a huge part of the story.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, Washington, D.C. And how is the feeling there? What's the vibe?
Well, it's still a celebratory feel here right now. We're waiting for any particular data points that they can know if it's a good indication or not. The Harris campaign, individuals still watching behind closed doors. The vice president watching alongside family and friends tonight. A lot of the donors and other big supporters of the vice president at a hotel here in Washington, D.C. watching as well before they arrive here a little bit later this evening. I'll tell you some of the data points that they are pointing to right now as potentially some good indicators. One comes out of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, specifically as it relates to those 3 wards with the largest densities of Puerto Rican voters right now, that they say in those particular wards that they saw as of 5 o'clock, 3 hours before the polls closed, they had already reached the same number in terms of turnout as they had 4 years ago, which is to say that they believe that they are exceeding the numbers in the past. They think that's a good indication there. Fluctuating thought that Salone Sanders was just sharing a short time ago. I am hearing again about those college campuses right now, everywhere from Nevada, UNLV, all the way to a series of separate campuses in Philadelphia itself. Temple, one of them that they named Lehigh, Lafayette, elsewhere in the state as well. And she was talking about what is really key to the campaign right now in these sort of late evening hours, even after the polls have closed. They don't close if you are already in line. It's a message that we're sharing right now
FaceTiming in Jennifer Garner to be more among others to keep those folks alive.
All right. Here.
Someone was making a point a moment ago about they can keep them in line.
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner's on the other line talking to your mom. All right, and that's the strategy there. We've got a race to call here in Louisiana. No big surprise, but if you're filling out your map at home, you can have Louisiana there. Just 22% of the vote counted, but again, the margin expected to be rather large. So here's the map for those watching at home. The South, of course, reliably red for Donald Trump, and at this early hour, he is far out in front, really awake, those key battleground states. And I think we've got Tom over there talking the great state of Ohio, a former battleground.
Semi-battleground, right? We got exit poll data out of Ohio as well. 17 electoral votes, about 55% of the vote is in. Trump is on top by about 266,000 votes. I want you to remember that number. Write it down if you can. I know it's not a big number, 266,000. The reason why I want to highlight that difference because when we punch up Ohio here, so that's the spread, 287. It just changed. That's how fast voting data is coming in. Again, you know I'm not going to this. The remaining vote that's there. Again, here's the issue. The remaining votes in the Democratic counties like Franklin, which is Columbus, Cuyahoga, Cleveland. Look at the numbers here. In Cuyahoga, look how many votes are still out. 377,000. She's on top by 71%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden 4 years ago. 66%. So she's overperforming in Cuyahoga. There's still a lot of that vote that's out. Let's go down to Franklin County. It holds the capital of Ohio, Columbus. 68%. Overperforming there with about 60% of the vote that's in. And then again, 266,000 remaining. So just those two counties, we're talking about more than 500,000 votes. And that's way bigger than the spread for the entire state.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, we talk about some of her overperforming in those areas, but we expect Ohio likely goes red, but let's talk about the Senate race there. Because we have the control of Senate hanging in the balance right now, and it hangs on this Senate race.
Yeah.
Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, versus Sherrod Brown, the incumbent. What do you see?
Yeah, so look at this. Neck and neck, the difference here is 74,000. So what does that mean? That means the Republican in this race is underperforming Trump. There could be a split ticket issue. Again, way too early, 56% of the vote in. But look, the difference here is 74,000. Remember that number? I'm trying to remember. It was over 200,000. So that means that Trump is overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is still down, but again, remember, I told you, there's a lot of that vote that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm going to look in one more spot here. Let's get back to the president's race. In Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati, she's at 62%. Biden was at 57%. Again, look, this could be some of the early vote that's come in. It could be some of that blue mirage. Again, we're practicing. This is all early, but I'm going to get back over to you guys.
Yeah, so we got a projection in the state of Rhode Island. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Rhode Island. All the votes are counted for electoral votes for her. Here's where the breakdown is: 31,000 vote difference, 74% of the vote in. But again, Kamala Harris is projected winner there. Let's pull up the map. The road to 270. That brings Harris now to 34 electoral votes. Donald Trump still well out in front with 168. Remember, 270 is the prize that we're working our way toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the east. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk standing by to make more projections just ahead.
NBC News Daily is number one for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicky Lynn. I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Sinclair Salon.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters to home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for all economies. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? Well, needs to change for social media to be a safer place.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News 1.
Welcome back on this election night. The road to 270 to Donald Trump out front with 168 to 34 for Kamala Harris. Let's show you how we can characterize some of the states right now. These are states that haven't been called. Virginia, our characterization on those, it's too early to call. More than half the vote in there as well. Let's look at Ohio. We're speaking out when there 17 electoral votes, not considered to be a battleground nonetheless. So we're looking at that's too early to call right now. Also, Colorado, too early to call. Kamala Harris leading now with over 100,000 votes. In Iowa, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, that is too early to call it as well. Let's go over to Tom Yanis right now, who can give us a little bit of breakdown on the path to 270. Clearly, at this point, they're both wide open.
Yeah, still very early so far. No big surprises. If you're watching at home, you can find your state here. We've already given some. We've projected some states for former President Trump, some for the vice president, and still so many, the bulk of states right there in the middle, and still so many people still voting along the West Coast in places like Hawaii and Alaska as well. Let's remind you and walk you through the paths that each candidate hopes to take to get to the White House. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll put her in here, get to 2024. This is the predetermined map. How about the states voted in 2020 and then the 7 battlegrounds that will be decided tonight? So her easiest path is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. If she can do that, she gets to 270. If she's having a very rough night and she loses Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, loses Wisconsin, she has other paths, but she does have a Sun Belt path where if she can flip North Carolina, hold Georgia, hold Arizona, and get Nevada, hold it once again, she gets her as well. That path though, would give Democrats hard complications. As far as former President Trump, his easiest route is think of the east side. He holds Pennsylvania. He flips Pennsylvania. He holds North Carolina. He flips Georgia back. He gets to 270. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He has to break through the blue wall. That's the main difference between his path and the vice president's path. There's a path for her, even though she's in any of these 3 big Midwest states. But for him, he has to win one of them. If he wins Michigan and he flips North Carolina, holds Georgia, he can win any of these 2 out west, either Nevada or Arizona, put him over the top. But if he can only win Wisconsin, I'm going to take Nevada away. He has to win Arizona to get to 272. So you can see it's going to be a long night for us, but every state sort of leads to a domino effect, if you will. And that's one reason why we were watching Ohio, because if he were not to win a state like Ohio, which is one of the last presidential elections, his whole not change. Back to you.
Right now, so far tonight, we haven't had any big shockers. But let's talk about Pennsylvania. There's a reason that the campaign spent more money there, spent more time there. It may well, at the end of this week, or perhaps it'll be Saturday morning, like the 23rd, it will all come down to Pennsylvania. It very well could come down to Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. It is the biggest battleground prize out there. And part of why we're watching states like Ohio, like North Carolina as well, particularly the suburbs, is to test how those counties, those couple counties in Pennsylvania might go. Remember, President Biden won Pennsylvania not because he won the Philadelphia County area, but because he was able to really drive up the vote among white working class voters in those college counties. One more point, just to mention, if we watch all of these returns come in, when President Biden is at the top of the ticket, a state like North Carolina was out of reach for Democrats. The fact that we're talking about it right now, the fact that there's been so much play in North Carolina, that President Trump spent so much time there in recent days,
we getting any read there?
Well, listen, it's going to be something that matters, right? Because you saw that a minute ago, the American population in largely Wayne County, it's only about 2% of the population, but it could be potentially significant here. You saw Vice President Harris, and she was on the campaign trail just in the last few days here, begin her rally speech, one of them in Michigan, by referencing, of course, Israel, Gaza, what was happening. She doesn't typically start off her campaign speeches or stump speech.
But she's been speckled at times.
That's right. She has again and again, she has faced down protesters. Although she typically says something along the lines of, you have a right to be heard, so do I, and I'm speaking now, which is a line that she's become sort of known for at this point. But the other piece of this, too, when you look at this, Michigan is a place that's going to be critical for her, as Tom has just laid out in the map. It is also the place where she started this shift in the last few days on her closing argument, moving away from this idea that Donald Trump was sort of looming large as this threat to democracy, this ominous shadow hanging over America, and shifting away from saying his name at all, calling him the other guy, trying to make him seem small, unserious.
All right, we have another call today, but this is a pretty big one in the state of New York. That these are necessarily correct, but NBC News projects that New York will, Kamala Harris will is the projected winner. I'll get this, projected winner in New York, and there you see the vote difference, 845,000, 33%. And here's the map to show us where we are on that road to 270. That's Donald Trump out front with 168. Harris with 62.
Let's continue this conversation about Michigan, about young voters, because this issue that you raised, Gaza, Israel, this is a very important issue. We make young voters, but there are many students, and we see Kamala Harris struggling with that. We've seen ads by the third-party groups in Michigan trying to bring up that kind of dissent that is going on. It's very interesting. In the primary, there was an uncommitted vote, sort of a protest vote against President Biden. 100,000 people voted uncommitted in the primary. The margin in 2020 was 154,000. So this is a constituency that very much matters. Absolutely. And with young voters right now, we just had you brought this up on the data wall a little bit ago. Trump is leading young voters. And again, that gender gap is playing out right here. It's large with voters under 30. And 59% going for Trump, 39% going for Harris. Women, 54% Harris, 44% Trump. He's continuing to close those markets. The other thing that's interesting about Michigan, of course, there's 52,000 person campus, University of Michigan. Back in 2016, Trump only won by about 11,000 votes. On that campus, actually anecdotally heard students energized other students by saying, if only a fifth more of this campus were to have come out, it could have made a difference. So what does that look like right now? Who does that make it better on those campuses if we start to see the margins speaking away? And this is really back in 2016, so I had a year in 2016. Hillary Clinton, when she did the post-mortem of her campaign, the criticism was she didn't spend enough time in Michigan. And so what we've seen from the Harris campaign is she has been there. And Trump has sort of been there as well. He closed out his campaign there. And so the Democrats have tried to learn from the mistakes of the past. Trump has been very focused on that area as well, because he knows he's got just to demonstrate how complicated politics is. Harris is on defense to a certain extent over the stance with Gaza and Israel, the Biden administration stance in Michigan, but then also losing some of the Jewish votes, for example, in Pennsylvania and Florida. We've heard about that anecdotally as well. Let's about the top of the hour. We can do some race checks here. We mentioned Michigan. Well, let's put up there. Let's move in terms of the results, and the votes are being counted. In Michigan, one of those key Midwest battlegrounds, it is too early to call. That's just about a little over 10% of the vote, but now you've got an eye on what we've got there. Arizona polls was close to half hour. A vote way too early to call there. It may well be days before we're able to call that one. Wisconsin, another in the industrial Midwest, too early to call. Just starting to get the votes counted. Pennsylvania, down if you've heard it before, it may all come down to Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call. We're about 30% of the vote there. North Carolina, also too early to call this hour. And staying down south in the Sun Belt state of Georgia, which President Biden carried 4 years ago, and former President Trump badly wants to get back into that red column. That is too close to call at this hour. So here is the road to 270. That is the magic number that the candidate needs to win the White House, and that is where we are in the early going at this hour.
I always wondered what it looks like from the other side, from the candidates, when you're doing the same thing we are, essentially, pulling up these numbers, trying to read through them, trying to figure out where you can be optimistic, but you don't have the pressure of people looking at.
You want to find fact alert? You love it. The last election was decided in 4 states by approximately 80,000 voters. You could fit those voters into Cowboy Stadium. Let me tell you how much that is. That's going to be very mad at me. I tried.
You put the next meeting you want.
You said about the link. Yeah, I do. And this is a more broad look at the issues that voters say are important to them. We're talking about some of these issues in these key battleground states. Actually, we saw something really interesting here, right? We saw consistently in public polling over the course of months, it's economy, inflation, cost of living that voters said over and over again was the most important issue to them. But look at this electorate. From our exit polls that we're seeing now, again, this could shift a little bit. These numbers could still change a bit as more waves of information come in. But look at what's number one. 34% of voters say the state of democracy is the most important issue to them. With a little asterisk next to that, we're going to talk about that more in just a second. Second here, 31% of voters say the economy is the most important issue to them. That is typically what we would see in other elections of what we've seen in the past. I would also know that just because a candidate leads on the top issue doesn't mean that they would win the election. Abortion is right there at 14%. Immigration trailing at 11%. And why do I bring that up? That was key to former President Trump's polls. When you look at the vote breaks for this, which
I think they're both corrupt. I don't really care.
When they said this was their top issue, on state of democracy, voters broke.
I got what?
For Kamala Harris. So she leads on that issue. More people who said that democracy was their most important thing backed Kamala Harris than did Donald Trump. She's also leading on abortion as well. It's the flip when you look at economy and immigration. More people who said that the economy or immigration were their most important issue backed former President Trump. That is not altogether shocking, right? Those issues, economy, inflation, immigration, it largely tracks with what we've been seeing over the course of many months since Kamala Harris got into this race in public polling. But here's what's interesting. I'm going to walk back to the desk with you to talk through some of these democracy issues here. This is a funny question, state of democracy, because there are Republicans who believe that the state of democracy is an existential threat, largely because of the election fraud lies that Donald Trump talks about. There are Democrats who believe that the state of democracy is under threat because former President Trump himself, if he were to be back in office. So this is a tricky one. It's not like it cuts obviously one way or the other. So there's
you know that question's coming when you have an unpopular incumbent. We're going to go to NBC Sam Brock. He's in Asheville, North Carolina, where I understand the counting is wrapping up. What are you hearing?
So now that it's done, look ahead and fresh off the press is right here from Buncombe County. The official results are in. First of all, we had a 73.69% turnout, which is almost their record high of 78 back in 2020. But considering everything that happened in Western North Carolina about a month ago, this is extraordinary, and the results are almost exactly the same as they were 4 years ago as well. It was 60 to 38 in favor of Kamala Harris for this county, which is about 140,000 votes. It was 59-38 back in 2020. This was not, however, your grandmother's democracy process being sort of a fly on the wall to watch all this happen. Walk with me here for a second. So these are the tabulations that came out. These receipts, guys, were so long. They were strewn across this entire table. I watched this before. Went through line item by line item to authenticate it for the unofficial results. There's basically a caravan of cars that comes in. They're all holding from each of the 80 precincts these big orange cases that have flash drives in them. Bobby, who I'm told has been here with Buncombe County for generations, a 70-something-year-old woman, takes the flash drive out, comes in here and brings it into this room. In the room, it's unencrypted. And so they actually get the data up there and they upload it directly to the county site and then to the state site from this room. And all the data votes get tabulated over these machines. Fascinating to watch. It is actually now done. Let me sit back.
All right, Sam, thank you very much for that projection. I tell you about the state of Illinois. Kamala Harris, as expected, takes it. So that's a Midwest poll for Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Let's look at the breakdown here. Half the vote in, and it looks like it will be an easy victory as expected. And so we can fill out one more state on our road to 270 map. The state of Illinois going to Kamala Harris. Let's go to Tom Yamas here in North Carolina, where we just heard straight from the horse's mouth. Buncombe County right there, Asheville. There's been so much with Hurricane Helene and Sam Brock had the poll results in his hot little hand.
But when you call him a horse, that's like, I really appreciate that word. Sands a tall drip of water.
Hurricane Helene counties. We can show you the ones that were affected by the floods. Let me go, hold on one second, here we go. So these were all the counties, the 13 counties that were affected by the floods, where people could vote in other parts of the state if they weren't able to vote in their home county. It's interesting, I was going through the numbers. It doesn't look like there's any kind of drop off there. That's actually better news for the president because there are more Trump voters out there in the western part of the state, with the exception of the blue dots like Asheville, places like that. Here's where a lot of the vote is still out: Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Look, Trump is on top right now statewide. Mecklenburg is the place where Democrats want to keep going back to Mecklenburg. We're talking about North Carolina. This is Charlotte and then the surrounding suburbs. They need to drive up the vote here. It is majority minority county. Hispanics and African Americans, they have to drive up the numbers here. When they lose races like Senate races, it's because the turnout is not where it needs to be in Charlotte. So not enough vote there. But the good news is there is vote in other places. Wake County, this is the capital, Raleigh, part of the Research Triangle. You can see Kamala Harris slightly overperforming President Biden with 76% of the vote. Oops, that was a mistake. Let me go back to North Carolina here. Here we go. Okay. Right over here, Durham, this is where Duke University is. 85% of the vote is in. 81%, let's see how she gets compared to Biden. Slightly overperforming there, and just over where UNC Chapel Hill is. Slightly overperforming there. Here's one thing, though, that Republicans have something to possibly celebrate. This is Nash County. This is Governor Roy Cooper's county. This is where he's from. It's sandwiched between Raleigh, Wake County, and the North Carolina Black Belt, where you have those counties with high percentage of African American voters. It usually, almost always in the last few elections, has picked the winner. 2012 Obama, Trump flips it. Biden, it didn't go with Biden in 2020. That was the correct pick. But today, Trump is on top, and you can see that's good news for him, considering that Biden took it in 2020. We're also watching New Hanover. This is Wilmington. You have a lot of people who have moved to the east coast of North Carolina, the coastal communities here. Only 5% in, but this is also one of those counties that has always picked the winner in North Carolina. Not enough voting to even compare it. I do want to talk about the Triad. This is, again, sometimes the forgotten metro area, but huge population center for North Carolina. A lot of historically black universities are here as well. Greensboro, Guilford County, 55% in. Let's see how she's doing compared to Biden. Look, she's holding her marks, so this is pretty good. I want to see how Trump's doing, though, in some of the rural counties where he has to drive up the vote. Robeson, look, only 22% in. He's overperforming there. I want to go a little closer to Charlotte. Union County seems to be doing okay. Again, this is along the southern border, right above South Carolina. Seems to be holding his own. Anson, 92% in. This is actually a big flip. Let me see how this looked like in 2016. So this is interesting. Clinton won in 16, Biden won in 2020 with 92% of the vote in. Trump is on top right now. Again, not a large county you're going to see. There's only about 10,000 votes here. But we're kind of looking at the tea leaves and seeing where everything's at so far. Again, statewide, 63% in. This is the only battleground state that Trump won in 2020. That's why we're watching it so close. It was very close. It was the slimmest margin. 63% of the vote is in. We're still watching and waiting here in North Carolina. As soon as we can make a call, again, too early, you know we're going to project the guys.
Yeah, a little something for everybody. And we're putting on earlier rating for. We got a couple of results to read to you right now. These are ballot measures. We saw the abortion measure go down to defeat in Florida. It had a 60% threshold in New York. It passes easily. 71% of the vote is the margin there. We'll go to Maryland. There was also an abortion rights measure, and that easily passes as well. Both of those blue states. So it's a pretty large area into this conversation because we do have 10 states that have these ballot measures, and obviously Democrats have hoped that would help their fortunes, and especially in these battleground states.
New York, obviously, not a place where people think of abortion rights under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion. It had to do with anti-discrimination principles more generally. Reproductive health care is part of that, but it was also about pregnancy and the like. And so that's why it was even on the ballot in a place like New York. When you think about a place like South Dakota, a completely different story. We still have to wait to see what happens there. Arizona, a different story. Missouri, we still don't have enough in to be able to make a call there. And
forgive me, let's see if the brain's still working here.
You got a big show.
This is a late night for the Today Show. But Nebraska has two measures, doesn't it?
It does.
4, 1 again.
1 for, 1 against. And so we'll see how that.
So which one wins? The one with the Rocco.
The one that has the one that has the majority, but we don't have enough in to make a call.
And of course, there's been other states that went this road prior to tonight.
Many states that went this road and have been able to reach the threshold to pass the bill. So that's why the Florida situation was interesting. Obviously, as we've been discussing, different because of the threshold there. But you think about places like Michigan, places like Ohio had managed to get it through.
We have another presidential projection here we can put up on the screen here. as you see it, NBC News predicts Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio with 17 electoral votes. There's the breakdown. 41,000 votes, which 64% of the vote in Ohio. Yeah, Donald Trump.
I don't know. I'm kind of suspicious.
Arizona Texas, the road to 270. Donald Trump out front with 185 electoral votes. Harris with 81.
All right, let's go to Savannah Sellers. We always need not one, but two Savannahs sitting at the desk at any time, if possible. Savannah, you've been looking a lot into the youth vote. We were just talking about abortion, and for young women, that obviously is a galvanizing issue for many of them. It certainly is. For young women, it is their top issue, and that's where we're really seeing a huge gender divide. Also, for young women, 42% saying it is their top issue, to just 10% of men saying that it's their top issue. When you talk about men, it's what you guys were mentioning earlier, the threats to democracy is up there, as well as the economy. There are certain states, too, where we are seeing, I know we just were talking about North Carolina a moment ago, where we are seeing Trump improve specifically with that young men under 30. In North Carolina, and I just said this a little bit ago, 60% said they supported him, that's up to 42% that voted for him back in 2020. So continuing to watch that. Abortion was also one where I saw a lot of activation on those college campuses all over the state of North Carolina. Not just talking about getting out to vote for the presidential ticket, but that being attached to it. Of course, with the issue being attached to Harris in Michigan, as well as in Arizona. Arizona's an interesting one, though, because, of course, as I'm talking to the expert when it comes to Arizona, but the state of ASU.
We're going to check out a second of the blue wall here in recharacterization in the state of Wisconsin. Decision desk now calling it too close to call. You can see Kamala Harris out front right now. 23% of the vote in America is too close to call in Wisconsin. Our election night coverage continues next with another batch of poll closings, including a critical swing state. We hope you can stay with us.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
All right, as we come out of the commercial break, a new characterization here in Pennsylvania. Our decision desk now calling this race too close to call. Kamala Harris leading right now with 34%, but again, too close to call. We also have a new characterization on the state of Michigan, with 15 electoral votes. That will also go down to the too close to call column. These aren't surprises. These are states that we thought would keep us up late, and they will.
And they will. They'll live up to their billing. We're also watching key Senate races, key House races. The balance of power at both houses of Congress are hanging in the balance. We've got Kristen Walker keeping an eye on some of those results.
Yes, and some of these races are incredibly close as well. Let's take a look. We're going to start in Wisconsin. This is one of those races where Senator Tammy Baldwin, looking for a third term, was out front several weeks ago, but the polls really narrowed, and here we are this race, too close to call. She's running against Eric Huffey, who is a real estate executive and bank CEO. Let's go to Pennsylvania now. The Pennsylvania Senate race, incredibly competitive. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Trump-backed businessman Dave McCord. Again, this race still too close to call with 34% of the vote in. Let's head to Texas now. Colin Allred, former NFL star, making this a more competitive race than anticipated in Red, Texas. Senator Ted Cruz looking for re-election there. We'll continue to watch that. And the Senate race in Ohio, too early to call. Again, this is too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a fourth term against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look at how the spread is in the Senate. Republicans, again, have picked up one seat with Governor Jim Justice winning that Senate seat there after Senator Joe Manchin announced he wasn't running for re-election. The Ohio Senate race really significant, as I mentioned.
We've got the Kansas presidential race. Donald Trump is a projected winner in Kansas now. Let's see where that brings us. Here's the breakdown right now. 31,000 vote difference, but again, Donald Trump will win there. Let's take you to the map and see where we are on the road to 270. Donald Trump with 191, Kamala Harris 81 electoral votes. And we also want to go back and revisit, I think we have Michigan and Pennsylvania, I think, both too early to call.
Too close to call. We'll pause there and let some of our other stations catch up with us as we show you the road to 270. The map filling out, but we've got a lot of work to do.
All right, welcome back. Here is where we stand right now on the road to 270. The map is slowly filling in. I think we're still at 6 of 7 battlegrounds. We've seen the polls close right now, so we're kind of in a waiting game. Actually, we have Kansas now. We can make a call. NBC News projects the state of Kansas will go to Donald Trump with 6 electoral votes. There's a half an hour to 270, and we have that to the group. And Donald Trump out with 191 now. Harris is 81.
You mentioned we have 6 of 7 presidential battlegrounds to get to. Nevada will close here at the top of the hour. But let's look at Michigan, too close to call right now, just 15% in. What could be up all night and perhaps beyond Michigan and get out late the next day in 2020. Pennsylvania, I need to remind you, we were here till Saturday waiting for its results, but officials think they will be able to move a little bit more quickly, but at this hour, it's much too close to call. A tight race there, difference of 48,000 votes. We'll see how that shakes out. From 9:53, we've got more polls set to close soon. Canada's hoping to strike gold in the silver state, Nevada, rolling their dice. We're heading into the final stretch. More poll closings across the West, including another battleground state.
Nevada, and its 6 electoral college votes could be critical. Nevada, get out and vote.
Nevada, Alex, is a fight.
Both sides going all in, trying to win the state by targeting its large population of service workers.
No tax on it. We will continue our fight and eliminate taxes on tips.
We're moments away from the first results from Las Vegas and the rest of the state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. And that brings us to NBC's Steve Patterson, who's in Reno, the biggest little city in America, and it's Swing County there. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Savannah. I have some bad news if you like to sleep in the state. We're maybe about 5 minutes before the polls close. We'll do that. And I say that because the lines are still ridiculously long. I'm in Rothschild County, as you mentioned, in Reno. It's the Rothschild County complex. It's like we're on the government side of the county clerk's office. You come this way, you see this line snakes beyond the county recorder. That county recorder means you have 40 minutes to go left if you reach this point. Meanwhile, though, we're hearing about lines that continue to be on all across the state. Some of that. There's a place called Not County where we're hearing lines go up to 3 hours long that don't have enough machines for people in that county. What that means is, unfortunately, because they cannot really release the data on
voted, some of the returns until the last person in line across the state has voted, it means numbers are going to be very slow. They can obviously tabulate sort of in person, they can tabulate the early voting, they can tabulate the mail-in ballot, but they can't release any of that data until the last person has left the line. Which means it's going to be a lot more costly for people that are trying to watch the vote. Also, one thing to keep track of, the nonpartisan. That's the reason why we're on Washington time. This is an incredibly hopeful time. People vote the issues, they vote their feelings. They don't vote party line, which leads us to talk about nonpartisan. Is a third of the electorate in this state, higher share than Republicans, higher share than Democrats. These folks, we're not sure which way they're going to vote, which has been confounding pundits. And it's been really tough for people trying to read the tea leaves of what exactly the numbers mean. I've spoken to both campaigns in the state. Both seem to think that they have a Trojan horse because Democrats seem to think that nonpartisans are younger and more racially diverse. Republicans seem to think that they're going to skew more conservative. And so we will see, but unfortunately, I think not anytime soon. It could be a minute before we get any sort of results here in San Jose.
All right. Well, Steve, stand by. Nobody speaks in Las Vegas, maybe not in Reno either. We know you won't be speaking tonight. Tom, let's look at Nevada. This is a state that Republican fortunes have risen since the last presidential election.
Yeah, you're completely right. They have Republican governor there. Let's talk about Nevada here. Right now, don't vote in. Obviously, it's still too early for us to even start to get data in right here. But it's been 2020. Both elections, both in 2020 and 2016, the winner were Democrats. Clinton in 2016, obviously, and Biden in 2020. The spread there was only 2 percentage points, a little over 2 percentage points. That's why it's a battleground for us. It's one of the reasons why we're watching tonight. I'm going to give you a primer on Nevada. What you have to understand is a lot of Nevada is Clark County. It's Las Vegas here. This is 3/4 of the electorate here. If Democrats can turn out their voters here, there is no way that Republicans can catch up. Between Las Vegas and Reno, which is Rothschild County, this is the battleground county here. About 15% of the vote here. The voting in Washoe actually is more reflective of the entire state, much more than Las Vegas is. It's reflective because it's a mix of both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats have been able to hold Washoe County for a couple of elections now. If they can hold it tonight and do well in Las Vegas, it's game over there. But look at all this Trump country in the middle. It's not a lot of people, but it is rural desert, with the exception of Elko. You have some population centers there, and this is where Trump hopes to run the store. Something else we have to understand, I'm going to zoom out a little bit about Nevada, is that you have people from Northern California who have been moving since the pandemic into Reno, right? And then Southern California moving to Las Vegas. People from California find it more affordable. They find it that they can get more for their money. Because of that, housing prices have gone up. So the economy and housing prices are a huge issue in Nevada. And finally, the last point I want to bring up here is that the unemployment rate right now in Nevada is over 5%. It's the highest of any state in the entire country. So the economy is going to be huge here. And you got to remember, Trump came out with this plan about no tax on tips. You have all those service workers, the service unions here in Las Vegas. Democrats quickly adopted that plan because they knew it was a good idea. Unclear if it's ever going to become law, if they can even do that. But it was a plan that caught a lot of attention in Nevada.
And I think Eric Sonson was talking to his place here because I think in Nevada, and I can economy, right? You talked about the Republican governor, that's been largely driven by anger over pandemic shutdowns on the strip, etc. No tax on tips. I'll also tell you another number. I think it's $3.80, just about $3.79. That's the price of a gallon of gas in Nevada, the highest of any battleground state. The economy is a big factor in this state, as are the Latino population, of course, and that's another factor. Democrats have a big registration advantage, but that's all that disappeared. And as you mentioned, a Republican won statewide office to governor's race in 2022. It's also one of these states with an abortion ballot initiative as well, and the state that the Trump campaign believes you could see some ticket squares. And it's a competitive Senate race in Nevada as well. You talked about the fact that some of these Senate races, if you rewind about a month ago, weren't so competitive. It is incredibly tight. So here's actually rose in much further.
The way so far the Donald Trump versus Harris, this really is an indictment of the Democratic Party for the last 3 years. If you want to talk about Nevada in terms of administration, Republicans basically for the first 3 years of this presidential cycle just destroyed the Democratic voter registration. All across the country, the battleground states, Republican registration limit. The last 3 months, Democrats have done that. 3 years versus 3 months. So far, the 3 years has been significant for Trump.
All right, there's the countdown. We are waiting for another batch of closings, and this will bring us to Battle Beyond Nevada, which is our last battleground, not first the last to close the polls. NBC News can make a projection on the state of Utah. NBC projects that Donald Trump will win in Utah. I think those 7 electoral votes. And when we go further into the west of Montana, 4 electoral votes, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Montana. So here's the map, the road to 270. Donald Trump with 201, Harris with 81. That's the road to 270.
Let's put Nevada up on the map here. It is, as you might expect, too early to call. And if you remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while.
Oh, yes, we remember.
Oh, we remember. Triggered here. Okay, Pennsylvania, too close to call. I see that was a Saturday call as well in 2020. Michigan, too close to call. There, let's see how much we've gotten there this hour. Just 16%, so there's a lot of votes to be counted there. We'll move over to the states just nearby, Wisconsin, the other industrial Midwest battleground, 35% in there, making some progress, but too close to call. Georgia, too close to call, but we are getting to a much higher number. We can get down into the counties in just a bit. We're talking about this is right over there, North Carolina as well. Trying to count a little too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona, too close to call. That's another one that may take several days before we get results. So let's go to Tom, and I really, Pennsylvania, it may all hinge on Pennsylvania just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA, now I was not talking about Western PA, both Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the voting. Let's compare it to 2020. Slightly underperforming. That's good news for Harris, because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this, Butler County, you remember, that's where that first assassination took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look at the different places. Trump is on top, 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%, now 64, is essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking is a big issue here. Vice President Harris had changed her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how we get compared to 2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland, right next to here, it butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his votes were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Erie's the one that we're really watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. But we only have 1% in Erie County, but we'll be watching that. Let's move east now. I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick look around here. 2020, remember. So Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those wing counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers again. They're still winning on a lot of the vote. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties are going to report late. Malco, 28% in, 69% overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed out her final city right next to Governor Shapiro. Making sure people in Pennsylvania saw that. And now I want to talk on Bucks for a lot. I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of those smaller counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here. More votes would cross to some of those neighboring suburb areas, counties. They say Southern Bucks might be a little bit more Trump country. That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were. 24% in, 56% of the vote. Trump's going to have to try to run the vote a little bit here if he wants to do better. I'm going to look at one more area before I turn it to you guys. This is the swing pair. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania. This is Easton, this is Bethlehem, that's the whole Lehigh Valley area. The Biden's at 49. Harris is right there. Look, guys, it's tough to draw any kind of information on who's on top or who's really right now. Still too close to call. Trump's on top of only about 17,000 votes. You remember the spread of 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump in a major way. That could possibly be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania, because we're talking about 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote. Guys, back to you.
Can we talk a bit about the amount of money that is spent in some of these races? Looking at Pennsylvania, Biden Harris plus the DNC, $131.7 million.
Yes, $314 million overall. We added both campaigns together.
Rose State. I remember making a big deal like 12 years ago. We had $1 billion presidential campaign.
Is that so funny because it started out as a tie and now tonight we're ending up and it's a tie right now, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to be living the breathing Pennsylvania.
It's interesting though, what Tom just mentioned about the exit poll. And again, do your caveats, but to win the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania would be pretty huge because that's a big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially at least.
That's right. You're absolutely right. The Puerto Rican population in Pennsylvania, too, the most of any battlegrounds. So let's talk about where that is. I'm going to start with the national Latino vote here in Savannah. Love you for the grain of salt caveats. You know, because those polls could shift a little bit. But here's what's so interesting here. It is Kamala Harris, of course, the vice president, who's winning the Latino vote over former President Trump, 53% to 45%. This is nationwide. But the number that you want to look at is 45%. That is because of the overperformance of former President Trump nationally among the Latino vote. And you can see it here. He's 45% this year. 2020, I mean, this is a double-digit plus overperformance from where he was just 4 years ago. And if you get into some of these key battlegrounds, Tom mentioned Pennsylvania. We were just talking about Nevada, looking at my company, the polls feels like 7 minutes ago. It is a similar story here. If you can pull up Nevada, you can see Latino voters, about 17% of the electorate there. Votes for Kamala Harris, 48% to Trump, Donald Trump, 46%. But again, it's about overperformance. He is doing better with this group than he did 4 years ago. Again, by a double-digit margin over the course of 4 years. So as I walk back to the desk, I will tell you, this is something, and Chris and I know will back me up on this, because we've been talking to our sources on the Trump campaign. What did we hear again and again? That they thought they were going to overperform with Black and Latino voters, Latino men, an interesting and important story here tonight.
Well, bringing some of our insiders just right now. Jim Messina was campaign manager for President Obama's re-election in 2012. Jim, what are you seeing here right now? What are each of the sides telling themselves based on this guy?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Tom just showed the most important two counties that I'm following in Pennsylvania. The early vote in Alabama County, Pittsburgh. I'm better for Harris. Then you can Bucks County. When I was Obama's campaign manager, I was obsessed with Bucks County. And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's doing really well. We talked about the Latino vote. That was a very scary number for Harris campaign. That we wanted to do better. But the thing that we actually haven't talked enough about is really the senior vote. Kamala Harris is doing better with white seniors in the exit polls and some of the results that expect to rank but better than even Joe Biden. We'd rather have those much more high-propensity voters and a lot of a bigger overall number with those seniors. So those are three things that I'm seeing very early that make her campaign pretty active. But in general, Trump is way enough numbers in the world better than he did in 2020, which has to concern me personally.
We talk a lot about young men. And you're breaking for Trump. Like you saw the bag of hats, some of the long lines at universities.
Yeah.
Is that unexpected at the level of the lines you're seeing?
I think both sides have a bit of excitement. I talked to Harris officials in the last hour. He said, look at the lines in Penn State. Look at the lines in Arizona. Look at the lines in Philly, college campuses. They feel really good about their ground operation. They have the best ground operation person in American politics, and John Navarro is the chair, who's built $1 billion field campaign for this month. And they're really going for it on college campuses, and they kind of need it right now.
Jim Messina, good to see you. Thank you.
We've got a winner to announce that Kamala Harris takes Colorado as expected. It used to be about years and years ago, but it's really trended to the Democrats in the last couple of presidential cycles. And here's how it shakes out. 54% of the vote counted in Colorado. They vote by mail, and those ballots get to be counted quite quickly. So we see the Kamala Harris will take Colorado, so we can fill out the map just a little bit more as we lay out the road to 270 with those big battleground states. We have yet to call one of the battleground states for Kamala Harris. Right now, our best bet remains those three industrial Midwest states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Donald Trump, flirting with Georgia and North Carolina, and perhaps Arizona and Nevada. It'll be a while before we get results there. We've got Garrett Haight, who's at Trump headquarters in West Palm. And Garrett, what's the move here? What are you hearing?
So I'm talking to Trump campaign officials, and look, we all know the cliche in election days where you hear campaign sources say they're feeling cautiously optimistic. What's happened in the last half hour is those sources have stopped using the word cautious to describe their optimism. They are feeling increasingly confident as more and more votes come in, despite the fact that no battlegrounds have been called, that their theory
of the case is being proven correct. And what I mean by that is the Trump campaign set out in the beginning of this race to expand the Republican Party. They needed to put away with their old coalition. They had to get more younger voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by school amounts to join their coalition. In the battleground states, they are seeing that happen. And if it does happen, it would mean a historic realignment of the parties. Now, again, none of these battlegrounds have been called, but with all the battleground states now closed, the voting is done, except for the folks who are waiting in line. They feel like there's not much else left for them to do but watch and wait in an increasingly optimistic atmosphere of both here in West Palm Beach and in Mar-a-Lago, where Trump and his closest allies, friends, and family are watching the results come in.
All right, thank you, Garrett.
All right, let's go with Peter Alexander now with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. What's the optimism level there tonight?
Well, I think there's certainly a level of anxiety, at least according to some of the Harris allies I've been speaking to for the last hour or so. One ally telling me that, just like the state of North Carolina, just fine. Democrats winning his efforts for United States governor that we were able to project a while back, but obviously not the same for Kamala Harris, at least not yet. That indicates that there's clearly some split ticket voters. There are some folks who will be voting for Josh Stein as governor, but then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have a projection already in that state right now. They say that is an indicator that gives some anxiety right now going forward. The North Carolina may not be a state that they're able to win. If that happens, and these are all ifs, it's all very early here, that does again shrink their path to victory to 270. They really all rely heavily on those blue wall states right now. And one of those key states, obviously, is Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of them all with 19 electoral votes. I spent many of the last several days up there, and I was in the urban centers where Harris campaign put a lot of its energy, including in Philadelphia, and particularly in places like Philadelphia, where they were sending buses up there, knock on doors to help swell the numbers, or really relying on big numbers in places like Philadelphia and the collar counties that surround it. They need to run up the numbers among some of those suburban women, in particular the suburbs more broadly right now in Philadelphia. So that's where a lot of them are hanging their hat, at least according to the allies I'm speaking to right now. We're going to keep a close eye on that as this night progresses.
All right, Peter Alexander, thanks very much. I think we have a call now in the Texas Senate race. NBC News projects that Ted Cruz will retain his seat again in Texas. Democrats have taken some big swings in recent years in Texas, but I know the campaign manager, Colin Allred, will come up short tonight in his bid to unseat Ted Cruz.
So Chuck on this, because Texas is the white whale for Democrats. Chuck Schumer, the Democrats campaign threw money in Texas with late in the game, thinking maybe they were going on their Texas stuff with very restrictive abortion ban, as we know.
The Democratic Party went way late into both of those two races. They were sent a signal to donors for a year and a half. We're not going to bother with Texas and Florida. They're too expensive to do, and they had too many incumbents who defended Ohio, Pennsylvania, all of that. Then they just kept hanging around. So they thought maybe raise money, but this is, you don't just flip it. We haven't seen any big flips. Very, you don't just show up at 3 weeks and years ago, magically things are going to happen. Smart as shit. How embedded, how nationalized our conversation is, how polarized we are. And this is a case where at some point, they're serious about Texas. For 4 years ago, what can't you do? And it's the same story we just talked about. And this is the difference. Again, I go back. The Republican Party for the last 4 years has been much more aggressive. That we're going to talk about it. The Trump campaign sweats it as much as because it works. They've had massive voter registration campaigns for the last 3 years. And it is out of them. It's what Texas works. People said this got stronger. I mean, that Latino voter in Texas. And you've got over 60% Latino men moving back in Texas towards the Republicans. That's realized. That is realized. And I think we had another Senate call to make the state of Maryland. NBC News projects that the Maryland Ranger also Bruce will win. There's Larry Hogan, former governor, difference 171,000 votes there.
And with the Senate at this hour, they picked up the Republicans picked up 1 seat. They need to pick up 2 to take control of the Senate. And the one hanging in the balance right now in terms of that are Ohio, Sherrod Brown, and the Texas.
the two who are Republicans that they're watching quite closely to see if they can flip those states. I do think it's notable when you think about the realignment that Trump is talking about. You think about the state of Pennsylvania, the Latino voters, the split, the fact that what Trump is running on, remember, is his first day in office to start a mass deportation plan. A lot of folks have asked him for details about what would that actually look like. He has not given them, but it is notable that he's increased his support based on what we're seeing so far amongst Latino voters. That is something that has resonated with them. Democrats making this unique play to try to win them back. And so far, based on what we're seeing to be working.
And yet the exit polling also shows that more people do not want to see immigrants deported if they're here illegally. They want to see passport illegal immigration, legal immigration, which is another nugget we got from the exit poll. So interesting dynamics at play. Let's go to Tommy Honestly. We've got the big board going and the state of Iowa, which is a big intrigue since a Saturday night surprise.
It was a huge question mark. If you woke up on Sunday and you watched Meet the Press with Kristen Welker, it was a huge headline, right? People woke up on Sunday and according to the unregistered poll, Harris was up by 3 points within the margin of error. The politics desk just pointed this out to me. Let's dig in because we have some voting data now. 45% of the vote is in, but let's look at Polk County. This is the biggest county for most people. This is Des Moines, the capital here. So she's on top, 55% to 43%. 94% of the votes in. But look at Trump's margins. Trump's actually doing better than he did in 2020. Let's go over here to another county, Dubuque County. 94% of votes in. Trump's at 52. Trump was at 50. So he's growing in both those districts, in both those counties, I should say. For Democrats to flip Iowa, he has to be doing worse in those counties. Again, look, there's still a lot of vote out. A lot of those have to come in. But this would be a shocker if Republicans lost Iowa. Remember, Trump won 98 of the 99 counties in the primary. And when you go back to elections past, he won by 8 points in 2020. He won by 9 points in 2016. So my point here being that if the trend was Iowa was going to turn blue, she has to be turning out the votes in Des Moines and other places, and right now that's not happening.
We have to have a call right now. Let's play the music here. Production.
What's up, baby? It's everybody's favorite rabbi here. I just want you all to know how much I appreciate being with you. If I could have been anywhere in the world, I would have been here with you all, watching history go down. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
You can see the breakdown there with about half the vote counted there. So there was this thought that perhaps because of the restrictive abortion ban that just went into effect in July, and with the highly respected pollster coming out, that perhaps there was going to be a way for independent women who could somehow turn this red state blue, that this was not to be child.
No, I mean, look, this is a miss because this looks exactly the line. There's a bunch of error frames there. So, look, she found something with older, independent women looking like they were choosing it. Certainly, we've seen some evidence of it in national polls that pointed to here or there. Look, I've seen it throughout the Midwest, but it's a point here and a point there. I don't know if it's enough to make up for the loss of voters of color that occurred, and that continues to me to be the big story of the night is the shift among Hispanics. Look, Hispanic voters are swing voters, and I think, with interesting years, the Republican Party treated them the same way they treated white working class voters. They quoted them the same way they treated white working class voters. The Democratic Party has spent a lot of time treating it as a protected group. Whether it's Latinx, which sort of fell flat. And so there's been a lot of hand wringing about this inside Democratic circles. A real split that it was a total mystery sort of by the postal strategists when it comes to how to target working class voters of color. And I think we're starting to see sort of a working class coalition start to drift to the right. Before Donald Trump had working class whites. Now he's adding working class Hispanics and working class, not necessarily seeing evidence of working class African Americans, but adding working class Hispanics, that becomes a very durable tool.
One of the ways saying that education, yeah.
Well, it's the same thing.
College educator or non-college educator.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education. Is it Donald Trump or is it the Republican Party? Or is it the Democratic Party? Okay, meaning I don't, it's the Democrat. It is, first of all, Latino voters in many ways address the same issues. And there's one issue, and in particular, actually, that Republicans are lining closer with Latino voters, or Latino voters are not closely with conservative voting. That's a good choice. And that has been, and you can't help but wonder, both Florida and Texas have been very aggressive about expanding school choice. Where have Republicans made the greatest gains among Hispanic voters? Florida and Texas. So education, the economy, those issues, bread and butter issues, and that is how they talk to them. I'm not saying Democrats won't, but the sort of the cultural issues don't play as well with Hispanic voters as they may with pink whites or
And listen, Trump campaign hammered some of those issues
over and over.
Over and over again. Take a break right here. Coming up next, things are heating up. The votes are rolling in. We've got the latest on the battleground states, and we're inching closer to that 270 mark. Stay with us. Election night rolls on. Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
No, what is involved?
We got important news this hour about your money, mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Network.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back to NBC News coverage of the road to 270 now. There's where things stand. Donald Trump out with 207. And we're able to make a projection characterization in Virginia. 13 electoral votes are too early to call that race in Virginia. We'll move to Nebraska right now. That race also too early to call. Less than half of the vote in, so still a ways to go there. We move to Minnesota. And Donald Trump and Kamala Harris right now. That's too early to call. Trump out to an early lead. Pennsylvania, this is one of the big battleground states, could be the biggest. 19 electoral votes, too close to call the characterization. Wisconsin, another battleground. Here's what it looks right now. Too close to call, a difference of fewer than 8,400 votes there right now, and 47% in, so more to count there as well.
Professor Tom Nelson is looking at Wisconsin. What do you see in these early numbers?
So, a quick reminder, when you think about Wisconsin, think of 20,000. That was the vote difference in both 2016 and 2020. That's what decided the vote. Trump won in 2016, Biden flipped it in 2020. Right now, 47% of the votes in. We want to dive a little deeper and look at some of these times. We're going to start with the biggest one, Milwaukee. Again, we're still waiting for a lot of the vote in Milwaukee. We're expecting this a little later in the night. 51% is in. Let's see how Harris is doing compared to Biden 4 years ago. She's down about 3 points, 3 or 4 points, 2 points, actually, I should say. But we're still waiting on the vote there. Let's go over to Madison. This is Dane County. This is where the University of Wisconsin is. This is one of the fastest growing areas of the state here. 75% for Biden in 2020. She's 2 points down, but again, 75% of the vote is still out. Let's talk about the Republicans now. We talk about the wild counties. These are the counties around Milwaukee. First one blocked the shot here. Trump's at 59.6. 77% of the vote is in. He's slightly underperforming by a percentage point or two. Let's go over here to the own route on Zaki. 55. He's at 54. So, slight change, but almost around the same margins. And then Washington doing much better. 50% of the vote is in. 49. He was at 68 in 2020. He's now up to 70. The other part where they do well, the other part of the state, in Green Bay, it's called the Bow. So, yes, it's the Bow counties and the Wow. I know that's pretty funny, but maybe it's not that funny. Anyways, Brown is Green Bay. 52%. He's up big time here, but again, only 33% of the vote is in, and there are a lot of Democratic votes in Green Bay as well. We're going to come down here to the Owen Bow Allegheny, 54-57. Again, he's overperforming them, and finally in Winnebago, 36%. I want to show two more counties you guys may have heard of, may not have. Racine, these are suburbs of Milwaukee, getting closer to Chicago. These were counties that Trump flipped from Obama and then compelled them 4 years later. 15% in, Trump is at 51.68. That's a strong number for him. We go to Kenosha, which has been in the headlines, especially after the George Floyd protests. 50% in 2020, 17% in. He's overperforming there. So if you're looking at Wisconsin right now, the Republicans have some sort of positivity here that they're looking at. Stark County is one of these counties that we watch that usually picks the winner of Wisconsin. Hawk is one, and Dorr is the other one. You've probably heard of Dorr if you've been following the political headlines lately. Data out of Dorr is a little skewed right now, so we're going to wait till the numbers get corrected there for right now. But Sauk County, we can look at 48% is in. Biden won this in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. 47-50. You can see Trump's overperforming there. But again, still a lot of the vote is out. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. And in case you're wondering, Sauk County, the International Clown Hall of Fame. So if you ever want to go down there, you're near Madison, try to go to Sauk.
She's in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. A lot of folks riding on Pennsylvania for the Harris campaign. What do you know?
Yeah, they certainly are. We are here in Philadelphia at the tabulation center. This is where they're going through all those mail-in ballots. And we've been noticing in recent weeks and months kind of lessons learned category from 4 years ago. And this place is a perfect example of some of those lessons that have been learned. You may remember in 2020, the tabulation of the mail-in ballots in Philadelphia took place in downtown Philadelphia. And it was basically chaos. Now, they're in this entirely new building. It's secured by a fence with barbed wire, and they're doing tabulation inside. They're actually not allowed inside, but it's going on as we speak right now. And one of the unknowns back in 2020, at the end of the night, was just how many mail-in ballots are there out there? We don't know. Well, tonight, right before midnight, we're going to get a briefing here from the city commissioner, from Secretary. He's going to tell us how many of those mail-in ballots from Philadelphia have been processed and how many they have yet to process, to get an idea of how much more time it is going to take. All of that, more transparency, this more security, so things go much more smoothly. So that.
All right, thank you, Stephanie.
Back with our panel and guests, former Missouri Democratic Senator Carmen Castro and Mark Water, former Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 2020 campaign. Good to have you both back. How's the bull looking right now?
Well, you know what? I just got to say, with the exception of Braves and Sasser and her poll in Iowa, where clearly she did not get it right, it looks like the Bulls have got it right in this election because I'm looking at these blue walls. If you look at Berks County, Harris is underperforming. You look at Lancaster County, she's overperforming. It's going to be razor close. I don't think there's any question. Now, what we're going to have to figure out is, do we have a country where election can be close and people can accept the results? That's the question that I'm beginning to worry about. That if these are all really close and they go the way of Donald Trump, I don't think there'll be any problem.
Well, Mark, we live in a 50-50 world. We do. We really do. It's not going to stop after Wednesday or beyond.
No, and one thing I'll say I'm looking at right now is Philadelphia itself. Because while Kamala Harris has her margin, the numbers aren't there. She's about 2 points behind right now of where Joe Biden was. But there's a 471,000 votes.
No, that's fancy.
Offset the rule there. Right now, it's 50% of the voting. The last time
How you living, man? Oh, just one moment. I can hear you. Yes. Hold on. I'll be able to fix it. Just one moment. Okay. Hi, how are you? Oh, yeah. You want to mute that one over there. Okay. Good to know. Oh, absolutely. So let me do this. Actually, let me mute this. Let's not come back. Let me see what's better. If not, I'll just restart the device. Just move. All right. Any better? Oh, it is better? Okay, there we go. All right. So it's election day. We're watching, as you can see. I'll adjust it a little bit so you can see it better just for a moment. And I will tell you this. So also, the big one, I'm going to be honest with you, if you want to be in something really interesting, Harry Potter Obama Sabatino has a Twitter space going right now that's phenomenal. So I'm listening to that as well, and I completely understand if you go to that. But they don't have the ability to watch. So what are we doing? We're watching it. I'll tell you this, man, 4 years ago, I mean, I don't want to say it's my first video, because I do have like at least one video before that, but it was like the first time I remember just saying, I can't believe that I wasn't born 1 month earlier, because if I were, I could run against these two clowns. But at the time, I was 34 in 11 months. So, as were you. So, I can tell you, like, when that happened, I remember texting my friend, and it was election night. I mean, I followed it all the way to like midnight, and which is like 3 o'clock Eastern. And they were calling this motherfucker for Trump, and I could not believe it. And I had hit the pillow, and I woke in the morning, and it was completely different. And so the way that these guys are talking tonight, it's the same thing. It's like, oh, it looks like Trump might run away with this. Not run away, but like win, and ever over until when Fat Lady sings. So it's going to be an interesting night, I think. Are we? Yes, dude, good job getting catch me and see that. That's really good. All right, so here we go. I'm going to hit play.
she's on pace.
Guy Lotus is my new friend. I met them yesterday. Cascade is my longtime friend. I've known Cascade for like over a year now. And in one way or another, we've become closer as the year has gone. But yeah, I met Guy Lotus last night. We're watching the election coverage. Oh, I didn't even turn on the camera. Last night, they did another concert. Oh, Cascade, I should have told you. Last night I did a concert for like 25 people. It was huge. And that's amazing. I could do another one tonight, but I don't want to do it. I want to watch the election. That's important to me. And but that's really good. But like, and then when I typed in there today, they're like, "Oh, go Rabbi's here. Oh, how you doing? What? How's your life going?" It's like, "Oh, okay, I have some friends in here. That's really great." And I did this thing where I had at least 3 different cameras going at once, and then I fucking out. I sang 90s of comedic hits like the Wallflowers and the Party App and like Connie Crows and stuff, and then Dave Matthews Band. And then, so I sang that for 3 hours. And Soph came in here. And when Soph comes in here, the perfect opportunity. I mean, she at least listens to me. So I'm like, hey, do you mind? She likes to Frank Sinatra stuff. So then I sang Frank Sinatra for another 2.5 hours. So I sang for almost 6 hours yesterday, and my voice is surprisingly fine. So I'm uploading those bits. The audio wasn't perfect for the recording. I know in the future I'll be able to fix it perfect. But yeah, so you should know, like, I got people going to school. I go into this one Discord and just tell the people that your concert, they all show up. They're really cool. I'm very, very positive. Excellent. So it's an interesting strategy that I utilize. Like, I know that the sound's not perfect because that, but if the sound's perfect, then that means I get a copyright strike. So I need it to be like muffled. I need other sound going on at the same time in order to pull the algorithm. But yeah. Last night I just teed off on Sundar Pichai. He's the CEO of Alphabet. And I went to ChatGPT and I was like, please give me a list of all of the projects that Sundar Pichai has let fail under his leadership. And it's like Android Audio, Google Glass, Google Plus. It's like this list. I think a dozen of them. I mean, and I used them. It was like Google Inbox. It was Picasa. I mean, it just changed everything. And it's like, and I even like describe, like, when I used to look up how to make a sandwich, just as an example, how to make a sandwich. If I Google that right now, it's like a New York Times article saying how sandwiches are deadly. And then it's a CNN article saying that sandwiches in Azerbaijan are toxic. And then it's another article saying from Fox News saying that sandwiches cause obesity. It's like, no. I don't want any of those mainstream. Like, they're not telling me what I want. Then I use another search engine, and it's like a GeoCities website from 1999. And somebody's like, step 1, get your bread. Step 2, it's like exactly what I need. That's how search engines used to be. They used to work correctly. I just lay into this motherfucker because of any company, in my opinion, in the world that had an advantage on AI, it was Google. They had all their search results for like 20 years. ChatGPT should not be a thing. Truthfully, that should have been Google. And it isn't. So, and it just doesn't know how to market well. Google's AI was first known as like Lambda or Llama or something. Then it went to be called Bard. Now it's called Google Gemini. It's like, God, make up your fucking mind. It's been ChatGPT the whole time, and that's why people know what it is. And now ChatGPT is going to have perhaps the largest initial public offering of any company ever, and that could have been Google. Anyway, I love fucking laying into CEOs when I know that they're but there's like a portion of certain where I'm doing that, but it's a perfect example. Literally, you can watch me using YouTube, and it has like quality assurance. You can see I'm not doing this. It happens multiple times repeatedly, so it shows that they're not doing their due diligence. And normally, a CEO would never have to worry about this because no one's going to call him out. Well, as Eddie Craven, I call out CEOs and I make sure that they are aware. At least with Eddie, he was super cool. I mean, accepting my friend request, and he takes weekly interviews with his community, with the people on Kick, and he'll answer any question that you have. That is a CEO. That's a leader. I agree. So, with that, here we go.
So, that's if the current margins hold, then that's a projection. Should be about 450. And if we're down there in that right, right now it's about 190,000 vote difference with 50%.
It's early, but I mean, it seems like what we're gleaning from exit polls and other data is that the Trump campaign is overperforming, doing very well with Hispanic voters and young men. That Joe Rogan army appears to be real in a lot of these places that we've seen, right?
No, absolutely. I think they're very excited by that, and they also see that they're overperforming in rural areas. I think they're trying to cut their losses in the urban areas and in some of the suburbs. It's not always working. But I think in some of these key battleground spots, it's really going to happen.
But what are you hearing from the Democrats?
Well, first of all, I think there's a lot of people on the Democratic side that are paying a lot of attention to what's happening with Sherrod Brown and John Tester right now. Because the fact that it's been called for Trump, Montana,
and not just this year. I mean, going back, I go, I'm a believer.
And everybody needs to remember what Rothschild just said is true. It's a 50-50 country.
If voting changed anything, they'd make it illegal. And I think it could perhaps, I mean, been rigged for a long time. I mean, just, again, if they wanted to, if voting changed anything, they'd make it illegal. And, yeah. But there's still something that I fucking love about the whole country comes together for one day, sort of. Like, we fight about it, but it's like, this is the only voice that we have. And, man, it looks like that is going to be really important. And, look, I know that there's been a lot of transplants from California, but if you have the people who are, like, really bringing it down, they're still pretty conservative individuals. So there's, like, this strange mix of California and this, like, cowboy kind of culture that goes on in Las Vegas. So it'll be quite interesting to see.
Let's assume for purposes of this conversation that
definitely. I would say Las Vegas or any city in the United States, any city, is the most, I would even say, like, it's most diverse with the amount of different people that you get there because so few people are really from there. There's so many transplants. It's kind of like the how would I say, like the magic 8 ball of the United States. You shake it, you don't know what you're
that in fact they take the Senate. And let's assume for purposes that Trump wins the presidency. They're not going to have more than 51 votes in the Senate, maybe 52. And you have a couple of Republicans that are not all on board with some of the Trump stuff, like Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. You could actually have a situation where the Senate is frozen in either administration, depending on how it goes. So now's the time that I think that regardless of how this comes out, the leader of this country needs to realize it's time to quit dividing and trying to unite and figure out if we can't find ways to work together.
With the divided Senate and already the status quo, you know, if the Senate essentially tied with Democrats having control of the tie-breaking vote of Vice President Harris, we haven't even talked about the House massively because it would be weeks before we know, but Democrats are looking to take back control of the House. They only need to net out 4 seats, so those races will go. But once again, I mean, you just look at a country, to Lester's point, that is very divided, and this is what the pollsters were showing, and right now, so far, that is what the results are bearing out.
And I will say, you know, we're sitting here at 10:30 Eastern time. This is kind of a little bit of a strange moment. We have some data in, but not all. We have a lot of exit poll data in, but not a ton of vote count yet. We still have a ways to go. We haven't pulled a single key battleground state yet. So this is an interesting moment in the evening, and I think it bears having this conversation because when you look at the strategies for each of these campaigns, the vice president is very specific. She looked to once she got into the race not too long ago, she looked to cast Donald Trump as a danger to democracy, but she also looked to make the positive case for herself, and where she should get another 4 years. Her campaign spent so much time in places like Wisconsin. Think about that Ripon visit, the birthplace of the Republican Party, bringing out Liz Cheney, former Congresswoman on the Republican side. I think everybody knows who the Cheney family is. Trying to reach out to this tiny slice of people who aren't quite totally in their tribal borders. Former President Trump had to supercharge his base.
So it's so interesting because then you say it's a tiny number, and it is, but these were Haley voters, a lot of them. I mean, Kamala Harris went around with Liz Cheney, they went to all these guys, and in Arizona we saw, Jimmy McCain and some of these big names, former Republicans who were out there. She was trying to find those moms the suburban women who just had enough with Donald Trump.
Let me just pause the conversation very quickly because we have a call from that over. So in Nebraska, okay, this is NBC projects that 3 of the 5 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. 3 of 5 U.S. That takes me to Tom.
Irritated. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Again, so Nebraska, remember, they give out the electoral votes for the popular vote. Whoever wins the state, they also give them by congressional district. For what you just reported there, projecting one of the congressional districts, it's going to be District 3. It's going to go to Trump. There are 2 other congressional districts, 1 and 2, that we're still watching. Nebraska District 2, this is the big one that we've been watching. It's the swing district. The other one, Nebraska 1, usually goes red. We're still waiting on some vote there. It hasn't been called yet. But again, Nebraska 2 is the big one because if it came down to that 269 scenario, we would come here to Omaha. Nebraska District 2 is Omaha, which is Douglas County. It's also a neighboring conservative county, Saunders, and a little bit of Sarpy as well. I think we just can't call it. The difference is 22,000 votes. That's what the difference was in 2020 when Biden won the state. So Democrats are in good shape right now. It's unclear how much of the vote is out. Let me see if I can come back and see if we can get how much of the remaining vote is out in this state. We can't check it just yet. As soon as we have a call on Nebraska 2, we'll bring it to you. It's 1 electoral vote, but in a mixed-tied election, each electoral vote is important.
All right, listen, take a look at the battlegrounds. It's 10:35 in the east, 7:35 in the west, and we've got all battlegrounds closed right now, and votes being counted, and too close to call is something you're going to hear me say a lot over these next few moments. That's the story in Pennsylvania, about 58% of the vote in there. In Michigan, also too close to call. It's battleground state where both candidates spent a ton of time alongside Wisconsin as well, too close to call. At this hour, still counting about half the vote in there. Let's go down south, Sun Belt. Georgia, too close to call. Biden won it by a hair in 2020. Donald Trump trying to get it back tonight, too close to call. In North Carolina, we're still calling it too early to call, so we're waiting for more vote there, even though 84% of the vote is in. In Arizona, too early to call, too. We just had the polls closed there about 90 minutes ago. They got to wait a little bit before they can even start counting votes there. And same thing in Nevada. It'll be a while there. In fact, if you mail your vote in Nevada, I think you can mail it if you land there as late as Friday, actually, and still be counted under the rules in that state. So here's the road to 270, and it's being filled out along familiar lines that we've all become so familiar with over these last couple of presidential cycles with those big question marks. Tom, let's go to Pennsylvania because I think this is, we've often said this will be the ball game, and we're starting to get more vote, and maybe we can look at some of those bellwethers, like in Erie County, for example, or Lackawanna County. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we're also seeing some outliers as well, Scott. I want to show you what I'm talking about. Center County, it's in the center of the state. This is red right now. 68% of the vote is in. Biden won this in 2020. Hillary Clinton won this in 2016. Why am I highlighting this county? Let me can map over again. Center County. This is Penn State. This is Happy Valley. This is a university county. The Democrats should be on top right now. Again, there's 68% of the vote in. They could still catch up, but Trump is on top right now. I want to go back to Eastern PA again, which has changed because a lot of people from New York and New Jersey have moved to the eastern portion of the state. We're talking about Northampton. This is one of those bellwethers again you were talking about. It almost always picks the winner going back to like the Kennedy years, I think. Trump won in 2016, Biden won in 2020. Right now, Trump's on top. 73% of the vote is in, so there's still vote out. Those things could change. Again, it's still early. We're not calling these counties as well. I want to zoom in here. This is Berks County. I'm going to zoom in. Reading, PA. This is a city where Hispanics are the majority here. 92% of the vote is in. Trump is up at 56. It's not a huge surprise, but what it shows is that he's overperforming. He won this county in 2016 and 2020, and tonight he's overperforming. Again, some of that vote is still out, but we're watching that. Finally, I want to look at Scranton right here. Okay, Lackawanna County. Republicans thought they maybe had a chance in Scranton at least to peel away some of the votes there. Again, this is where Joe Biden was from. People wondered if he got a friends and family discount there with voters. She's underperforming tonight, 51% right now. Biden was at 53. In a state where it could be determined by 40,000 votes, 80,000 votes, every little bit matters. If they're looking at the map right now and you're a Republican, you're probably feeling a little bit better. But again, I just want to say it's still so early in the night, and there's still a lot of vote out. Philadelphia County, just because this was brought up on the set earlier, 62% of the vote is in. Biden was at 81. She's at 77. A lot of the vote is still out. But again, she wants to be in and the same high watermarks for Biden this past year.
Carter was just here, you expect Vice President Pence, if you're obviously a longtime Republican operative, you think there's not enough vote for her to make up that margin.
Well, there's still a lot out there. I just think all of these things start to add up. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. And so if you drop 40,000 votes in this state, maybe 6,000 or county, this 6,000 in another. Next thing you know, you run out of options. I'll leave it to the brilliant minds of the decision desk to figure it out. When that happens, I'm not nearly that good at that, but it's starting to look a little more encouraging. And you see the Latino vote come in, you see some of the closing up the gap with the young voters. It's starting to happen.
Well, let me just jump in on that because there are several places, and we're starting to now at this point in the night get some trends across battlegrounds when it comes to exit polling with all the necessary caveats that you have heard by now. And there's a few places where former President Trump is making improvements from his performance 4 years ago. It is Latino voters, as you talk about, Mark. It is voters under 30, as you talk about. It is independents. He doesn't mean he's winning those, but he's doing better than he was 4 years ago. Here's where her improvement is, and this is interesting. It's with seniors. It's with voters over the age of 65, and we're starting to see that.
Pointed to me when you said, no, I just wanted to let everyone know that we're making
We talked about it in the commercial break. It's more of a callback to something that I forgot we didn't say on the air because we're chit-chatting constantly. But the seniors piece of it is interesting because think about who actually gets out and votes, right? Who's more likely to get out there and vote? It is seniors. So there's some fascinating dynamics at play, and as we're all talking about, 10:40, we're only on our first cup of coffee.
I think one of the dynamics at play, if you watch these results, it's so fascinating. You think about how close the tough slog Pennsylvania is as we watch this come in, and you think about that decision that she made to have Walz as her running mate, as opposed to Governor Josh Shapiro. So as we watch this come in, and even on the day that she made that announcement, a lot of people question, what would Pennsylvania look like with Shapiro on the ticket? And
Well, I mean, if she loses Pennsylvania, you can guarantee that story's already being written in the center because Josh Shapiro, even in pretty red counties, is a very popular governor.
He is. But so is Walz in the Midwest. And I think what her decision was, one of judgment, where she looked at somebody who had a resume just like hers, and she looked at someone who was much different. He wasn't Ivy League. He wasn't all smooth. He was relatable and a coach and somebody who really kind of oozed Midwestern relatability. And I think that's she thought was an add plus as opposed to just a mirror of who she was. And, I don't know if it's the right call or not. I think they're both terrific people. Either way, they're going to be around. Shapiro's not going anywhere. He may see him on the ballot in the future.
I'm just going to call it. You sound like you see the end here.
I don't. I do think that, obviously we're disappointed about North Carolina and Georgia because there was a real feeling that there was such a good ground game compared to what the Trump. No, we haven't, but I'm looking internally at the numbers, and they're not as hopeful as I would like them to be. I still think we have a path, obviously, the blue wall states, and I don't think anybody knows how fast it's going to turn out, and I think that is another one. We could have 4 states that determine the presidency that are all decided by less than half.
Let's go to NBC News Sports Center. Ellison Barber, Gwinnett County, Georgia, Ellison, Milligan. Let's go in there.
Any listeners, so we're starting to get full numbers from the early voting in this county. Initially, they were a little delayed in uploading some of those for public because they said they were having difficulties with their software of getting a clear image. They were going line by line with a Republican watcher, a Democrat watcher, and other election officials getting those votes up. But now they have those reported and based on the percent of early votes that are out. Harris is leading in the early votes that they have calculated in this county so far, but still they haven't counted any of the precincts that reported today. That process is still happening here. So you see these people coming in, they're all people come from the different precincts in this county. There are 156 precincts in Gwinnett County. What they're dropping off right now, you see these purple bags here. Those are provisional ballots in addition to a lot of blue bags. And the blue bags, I'm told, have official election material that had to be returned. Countless things that sort of gave direction to the election workers. All of that stuff coming in now. It's coming in waves. The first
We brought in from precinct captains on for the memory cards with the vote. That's something that election workers tell me is a way. I think that's changed over the years. They said they used to get everything, the election materials that had to be returned, provisional ballots, and the memory cards with the votes all at once. And because it took a while to clean up, it would take a little longer for those memory cards to come in. Now they get the memory cards first, then the rest of the materials. The memory cards are actually in all these little bags. You see them in there. Those are from 156 different precincts. Each precinct has at least 2 memory cards that have the vote count from today on them. They go in here, they get processed, and they go out to the public. So they're still deep in that process right now. But let's go again to the back, because this is where we see a lot of activity happening on and off, whether it's the early votes being processed and scanned and tabulated, or mail-in ballots being opened and sorted, or provisional ballots being reviewed. So remember, the thing that we were watching in this county was what would the margins be like, because it leans Democrat. We expected Democrats to carry this county, but ultimately, back in 2020, Donald Trump got 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And what Republicans were hoping was that they could notch that up by a couple percentage points. They could cut in the Harris's margins, and then if they also did well in Republican strongholds, could potentially carry the state. What we're seeing in turnout is turnout so far has exceeded the turnout numbers in 2020. And right now, based on what has been entered, Trump is holding at about 40%. So right now, those extra percentage points haven't come. Could that change? Yes, that's Tom Yamas and Blaine will leave on that. Over here, though, is where they're going through some of the different election material. They've also been sorting provisional ballots. You can see them in the back here, Savannah and Lester. They're just busy working. They will be here late at night. They expected the last bit of stuff to come from the precinct to get here at 11:30. Savannah.
All right, Allison, thank you so much. We're going to take a short break right here. Many more poll closings coming up at the top of this hour, including California and its whopping 54 electoral votes. And a look at who's ahead in the race to 270 on election night.
Just take care of yourself and each other. So far, no calls in any of the battleground races. You see Rockefeller Plaza given us election night. The big prize, of course, the presidency, but also the balance of power in Congress. Kristen Wilder's here with one.
Hey, Lester. Well, again, just to recap for everyone, Republicans do have one pickup so far tonight. That's in West Virginia. No surprise there. Let's take a look at Arizona. Looking at Carrie Lake, too early to call right now. Pennsylvania now, one of the most competitive Senate races. This race, too close to call. Dave McCormick with 49% of the vote. Senator Casey trailing there at this current point. Too early to call right now in Montana. One of the biggest potential pickup opportunities opportunities for Republicans there, so we watch that closely. We're watching Ohio closely as well. This race too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a fourth term against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look at the Senate map now. Take a look at where things stand. Again, as you can see, Western Republicans with one pickup, but we continue to watch Montana and Ohio so closely. Again, could Ohio be a state where we see a split ticket? Split tickets, as we've been saying throughout the course of this evening, have been diminishing.
Democrats came in with a tough map to defend.
Very tough map to defend, bracing for a potential loss. And again, Republicans don't need many pickups. They need 2 seats. If Vice President Harris wins the White House, they really need 1 seat if Donald Trump wins. So right now,
Just put it this way, right? If Republicans don't end up winning control of the Senate based on how this map looks, it would be a shocker, right? That's a huge storyline of the night. It's a big storyline either way because control of the Senate matters for a lot of the reasons that we've talked about. But that's how the map has been looking, and so we're waiting on this 2 outstanding states.
and they're already part of the way there. They already have this pickup in West Virginia. We cannot stress enough if Vice President Harris were to win the White House, it would be incredibly challenging for her to get judicial nominees confirmed, to get her cabinet confirmed.
So here we are at the top of the hour. There's still no calls in any of the battleground states. Are you surprised we are where we are right now?
No, because, as Claire McCaskill has said so accurately, what we are seeing has been reflected in the polls.
The polls have made it right.
Leading up to this evening, it looks like the polls were right. This is a 50-50 race, and so this is going to go down to the wire in all of these ballots.
Horse race means a long time. We can put it that way. I think that's generally the vibe. We'll see how it goes. I think everybody's looking towards Pennsylvania just in chatting.
All right, well, let's check back in the presidential race. So let's take a look at the road to 2-7. It is 10:51 in the East, and here's where we stand right now on the road to 270 electoral votes. Those will be the keys to get into the White House for next year. Right now, we want to go to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters to really gauge the temperature of the road. Peter?
Well, we're outside, and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you, if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of there's its optimism right now. That's how one here in South just described it to me. A short time ago, I ran into a longtime Democratic source, a person who was close to the Harris campaign. I asked them what they make of the results they've seen so far. They said, obviously, this is not looking so good for us, but then they quickly put on a smile and said, but you know what? We just got to keep smiling for the night. That may give you a better understanding of where they feel like things may be going right now. It remains early. A lot of votes still to count. But I'll tell you what I just heard from a Democratic lawmaker right now who just wrote me in our quote. It's pretty concerning. I just keep reminding myself that 8 years ago, all the trends of the first few hours showed Hillary winning, and then she didn't. But obviously, this is not the return we were looking for. It gives you a little sense of the way that some of those people supporting Kamala Harris are feeling this evening right now. Again, a lot of numbers, a lot of data still to be counted right now, but as Claire McCaskill said a short time ago, some of the early results we're seeing in some of those places, North Carolina, Georgia, are not looking as positive as the Harris campaign had been hoping. It doesn't mean that they still don't have a path, but it does certainly increasingly mean that they have to succeed in holding on to that blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And frankly speaking to some people in some of those states that are involved with the Harris campaign, they said that's where they are seeing some concern that that's going to be a tight vote that they have to still try to watch. Lester?
Peter Weaver just talking there, there's a sense that the polls were in fact right. Are they getting that sense that the polls are really reflecting what they're watching?
Well, I mean, naturally, this is basically an evenly divided country, right? So the idea that our last poll showed 49-49 is sort of an overall popular vote that may be pretty close to where this thing ends up. But remember, for the Democrats to win the Electoral College, they generally have to have a better advantage as it relates to the popular vote. So if the country's evenly divided in terms of the popular vote, that may not be enough for the Democrats. Still a long way to go. Obviously, nobody here is leaving. We're still waiting here from the Vice President. They recognize this may be not just a matter of hours, but days right now, and they're still hopeful for people waiting in line, including on those college campuses. There are of campuses in Pennsylvania, in particular, some of the campuses out west in Nevada. They're still circling on the map as a place they think that they're have the ability to perform well in right now. But, you know, frankly, that's the candidate assessment for people. I'm Jackie too, so that's about you.
Okay, as we said, none of the battleground states have been called as of yet, so we continue to watch.
But they're as close as they can be. Let's go to
just heard from the Milwaukee elections clerk, and they're saying that they are processing these absentee ballots. All of the early vote, all of the mail-in vote is counted here in this warehouse. And this update is despite the fact that there was a little hiccup that we saw earlier today. I'll show you what happened is on these tabulators that we see. And if you look closely at that red sticker there, they say that that flap was not locked. The tabulator was sealed, but the actual flap there that opens up, it was not completely locked. So what they did is they got a bipartisan group together. They went through to all of the 13 tabulators, high-speed tabulators in this entire facility, and they went through and emptied them out and restarted to count some 30,000 ballots. Now, despite that, they say that they're moving along fairly well. When you look around here, you see that each of these stations, the election workers or election clerks are counting those ballots. And, you know, when you talk to operatives in the state, one thing that they're focused on is what will come from the vote here in Milwaukee. And I talked to a Republican operative who said he's feeling very good about what they're seeing on the Republican side. They said when you look at Dane County, that Vice President Harris is not meeting for much there. And according to Milwaukee, he's saying that the turnout is not meeting what the Democrats should be getting in this area of the state. But when you look at the amount of vote that's here, we know there's about 107,000 ballots that have yet to be counted, and we're still hours away from that being sent over to the county for the public to see. So it's expected to be a long night of counting here in Milwaukee.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much.
Let's go over to analysis over the big four. A couple of things we got. Consider North Carolina.
Yeah,
Still too early to call. And how about Virginia? The blue state haven't called it yet.
We'll talk about both those because both states have interesting things happening. So first off, 85% of the voting, if you're asking yourself, why is it too early to call? Why hasn't NBC News projected this race just yet? Because listen, there's still 875,000 votes that are out. So we're going to wait so we can make a clear projection there. I do want to highlight some things. I've been talking about Charlotte and Mecklenburg County all night long. This is where Democrats had to turn out the vote. This is where races are won and lost in the state of North Carolina, is in Charlotte. Clinton at 62, Biden at 66.7. Harris is at 65. Remember, she has to win this state because they lost it 4 years ago. She has to be doing better than Biden. And now we're thinking of the Black Belt. Again, these are the counties that there's not a ton of people, but they're largely African-American counties. And I'm going to go to compare this to 2020. And I want you guys to watch these numbers. Remember, the number on the left, it has to be higher. The number on the left has to be higher. So we're going to lock this in. Let's go through here. And just watch. Every county is underperforming. With a lot of the vote, there's still some vote out. But in almost every county, she's underperforming. Again, this is the Black Belt proportion of African American voters here, and she's underperforming. Not a population secret, but if she wants to win North Carolina, she has to be doing better there. I know you were asking about Virginia, so now let's take a look at Virginia. We haven't called Virginia yet, you know. And if we just to give you context, the last two elections, it came kind of close to 2016, about 4 percentage points, 4 or 5 percentage points. In 2020, Biden grew that lead much more. It was about 10 points there tonight. Here's where it's at. 77% of the votes in. There's about a 2% spread. I've been told by our politics desk, a lot of the vote that is out is still in the Northern Virginia suburbs. This is the Democrats' sort of sweet spot where they're going to drive up the votes. Also, Richmond County, a lot of African-American voters there too that could possibly vote Democratic. But listen, Republicans have been making inroads in there as well. We can take a quick gander at the time. We got about a minute, 2 minutes. Not going to say goodbye. We'll come back. We'll dig into those northern suburbs in just a minute, Savannah.
Let's do it. Northern suburb resident Todd. That you can't waiting on that vote. But I want to go to Mark Lauder on this. Also, I think I was watching the DC former area resident, so you get to weigh in on this too, and you too, Senator. Would you have expected that Virginia would take this long to call? I mean, is this concerning? Does it give you any other trend lines?
No, I mean, I saw a lot of energy, and I live in Northern Virginia as well. I've seen a lot more Trump signs in people's yards where 4 years ago, 8 years ago, you would have never dared put one up there. So I think there was a little more emboldened activity, but you know you're not going to win that area. But I think this does point to what we were talking about. We see going on in Philadelphia, which we see going on with like the other Charlotte areas. She's underperforming in the metro areas, which is where needs to overperform.
I think when it's all counted, everything comes in Northern Virginia, and Chuck's not here, so I'm a little nervous. But I think she'll end up winning Virginia by a comfortable margin. And I think when you actually analyze the data, what you're going to see is there it
was more enthusiasm in the rural areas of Virginia than there was for Biden. I mean, I think we need to like start saying out loud that, you know, what is different between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Everybody thinks they're exactly the same on policies, but one is a woman of color and the other is a white man that everybody was really comfortable with, that were moderates and knew him well and had known him for decades. So I think you're seeing more Trump support in some of the areas where Biden could cut in. And you're not, but Virginia's going to be fine. She's going to win Virginia.
But you might see that maybe in like Lackawanna County or something in Pennsylvania with that same dynamic that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Which I'll see. Okay. We want to pause just a moment. We've got a lot more to get to at the top of the hour. We're going to have the big poll closings in California. Got that election alert. Poll closing in about 20 seconds or now. So there'll be some biggies up there to talk about.
Yeah, you see California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, those will all be closing here in about 10 seconds. And then, of course, we'll have the latest characterizations. We're going to pause for a moment while some of our East Coast stations go to their local news. And welcome back. The top of the 11 o'clock hour now in the East, NBC News can project that Kamala Harris will win in the state of California, 54 electoral votes. In the state of Idaho, NBC News projects Donald Trump will win and take those 4 electoral votes in Idaho. Here's the map. The viewers in the road to 270, Donald Trump at 214, Harris now with 145. So things certainly becoming a little more interesting as the evening progresses.
Okay, for the 11 o'clock poll closings, we have a couple of uncalled races, Oregon and Wisconsin. We just called California. Now let's go to our battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock in the West. Same story in Michigan, too close to call at this hour, with about a third of the vote counted there. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. You knew it would be a tight election. The polls all showed it, and that's certainly being borne out tonight. 60% of the vote in there. In Georgia, it is too close to call. Getting closer to that final number there, but we're still, the margins are just too close to make the call in that presidential race. Same thing in North Carolina. In fact, it's too early to call. We're still awaiting vote there. In Arizona, let's go out west. We've got 2 battlegrounds out west. We've got Arizona and Nevada. Those closed there a couple of hours ago. 2 hours for Arizona, last hour for Nevada. Both of these too early to call. And time over at the board. And we'll talk about Arizona, but given it's due tonight, County, and don't forget the great county of Pima County, which is on Arizona.
And it's giving credit to Arizona. I mean, 50% of the vote is in. I mean, they're doing a job there. So congrats to them. Maricopa County, this is the big swing county that we're going to be watching here. This is going to be about 60% of the vote in the state of Arizona. So important. If you want to win Arizona, you got to win Maricopa. You can see Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight with 50% in. Kamala Harris is on top right now. Phoenix, the fifth largest city in the country, one of the fastest growing areas in the country. Something that's interesting about Maricopa, it's not so much people from other states moving there for the jobs, it's people from all over Arizona moving to this area. Mesa, Tempe, Scottsdale, a lot of growth there. We're going to go to this other county here, Pima County. Savannah, you've heard of this county? Maybe, maybe not. 50% of it is in. This is Tucson. This is a Democratic stronghold. But it's not like Cambridge, Massachusetts, right? It's not 60-40 split. It sometimes is, but not really. Tonight she's doing well. She's turning out the vote there, but 30% Hispanic in Pima County as well. It's on the border. Just next door to Pima is Yuma. Now, this is majority Hispanic in Indian County, but this is a place where Republicans can run up the score. Trump overperforming right now. Only 35% of the vote is in. Arizona, still very, very early. 11 electoral votes. As we get information, we'll sort of dissect it and figure it out. But it's going to be a lot before we call Arizona Hispanic, as we know.
All right, thank you, Tom. We got our panel here. We got Chuck. We got Savannah Stevens over here. Chuck, what are you making of what we're seeing, what the trend lines are?
There's a reason why there's anxiety in the Harris campaign, growing enthusiasm and optimism. I mean, all the trend lines just looks a lot more like 2016 than it does 2020. You're seeing whether it's rural turnout surging up, we've had up our projection of total turnout than what we saw. And as we've been saying, and we've seen this, higher turnout was always going to be better for Trump. Not, there's always been this pre-Trump era, which always used to be Democrats who perform better. But he has the sort of the occasional winner. And it looks like, and we're actually even seeing evidence of what I call these shotgun Trump voters. They come in, they vote Trump, and they leave because there's about 100,000 vote gap. I mean, the Democratic Senate candidates in the wall are all in better shape right now than Harris.
I mean, Republicans cracked the code of early voting and kind of glomming onto that, even though Donald Trump is setting a separate.
So one might argue now, if you look at the 3 Trump elections, 1, he excessively made sure people didn't vote for him. 2, he didn't. 1 was at 16, and it's this one. So you may be onto something, but I do think the bigger story is their ability to expand the electorate. He used to have a ceiling of about 47, 48. That's not the case anymore. He expanded it another point or 2. That's significant, as we know, in a razor thin environment. Even if you're just adding 50,000 to your voter rolls, well, that's the difference between winning and losing half the group. Whoa, I heard you guys Cowboys thing. You know, I mean, there you go, right?
Do it again?
Yeah.
It also works for Lambeau Field. That's the last sport. There's a really good team.
I better say the pick. You don't want a losing team.
Yeah. Oh my God. Here we go. Just that our elections, our last election was decided by 80,000 voters in real states that would fill the public. So
We also remember one of this thing here, because she was trying to do something as a state vice president. It had never been done before. Succeed an unpopular president. Okay, Hubert Humphrey tried to do this, and he came 1 percentage point short. It was a very close election. Well, it wasn't close, but it was a very close election. But he came up short. Al Gore tried to do this. Well, Bill Clinton's presidency was popular. Bill Clinton, the individual, was not. We all know he came up 537 votes short, as Lester will tell you over and over again. So the last sitting vice president to win was George H.W. Bush, with a outgoing president that has 60-plus approval rating. He was at 41%. I mean, that is, you are asking somebody to overperform in a way that we may find out was political.
It's not looking like a post-mortem or material.
If they win, it's going to be like this. Like, their path is razor.
That's exactly what they're saying. There's this new memo that is out now from the chair of the Harris campaign that was sent to staffers obtained by our Monica Alba, our team that covers the Harris camp. And this is exactly the point, right? Which is why I wanted to jump in there on this. They say that the closeness of this race is what we prepared for all along. They still see data trickling in from Sunbelt, but all along they knew it was going to be blue wall. I mean, listen, of course, this is what they're going to say, but they say they think they're still feeling good about Pennsylvania, overperforming turnout in Philadelphia, these areas. In Michigan, they say there's still a lot of votes to come in. In Wisconsin, there's still a lot of votes remaining. General Adela says this memo we've been saying for weeks, this race may not be good.
NBC News projection in the state of Oregon. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Oregon with a bunch of here's what there's the breakdown right now. 220,000 vote difference, 45% of the vote being put again. Kamala Harris projected winner there. In our road to 270, you see it there on the screen, 214 for Donald Trump, Harris with 153. The big prizes, still no polls. We continue to wait.
Interesting that memo is focusing on the blue wall. That's all but saying they're not expecting a North Carolina victory or Georgia. Those are 2 states. I'm just looking at this. I don't see either of those 2 states mentioned here. They do talk about Nevada and Arizona. It's going to be a bit, but the bottom line is we feel like this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours.
The fascinating thing about what Callie just read, Chuck says this feels like 2016. That's almost verbatim a memo that they had in 2016 saying we're focused on the blue wall, everyone's focused on the blue wall, no one panic. And this, we have a lot more work to count. So I want to be very cautious in saying this, but totally, it's fascinating that that is the message that they're saying.
Not for nothing, they did their last rally about Kamala Harris in Philadelphia on the last day. All she did was focus on, which is exactly what
they're on the ball. I mean, you can't say that. They didn't do that in 2016, right? She was doing Arizona, she was doing Texas, and she was
the night before was in Philly.
True, but they sort of didn't do the blue. To their credit, I mean, she lived in Pennsylvania, but I'll tell you this, and we'll see, there's probably a lot of people wondering, who should be the runner? Who should be on this Democratic ticket?
We had that discussion, but some people will, if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of.
That's the only state, right? That'll be the hand.
Because Josh Shapiro is a very popular Democrat. The governor is on the short list for vice president. Savannah Sellers. Into this, and what are you reading out of the exit poll? Are you seeing any timelines? I know you've got your brief, you're really looking at voters, and you've got your finger on the pulse there. what stands out? Absolutely. I'll start with some numbers and then give you some anecdotal information. First, let's talk about first-time voters. This is not just young voters, but that's 57% of these first-time voters are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53% for Trump right now, 46% for Harris. Back in 2020, 64% went for Biden. Something that I've been tracking, and I've been even watching it tonight on apps like TikTok, on apps like Instagram, and you just talk about like who's popular, who do people like. The Harris campaign had such a robust internal social media play. They had this team of 20-some things. They had very little oversight. They were allowed to kind of post what they wanted, react in real time to trends, to the news cycle. We remember that summer, and they co-opted that immediately, exactly, which, by the way, is a compliment to say that now. But for the former president, there wasn't so much going on internally. It was not as robust. He had this sort of grassroots organic catch-on TikTok. I've heard so many young people say to me in a positive way also, he is a meme. His things travel far. It's objectively funny when you see this information. So many young people that were on these apps were search content straight from and straight about the former president, and they're hearing so much right now. I'm hearing that in lines of Arizona. Gabby was mentioning that earlier. It's so much. It was because I heard on a podcast. It was because of this thing I saw on TikTok. I also heard from a voter in almost every single swing state and multiple in several of them, including Pennsylvania, voters who were eligible in this age group to vote in 2020 who did not, and they came out tonight to vote. I was so interested. He's winning the youth vote in these exit polls. I'd be fascinated to see what the gender breakdown is there too, because this poll with young started out by the Trump campaign and the Joe Rogan and the bro wave. It's hard to do real.
Okay, one who votes and one who's going to be voting here. One in each gender, and I see it with their friends. You see it; it's real. This gap. This is not about Trump and Harris. There is a very cultural gap, if you will, between young men and young women. It is really good.
First-time men, Trump is 62%, Harris 36%. First-time women, the gap is less here. Trump 46%, Harris 53%. The young men turnout is real. People who thought that young women would be voting in droves for Kamala Harris, especially because of reproductive rights, and that poll does not suggest that.
It does, and this goes back to what Chuck has been saying, which is that the person who ultimately winds up winning this war of the sexes is the candidate who does a better job appealing to the weaker gender for them, whoever is weaker for them. And so we've seen Trump not only clearly energize, drive up young men of various different racial backdrops, but also chip away at Vice President Harris's lead. I mean, her lead among women continues to be, based on what we're seeing so far, less than his lead with men.
The gender gap is interesting, but also, as we've alluded to here on the table, the education gap is also becoming such an interesting storyline here. As Chuck talks about kind of a realignment in this moment and where we are. That's another thing to be watching for tonight. Again, it is 11:11 Eastern time, but there's still plenty of votes coming.
I'm going to go to Tom right now. Tom, I'm looking at Wisconsin. Looks like 62% of the vote in there. You have some things, Chairman.
Yeah, too close to call right now. Trump on top. 50%. The difference is 39,000. Remember, the last two elections in Wisconsin, presidential elections, 20,000 votes was the difference between both candidates here. We want to go back to Madison, the capital of Wisconsin, Dane County. This is also outside of the University of Wisconsin as well. 92% of the voting. Harris doing a little better than when we last checked in with her, but again, she's slightly underperforming Biden. She still has time to catch up. There's still 8% of the vote that's out. We actually know exactly how much of the vote is out. About 30,000 votes remain there. So maybe she picks up the margins there. We also want to talk about Milwaukee. This is the biggest population center in the entire state of Wisconsin. Right now, 54% of the vote is in, so a lot of that vote is still out. It's probably going to be a little bit later, so we can call Milwaukee by itself. Biden is at 69. She's down about 2 to 3 points. Again, this would be concerning for Democrats. But look, there's still a lot of vote out in Milwaukee. Door County, if you've been following the presidential race at all, everyone's been talking about Door County of Wisconsin. It's this peninsula that shoots out to Lake Michigan. The last 6 statewide elections, presidential elections, I should say, they picked the winner. This is a good sign for Kamala Harris. She's on top there, overperforming Biden just slightly. 95% of the vote is in. Again, Door, if we bring it out to past elections, it almost always picks the winner in the state of Wisconsin. So that's a good sign for her because it's a bellwether. I do want to check in some of these Democratic strongholds. Eau Claire, 92% in. kind of performing at the same level as Biden. That's good news for her. She wants to keep it there. We don't have any data there. What else we have? I think here in La Crosse, this is another Democratic stronghold. 92% in. Biden is at 53. She's at 55, I should say. She's slightly underperforming. So listen, still a lot of vote. Let me see how much votes still out. Still about 40% of the vote. But here's what's tough for Democrats in Wisconsin. The battleground states, each of those blue wall states is different. But of all the battleground states, Wisconsin is the widest. So they can drive up the margins with at least African American voters and some Latino voters that are going to stay loyal to the Democrats in this election. What they can do, there's about 100,000 college students in the state of Wisconsin, and they usually fare better, much better with those university students. We're going to have to wait and see, as we say right there, too close to call.
All right, we got a big projection to get right here. This is the Ohio Senate race. It's a hotly contested race. Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, Republican, will pick up that seat, unseating the incumbent Sherrod Brown. This is quite a moment because, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it appears that Republicans, with that victory, will take control of the United States Senate. Again, it's not an official projection at that moment, but if things happen as expected, it would look like a two-seat game here in the Senate. And so this is a hugely consequential vote here. Sherrod Brown, in a red state, was fighting for his political life. He's pulled that rabbit out of the hat a few times, but not here tonight.
3 times, Savannah, and he has been someone who's been very adept at straddling that line, reaching out to working class voters throughout the state. His father was a doctor, grew up in Mansfield, really had that working class appeal, and yet this Trump-backed candidate, Bernie Moreno, a car dealer, able to topple him tonight. Again, we've been looking for ticket splitters. Didn't find one here in the state of Ohio. Again, this in line with what we've seen, which is ticket splitters have been diminishing.
He only overperformed. Sherrod Brown only overperformed very much. We need to let him go for fun. This was no longer about Democrats knew they could have done this. The question was, can they limit the Republicans to 52? Because if they can limit them to 52, then you can find 2 or 3 seats to pick up in the 2026 midterms. But if it gets to 53 or 54, right, which is very possible tonight. I mean, they got Montana, which Republicans favorite. They've already held their 2 vulnerable seats. Nebraska's sitting out there, and it really is a coin flip race right now. That's a unique situation. But they could get to 53 or 54, which could put the Senate out of reach for Democrats for 4 years. So at this point tonight, it's about whether Democrats can hold enough of their seats this cycle so they actually have a shot at winning back the Senate, can be competitive in 2026.
Sherrod Brown way outspent Bernie Moreno in Ohio. So he just dumped a ton of money, pro-Democratic allies in the state of Ohio. But remember why the Senate matters? Not to give a civics lesson here, right? But the Senate can act in some ways as the brakes or the accelerator for whoever ends up in the White House. They can either get a president's policies moving to a degree if the House is the same party, or not, right? And that's what this comes down to here, is how much, if it is Donald Trump in the White House and a Republican Senate, what could they do for his policies? If it is Kamala Harris in the White House and a Republican Senate, how does that interplay work when it comes to some of the issues?
I have to say the House is much more important to, at this point. The Democrats are not going to win the White House. They have that guy. I mean, if you win the White House, you want your party to have that. If you're going to not have a chamber, no, don't have the Senate. It's the House you're really worried about, because the House is big. And so if the House is with the same party, you can navigate Washington a lot easier. The Senate's not easy, but you can find bipartisan coalitions in the Senate. It was with the House Secretary, the House. At this point, whoever wins the presidency, you want your party to have it, because if you don't, then it's, and then you can be tied up, your entire agenda can get tied up.
Correct. We're not talking about the House tonight.
No, we might not be talking about the House until we go to Salinas for Thanksgiving. Even then, it may be the Friday after.
It's not exposed to Trump, the presidential.
Correct. Because of New York and California.
Exactly. And we'll be waiting New York and California. Some of these tight races, it could be weeks. It was weeks in 2020, but I mean, the prospect is there. Right? So, are we going to have divided government? As Americans have so often chosen divided government, they seem to like it.
And remember, Democrats only need 4 seats to take back control of the House. And so they like their chances there. What and all of the blue wall states, the House is really going to be unified in New York, in California. So it's a very different terrain, and again, could be overly, if not overly.
Let's turn to NBC's Garrett Hickey's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, what's the former president doing here? I wonder if there's been any reaction to what appears to be a change of power in the Senate.
Not that specifically, Lester, but let me set the scene for you here, just to get the lay of the land down here in South Florida, because some of this will matter later on tonight, perhaps. We're in West Palm Beach right now at the convention center, which is the giant party headquarters media center for the Trump campaign tonight. Donald Trump is across the intercoastal waterway at this hour at Mar-a-Lago, his home and private club, where for a portion of the night he was doing what many people sort of imagine candidates do on election night, meeting with advisors, watching the returns come in, checking the numbers. At some point this evening, according to multiple sources who are there and have laid eyes on him, he has transitioned into essentially party mode already, down in the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago, shaking hands, thanking supporters, participating in a celebration that has begun among his closest supporters, his family and friends, despite a race that remains unfolded. Also told that the series can also
all right, so from looking at everything online, I mean, it looks like Trump's got this fish locked up. And I want you to remember this, because I don't think he's going to win. I think that there will be another random motherfucker thing happening in the middle of the night. And I'm really fucking excited for it, because I think that's whatever's going to happen. It's going to be wild. If Trump wins, this fucking country's going to go crazy. And if he loses, it's going to go crazy. You know what? It's hilarious. Exactly. That's really exciting. Okay, here we go.
Also report that he's in discussions with his aides and advisors about when he might make the trip across the bridge here to West Palm Beach to give some form of speech tonight. Now, we've been asking him about this day after day. Would he declare victory early? Would he rule out the possibility of declaring victory early?
I want a woman president. I think that there are. Exactly. I've met like a lot of chicks in my life, and I will take it over. Yeah, I mean, they just. Oh, dude, Chelsea Travis. And that's truthfully, if everything wasn't rigged, she would be the Democratic nominee. Yeah, I mean, she's a patriot. She is she's a veteran. She was a congressperson. Absolutely. She's beautiful. Yeah, no, she definitely. And that's well, it probably would have been between like Tulsi Gabbard and Bernie Sanders if they really did like the Democratic nomination process like legitimate. I mean, it wasn't even that much. Do you know how the Democratic Party works? They have a different way of selecting their candidate. They have. Do you remember this phrase, super delegates? Yeah, and so it's like, even if you want to run for the Democratic Party, you have to like win the states, but then also there are these random super delegates that are just like powerful Democratic people. And this is going to be exciting to us.
We were doing that exactly in 2020 when so much of the vote remained to be counted. He has refused to take an early declaration of victory off the table, and it's our understanding now that conversations are underway. We're going to make some kind of address here tonight, regardless of where we are on the path to 270 votes.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. And we're joined now by podcast host John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both like veterans. I think we have them right now. Okay, yeah, we're going to go to if they're coming up, we're going to change the Peter Alexander, get the view from the Harris headquarters. It sounds like Donald Trump is talking about coming out and saying something. What are you hearing in the Harris campaign?
Yeah, well, I always defer to the boss. They would be also don't want to tell you, let me know that they're ready. But we are waiting to hear, of course, from Kamala Harris at some point over the course of this evening. No indication when that would happen. Some early indications might happen in the course of this hour. No confirmation on that at this time. We'll keep you posted as we know. I will tell you, over the course of the last 15 minutes, from NBC News did obtain a memo that was sent out by the chair of the Harris campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the woman who orchestrated Joe Biden's victory in 2020. This was sent to staff gives you a sense of where they are heading into this evening. They expect nothing will be determined until late into the night, and certainly they say they're going to be at this again tomorrow. But as she notes in this memo again, she says that they have always said that the clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. Here's what she says specifically about Pennsylvania. She says that we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County, one of those key power counties, those suburbs of Philadelphia. She says we don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with non-white and student populations. One thing they're keeping a close eye on right now. About Michigan particularly, they say the city of Detroit won't be reporting out until roughly midnight, but that they have seen strong turnout from early vote and election day voting in other parts of the state. And finally, in Wisconsin, where they're keeping a close eye on that blue wall, that they do not expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. But the biggest takeaway perhaps from this memo is the sense that as the chips start falling, it appears that they are leading heavily into the blue wall, which started and may be ending as their fast path to victory here. In spite of some numbers that show they still have some ground to make up, there's still a lot of data out there, and that's where, at least according to her memo, which effectively said goodbye was now for the night, said we'll do it again late into the night and start again strong in the morning. That's where they are as this night heads for midnight.
All right, Peter, thank you. Now, without further ado, let's go to the host of Pod Save America, Democrats John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. And Dan, I know you to be a number cruncher, and I wonder what you're thinking about the numbers that you're seeing. You just heard what the Harris campaign is saying, but if the vibe check is that this path is narrowing significantly and that it's blue wall or bust at this point for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that seems right. And if you look at the numbers, it's very clear that Trump is overperforming in rural counties, and Harris is overperforming in suburban counties. And what is going to be the deciding factor is primarily going to be what is the turnout and the vote markets coming out of Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Detroit. And if they are what we think they are, then she has a very clear, albeit narrow, but clear path to the next presidential seats.
Ask you about what we've been observing: young voters, particularly male voters, who seem to be breaking for Trump and him, in fact, winning his vote according to exit polls. Does that surprise you? What's your take on that dynamic?
That would be surprising. I think that's another reason to trade. But I do think I think that's fine. That's fine. I think it's pretty early to be drawing conclusions on the exits and trying to figure out what happened with specific demographics. I think where we're at is was always going to be close. It is close right now. I think there was some hope based on vibes that perhaps this wouldn't be as close based on some early polling and some like momentum. Terrible event at Madison Square Garden. Could we hope that maybe this night wouldn't be as long? And the answer is no. The polls largely were showing a very tight race, and that's what we're kind of looking to.
And do you think it will ultimately come down to Pennsylvania? I mean, that certainly has been what's been telegraphed for all of these months.
It is the central state because if Georgia and North Carolina cheated them, and there's still not an outstanding vote in Georgia, it's once again a narrow path. But if those do not end up in our column, there is no math without Pennsylvania. You can replace Wisconsin with Arizona. You can replace Michigan with Arizona and Wisconsin, but you need Pennsylvania, and so it will come down to Pennsylvania.
All right, Dan Pfeiffer, John Lovett, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
We have another call to make a little ago. Washington, state of Washington presidential call. Let's see where we are. ABC News now projecting that Kamala Harris will win the 12 electoral votes in the state of Washington. Here's how it breaks down right now. A difference of 472,000, 473,000 votes. At the road to 270, that leads Harris with 165, 214 for Donald Trump down. Let's go to Republicans. Mike Bepke, White House Communications Director under former President Trump, and Sarah Fabian, a former aide to George W. Bush. Mike, first of all, give me your thoughts here. We've had no calls in battleground states so far. Is this a matter of viewing pieces through a microscope right now to try to understand what this is doing?
Well, it sounds that way from the Harris campaign, but I want to stick with the vibe comment that John Lovett just made. Because I really do think that what we're seeing now is this coming to fruition, this vibe versus issues election that we've had. The Harris campaign really put on the vibe, joy, and all of that. I think the Trump campaign tried to stick to issues, immigration, inflation, instability around the world. And if you look at the exit polls that you all have been talking about today, you really see that Americans think that the country's on the right track. We think the economy, we're better off 4 years ago than we are today. And when you look at the way Harris tried to distance herself from Biden, I think this all came down to whether she'd be successful with that, and it looks like she was.
Hey, Mike, let me just ask you, just to bear with me for a second, because we have another projection we're going to put up here on the screen. This is the state of Connecticut. NBC News projected that Kamala Harris will win in Connecticut when all the votes are counted. 7 electoral votes. There's the breakdown right now by a 10-point difference between the two of them. And here's where it takes us on the road to 270. Donald Trump standing at 213. Harris now with 172 electoral votes. We'll get back to our conversation. Sarah, let me turn to you. You've heard a little bit about this memo now with this campaign memo. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it's a campaign doing what it can to try to keep hope alive. Look, I don't see any good news for Democrats. Donald Trump is running about a point or a point and a half ahead of where he was in 2020. And in these counties, these blue wall counties that 75% of the vote is in. And Kamala Harris is running behind in these urban areas by 1 or 2 points compared to where President Biden performed. You look at that coupled with Donald Trump's overperformance with Hispanic voters, with young voters. I don't think they have a lot to hang their hat on. And it's not over. There's votes to be counted. We should point out that these blue wall states tend to be red mirage. They go red and then they tend to go the red scenarios as these big urban areas come in later. But when you just look at the underperformance of Kamala Harris and the overperformance of Trump, it's going to be pretty hard, I think, for her to catch him.
Yeah, the Harris team is saying they believe they overperformed in Philadelphia. Does that give you pause?
I don't see where they're saying that. Now they're looking at a short precinct analysis, and we're looking at a county total, so we should give that caveat. But Joe Biden got 80% of the vote in Philadelphia County, and she's not running at 100%. I think she's last I looked was at 77 or 78%. So that's a pretty significant difference when a race is as close as it is.
All right, Sarah, my thanks to both of you. Telling us there's more from Big Board on Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia, but I also want to give this just sort of a vibe check of where we are. It is still very early in the night, right? And even though people may be claiming they've won certain states yet, we still haven't called any of the battlegrounds here at NBC News. And a reminder, Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. She wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Remember, she gets in the White House, even if she loses Georgia, North Carolina, the entire Sun Belt, she still gets there. Let's talk about Georgia, though. Let's find out where we are there in the Peach State. Still too close to ball for NBC News right now. 91% of the vote is in, but let's talk about where the vote remains. Look at, the giant circles, remember those giant bubbles? That's the vote that still is outstanding. We're still waiting on this vote to be counted. And we know the exact number. We can estimate the exact number. But we think it's going to be about 487,000 votes. There's still almost 500,000 votes out in Georgia. Still up for grabs here. Let's make some comparisons here. Remember, I told you Harris has to drive the vote in the Atlanta metro area. 50% of the voters have come from this area right here. First County, Cobb County, she's performing just like with Biden, slightly better. Fulton County, performing a little bit lower, but slightly. There's still 7% of the vote out. Fulton, where Atlanta is exactly. Gwinnett County, 80% in. Look, she's holding the same marks of where Biden was. She's overperforming in Douglas County as we go further south. Look, she's almost exactly where Biden was all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rothschild County. But if Democrats wanted to expand on that, we're not seeing that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're going to see if they can make inroads there, just north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% 2020. Tonight he's at 69%. And everyone's got all the vote counted there. I want to move down there because there is something interesting happening in the black belt of Georgia. I was talking to you guys about the black belt of North Carolina earlier and how she was underperforming there. Remember, this was Biden's number. This is her number tonight. Watch as we go around here. counties where it's a majority African American, 52%, 50% for Kamala Harris. This is a rural county. Trump is overperforming here. We go to another rural red county, overperforming here. We come down here to Doherty County. She's slightly overperforming Biden here. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now in the metro region, but it's still really too close for us to call here in Georgia.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. I'm going to go to Chuck because Chuck, we were talking about Donald Trump getting new voters, people that didn't vote in 2020, and those voters breaking for him. We're seeing some pretty astounding numbers.
Well, it's interesting. Well, first of all, look, Georgia is going to shrink. All of this vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's got to win the remaining probably 2-1. It's like a reasonable thing. I mean, Georgia's probably going to be decided by 4 or 5 digits.
And what the vote is that?
Exactly. So, I think we might be sticking around Georgia for a whole lot. Just, it does, if you're them, you can't totally write it off. There's a path. But our pollsters did some quick check, noted some comparisons to 2020, just simply Trump margins. These are not in the battleground states, but it gives you a hint of possibility Donald Trump could actually win the vote if he wins the electoral college tonight. So, for instance, in Texas, the only one, Texas by a little over 5 points in 2020. He's won it by 14 points tonight. In Iowa, it was 8 points. It's nearly 15 points tonight. In Florida, it was 3 points. It's nearly 13 points tonight for Trump. I'm going to get to the blue states. Virginia, it was 10.5 in victory. It looks like it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 4 this time in Virginia. New Jersey, 15.5 right now. It's high for Harris. Illinois, another state, is a little under 10. It was at 17 points for Biden. So Trump has improved his standing in a lot of blue states. We've seen that at all in Florida. But it is why this time we are unlikely to have a split between the popular and electoral. Whoever wins the electoral college is probably going to win the popular.
Those are pretty dramatic margins. We're not nitpicking about a point or two here. You're talking about 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean,
well, this is the Hispanic shift in the Southeast. It's clear Florida, Texas. That's the massive Latino shift that we've seen tonight from those 2 states. But it may be spots of it everywhere.
So I'm getting reaction from Democratic lawmakers, from Democratic operatives, still saying, look, we could still win this thing, we can put onto the blue wall, and it's absolutely accurate because we're still tracking the vote. But one Democratic lawmaker, sort of to the point that Trump is making, saying, if this race does not go Kamala Harris's way, this is a moment of reckoning for the Democratic Party. This person said there needs to be a hard look at what we want, potentially really a real passive effect on to leadership. And of course, the attention will turn to President Biden. And when he stepped aside, 72% of our exit polls saying the country is headed in the wrong direction. That's the backdrop of all of this. President Biden and this immense dissatisfaction with the direction of the country's headed.
Well, it could be the Democratic Party just allowed itself to just organize itself being an anti-Trump party. And in some ways, so focused on creating an anti-Trump coalition, they stop being open, right? To come up with a basic agenda. And again, right now, I get what that lawmaker is telling you, because if you look at the last fight, the whole Biden wasn't a look at the future. It was like, whatever you can do for Trump.
Some of our stations on the East Coast. It is just past 11:30 here in the East. Welcome back to those viewers who are joining us on this exciting night on Lester Hall.
And I'm Savannah Guthrie along with us. This is NBC's election night coverage, and we've started to fill in that map with those all-important 7 battlegrounds still ingrained. We have not called them yet. We've been getting minute-by-minute projections, all leading up to this road to 270, which is the mountain number needed to win the White House. So let's go through some of the boards here. This is Pennsylvania at this hour. 79% of the vote in, too close to call. We talked a lot about the different counties and whether there's enough for Kamala Harris to make up where she's lost some of the rural areas. Yes, let's go to Michigan, too close to call there as well, but a lot more votes to be counted. In Wisconsin, let's see how much we've got there. About 2/3 of the vote or so, too close to call. In Georgia, we're getting close to a close there, but they do count their votes fast there, but it's 91% in, but we will see what happens. Too close to call. North Carolina, too early to call. We will wait and see what happens there, but again, starting see 88% of the vote coming in there. Let's go out west, Arizona. Too early to call. Polls closed about 2.5 hours ago there. Looks like we're the projected winner. This just came in right now. Okay, North Carolina, Donald Trump is the projected winner. You see the margin there, 136,000. So Donald Trump improved on his margin by the envelope now, nearly 50,000 votes there in North Carolina. That's going to be a real disappointment for the Kamala Harris campaign. They had hoped that if North Carolina could be flagged back into the blue zone, perhaps that would open up other paths for them out west. It's not about a path. It is looking like blue wall or bust. That is where it stands right now. 172 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, I believe, right now.
Let's go to Tom right now. And we're to talk about now what this does to Kamala Harris's paths to victory.
Yeah, let's show you real quick how Trump wins, right? How we project that he wins. Robinson right now, 64.9%, 30% in. You can see how Trump's overperforming here. As we go along these rural counties, you can see Trump's numbers are increasing. 63 4 years ago, 66 tonight. We'll keep it along here, 50%, 53%. So Lester, you asked, how does this affect him in the race for president? Let's go back out to our big one here, the road to 270. When we started out tonight, right, the path to victory here, Trump had 10, Harris has 9. That's because we just called North Carolina. We can't remove it anymore. This number before we called North Carolina, Harris had more paths than Trump did. But this is essentially where we started the night. This is the way it ended in 2020, right? He won North Carolina, President Biden won the rest of the battleground states. But this gives the Republicans and former President Trump some hope. We now move to Georgia. We're going to be looking at the vote in Georgia. But as Chuck mentioned, very, very close in Georgia. We're going to be waiting on that vote, a full vote to come out of Atlanta and those ring counties right now. But a big win for former President Trump. It's the first battleground of all time.
Tom, thanks very much.
Remember, there was some late polling in the state that came just over the weekend that suggested that perhaps Kamala Harris was surging in North Carolina, that maybe she was making gains among some of these voters. That is clearly not turning out to be the case. That said, you've seen the reporting from her campaign that they are looking at the all-important blue wall. Of course, the question is, if Georgia goes, and Chuck was just talking about Georgia, but if Georgia does end up in the red column, it is Pennsylvania. Well, to that point, the Secretary of State in Georgia, who people are familiar with from the last election, has said on the record that Trump has an insurmountable lead in Georgia with the number of votes outstanding. So he's the Secretary of State. I think he knows what he's speaking of, but we will continue to watch.
We've got another race to call out the presidential. This is in the state of Virginia. This call comes a little later than many people might have expected, but Kamala Harris will win the 13 electoral votes in Virginia. There's a breakdown right now, 134,000 vote difference, 84% of the vote. That, of course, goes into the Harris column. So that leads us the road to 270. Trump at 230 now, 40 from his goal. Harris with 185 electoral votes.
Okay, let's bring Jen Psaki, the Biden White House Press Secretary, and Mark Lauder, who was joining us earlier. Jen, we haven't had a chance to talk to you. I mean, look, it's getting to be a narrow or out for Kamala Harris, no question about it. It's the blue wall for us at this point. Well, it's math. Yeah, it's absolutely. Look, I think that General Dillon email that NBC indicated that you talked about a little bit tells you a lot about where the heads are of the people in the campaign. This is the chair of the campaign. The chair of the campaign. She was also also the campaign manager when Biden won in 2020. And basically, they did not talk about it. I know NBC has not made a call on Georgia, but they did not mention that Georgia is not a part of that email. Neither is North Carolina. You just made a call on that. It's about the blue wall states, and she warns that Arizona and Nevada will take some time. What does become challenging, I think part of an email like that is also to buck up the troops in terms of side. The team has been working so hard for months. That's part of it. Also to send that note to supporters.
a numbers game in each of these states.
Even in reliable blue states, we're seeing narrower margins. We just saw it in Virginia. We called it. Kamala Harris won it, but I believe by a smaller margin than she did. The Democrats did 4 years ago. I want to show Minnesota right now, which we are calling too close to. And this is a reliable blue state. Let me show you what the numbers look like. The breakdown. Half of the vote in. It's called too close to call it again. When you see that margin, and we're thinking, what are you guys talking about? It's because our decision desk is crunching the numbers. They know where those votes have come from, whether they're reliably Trump districts or reliably Kamala Harris or a Democratic area of the state. And on that basis, they're saying too close to votes. Not surprise you.
And Minnesota's a close state. It often is a close state. It's one certainly that the Harris team would love to have been in their win column earlier. But again, I think for them, what becomes harder and harder is as you get more vote total in, and the path becomes narrower and narrower and narrower, and that's a bit where they are away from it.
The sitting governor to Walls on the ticket. Minnesota's governor.
And a pretty popular governor in Minnesota. And there's a lot of things that have been in the mind a little bit if you're the Harris team, including that. I don't know that they're overly worried about Minnesota, but certainly, yes, would have liked to have that. And Virginia in their win column earlier.
I've heard a lot from people on the left who have asked over the last several weeks. Let's go through it.
I would ask the same question. And I think
I was under the same.
right. Obviously, with the economy, with the 2/3 of the American people in the country on the track of the immigration, all of the issues in kind of general form would suggest that this would be a rival for the Republican or for the non-party in power. The fact that it's not, I think there's obviously a lot
I think
of.
if any other Republican were on the ticket, you have much greater margins in terms of a Republican victory.
That's difficult to answer because Donald Trump brings out such a passionate base where you might have a problem getting that overperformance in rural areas because he is so animating, especially on the right now. He's equally animating on the left, which turns out that
We
opposition.
might get suburban women on side of it.
Has the conversation begun yet about Joe Biden and about the decision to ask him to step aside?
It will begin. It will begin depending on the outcome. And obviously, there hasn't been a race called yet. If this is not a fair endorsement, that will certainly be part of the discussion. It is to run a campaign over the course of 107 days. That is not something we've seen in history. And there'll be lots of questions about exactly that, the timing and the impact.
Let's talk with bringing up the history. I mean, in terms of vice presidents trying to win the presidency with a unpopular president, he said it's bordering on politically impossible.
And this gets back to something that we talked about. The favorability rating for President Biden is low. And I look at some of these numbers on how people feel about the country right now. And about 3 in 4 Americans in the exit polling say they feel angry or dissatisfied. And that is something that may end up being critical in this race as well. One of the things that I think is so notable heading into tonight, I think one of the big questions, would the economy be the top issue, as Mark is talking about, or would reproductive rights, given that abortion is on the ballot in 10 different states, would that be the biggest energizing factor tonight? What we are seeing is that right now it seems like the economy and immigration continue to be the most motivating factors.
And I'm almost interested to see that because we did see, especially using Florida as the example, it was not close to Florida, whether at the presidential level or with the Senate. But at the same time, there's the Rick Scott and Donald Trump. Obviously, they barely defeated a constitutional amendment on abortion. So they almost, like we would say split ticket voting with Senate and Congress and President. They kind of split the ticket going, no, I don't like this, but I do like that.
And that's not something that is captured necessarily, because polling doesn't function this way in polling about abortion rights, right? That there are people who could vote for Trump and also vote for protecting abortion rights. Arizona is another interesting state to watch on that front. As you know, Arizona, because there are, I talked to Senator, maybe we'll see Congressman Gallego the other night, and there are people who could be Gallego, Trump, abortion rights voters, which bends the mind a little bit, but that's where maybe we don't entirely understand how the electorate comes down on these issues. And people divide this out
Neatly categorized as a political journalist, like,
yes, that's true.
Well, we're just moments away from midnight here on the East Coast. What are you guys doing tomorrow? What you're doing, the states, they are not
Please take care of yourself and each other.
Well, election night is about to be election morning as we creep up on midnight on the East Coast. Glad you're with us. We are moments away from getting more polls, more votes, and more closings as we get new numbers minute by minute. And we're watching not just the presidential race, but of course, we're watching the balance of power. The United States Senate, the United States House of Representatives, also up for grabs tonight. We've got Krista Walker keeping an eye on that. We just in the last hour or so made a crucial Senate call in Ohio. I know you've got some results.
Absolutely. So we called Ohio for the Republican. Let's head over to Pennsylvania. Just as we await the presidential results in the great state of Pennsylvania, so too we are waiting for the results of this very close Senate race. Too close to call. Senator Bob Casey running for re-election against Dave McCormick. 81% reported right now. Now let's head over to Wisconsin, where we have Tammy Baldwin looking for another term. She is trying to fend off Collins and Eric Harvey, businessman Eric Harvey. Let's head over to Montana now. Michigan. We're going to go to Michigan first. Alyssa Slotkin trying to win a Senate seat against Mike Rogers. This race also too close to call. And now let's go to Montana. This is one of the seats that Republicans are eyeing as a potential pickup. John Tester looking for a fourth term against Tim Chu. This race too early to call. Let's take a look at the map. Overall, again, Republicans have now picked up 2 seats, which is a very good night for them, potentially putting them on the path to take back the Senate.
So if everything holds and they how to choose seat that game, they would take control of the Senate. There's one race out there that's an odd one because you have a Nebraska Senate race where you have the Republican incumbent Deb Fisher up against an independent Dan Osborne, who's interesting. If you read into his views talking about not putting people into categories, he's got an array of his calls himself independent. He appears to be, says he won't caucus with either side, and he's giving her a real run there in Nebraska.
Giving her a real run. The polls have tightened in recent days, and I think you hit the nail on the head with what makes this so complicated and fascinating. He's saying he's not going to caucus with the Democrats. So what exactly does that mean? With independent Senator Bernie Sanders, for example, who does caucus with the Democrats, just to give people a sense of what that looks like functionally speaking. So we continue to watch that race very closely.
All right, we'll take a look right here. We're up for the station's catch up as we put the map over the road to 270. And we will wait a few moments and lots of other stations join us. And that is where the map stands at this hour, about 10 minutes till midnight here on the East Coast. And we've got a lot to get to. We're going to see about in Asheville, North Carolina. Of course, the western part of North Carolina, hard hit by Hurricane Helene. We've got, if you just joined us, we've made a projection in North Carolina. Donald Trump will keep North Carolina in with economists that significantly narrows the potential path for Kamala Harris to take the presidency. We also have a governor's race decided there. Sam, what you got?
Well, it's very apropos, actually, so I'm going to talk about the governor's race in a second, but a few reflections here. First, the Democratic strong polls in North Carolina, both in County Asheville being one of them, Mecklenburg with Sherwood, of course, Lake and Wyoming, were almost identical in terms of the splits, 60-38 for Democrat versus Republican here, 66%, I believe, Mecklenburg and Charlotte, 62-63% So it's almost identical to what it was 4 years ago, but it's the margins in the rural parts of the state which rose this victory, at least by a couple of percentage points for Trump, which sounds pretty familiar to what I was talking about a second ago. That's not bad. Thought two is the Democratic race here, or the governor's race, excuse me. There was a lot of thoughts about split tickets and whether Mark Robinson would be potentially tracking down President Trump or even affecting the down ballot races. We have updates where it's not just Mark Robinson losing convincingly to Josh Stein, 55 to 39%, with 85% of the votes in so far, but it's also the lieutenant governor's race. The Democrat up a couple percentage points there, Rachel Hunt, Jeff Jackson, the AG, he's up a couple percentage points over his Republican opponent. So we're seeing truly Republican voters here in North Carolina going across the board for statewide Democrats, and then also voting for Donald Trump. So we're seeing that sort of as a microcosm of this overall picture. And then lastly, up to 37% of the electorate in North Carolina that is unassigned, right? Not Democratic, not Republican. Democrats, registered Democrats in the state have gone down about 80,000 or so, I believe, votes from the previous election. Republicans have gained 100,000 plus registered voters, but the reality here is now 400,000 new unaffiliated voters, and we're wondering where do they fall? What most of all are going to be for those folks, especially these hundreds of thousands that are moving in from out of state. North Carolina being the third most amount of people post-pandemic after Texas and Florida. How would it play out, especially in the suburbs of these large Democratic cities by and large? And what we're finding out right now is that the experts did really lean towards Trump, and that a lot of these folks in the identified category are going more red than blue, at least in this election. That's what the early results have shown.
Thank you. Let's go over to Tom Young's the game in Minnesota. We're just talking about Governor Walz sitting governor on the top of the ticket here, and it's too close to call.
Too close to call right now. Democrats are okay with this margin right now. About 50% of the vote is still out. This is how it ended up in 2020. You can see Harris overperforming slightly. Biden right here. I want to look at Minneapolis, Hennepin County. This is the largest county in all of Minnesota. She's doing fine. She's tracking just like Biden did. So this is not really a worry for them. I did want to show you something though. Blue Earth County, okay? So this is a county that Trump is on top right now. Biden won it in 2020. Why do I want to show you Blue Earth County? But besides having the coolest name in the entire country for a county, this is where Governor Tim Walz is from. This is where he taught with his wife. This is where Coach Walz is from. Right now, Republicans are winning this county. It just goes to show when you talk about how Trump may or may not win this election. He's driving up votes in rural areas. I'll show you another one, Stearns County, which actually has a large Somali American population. 95% of the vote in, he's overperforming there. So again, Minnesota, it doesn't look like it's in trouble for Democrats right now. So 50% of the vote is out. But when we look at those rural counties, he's overperforming even in a place where Governor Tim Walz is from. Guys.
All right, Tom, thank you. Thanks very much. Running NBC's Blaine Alexander, who was in the Atlanta area tonight with some developing news.
Yeah, we have heard some notable remarks from the Georgia Secretary of State, Rabbi, concerning the race here in Georgia. Now, before I say that, I want to make it clear, NBC News is still characterizing Georgia as too close to call. But I want to let you know what Robert Berger said not too long ago in a news conference. He said that he believes, looking at the numbers, Donald J. Trump has a quote, insurmountable lead with the number of votes outstanding. He later goes on to say, it looks like this is pretty much done. And then says, quote, I think the results are pretty well baked in based on where the rules are right now. He's talking about the state of Georgia. Now, again, NBC News is still characterizing this as too close to call, but we're talking with Rabbi, of course. He is in the controls that are in his Secretary of State's office, watching those results come in, watching the numbers, and also where those votes are coming in as well. Now, I spent the evening talking to some of my Republican sources throughout the state, and I asked them the question. I said, how are they feeling? They were all optimistic. But I said, if there is a lead from Donald Trump winning here in Georgia, what would be different from 2020? Of course, we all know that Georgia kind of shocked so many people around the country 4 years ago by flipping blue and helping send Joe Biden to the White House. But they said, again, across the board this time, that it was the push toward early voting by Republicans that they believe has really made a difference in the peach state this time around. Like 4 years ago, Donald Trump was really waving people off from voting early, so even on election day. This time we've seen a very different message. His surrogates have been preaching a very different message. Even Governor Brian Kemp and other top Republicans in the state have been pushing that early voting message. I spoke with one Republican source earlier tonight.
He said, looking at early voting, he was optimistic also that the Republicans tend to turn out more on election day. He was feeling good about the way things were going here in the state as well. So several sources tell me they believe that early voting could make a difference, guys.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks very much. I was going down, if we bring the panel back up, going down the most important issues from the exit polls. Immigration was number 4.
That's right. And that was Donald Trump's closing message, right? I mean, there's his message since he's been in the race. Think about this biggest day one policy priority, mass deportation. This was talked again and again with very few specifics on how that would be implemented about deporting people who have come into this country illegally here. It's always been a big issue for him, dating back something like 8 years now, 4th on the exit poll list. But look what was up there at number 2. The economy. And remember, just because a candidate will win on the top issue, which this year, based on the exit polls now, is state of democracy, doesn't mean they're going to win overall. And state of democracy is complicated as the top issue because Republicans and Democrats see it different ways. Yeah, both sides think there's a threat to democracy for different reasons. Can we go over to John Thomas? He's been pacing over there by the Georgia map. We have the Secretary of State, Rabbi, is a Republican, but who has certainly examined, shown his independence, saying that Trump has an insurmountable lead. I believe you and Chuck have said there's still some vote out there. It's not over yet. What do you see?
I'm going to give you point counterpoint. First off, let's see what that remaining vote is so far. Again, the giant bubbles, that's where the vote still needs to be counted. It's all over the Atlanta metro region. This is where Democrats are going to run up the score. This is where their base is, where they've been able to expand. So I'm going to click on a county here like Cobb County. I'm going to bring it out to compare to Joe Biden in 2020. Remember, she wants to perform over or after where Biden is right now to kind of see where her watermarks are. I'm going to highlight this so you guys can see the numbers to follow. Remember, on the left-hand side, she wants to be at where he is or higher. So let's see where we're at here. Bolton County, 71, 72, slightly under. We move over to Gwinnett, a little bit under, 73. She's overperforming in Rockdale County. We come to DeKalb here, a little bit under. We come over to Douglas County. She's overperforming. But here's the flip side of all this. Let's go with Dart to the east side of Georgia. Any county, I'm going to pick a random county. Look how Trump's overperforming. 68% to 71. Again, I'm going to just touch random counties here. 65, 69. These aren't big counties, but any county I touch, he's going, except for that. Any other county I touch, no, he flipped it. Actually, this is. Any county you come here in rural Georgia, he's flipping all these counties. And like Jim Sykes just said, it's math. Can they run up the score here? Is this what the Secretary of State is talking about? The numbers are so high in the rural counties. Democrats will catch them in the Atlanta metro region, but there's still a lot of vote out in this area. So that's one of the reasons why we're being really just yet.
Okay, we have polls closing at the top of the hour at the beginning of the morning. It'll be midnight in the East Coast, and we await the results from Hawaii. The polls close there in about 10 seconds from now, so we'll take a pause here so our other stations can join us. We'll head to their
And as we hit the midnight hour here in the East, NBC News now making a projection of the state of Hawaii that Kamala Harris will win those 4 electoral votes in Hawaii. That's the only poll vote we can do midnight hour here. The road to 270, Harris now with 189, Donald Trump still leading with 230 electoral votes.
with quite a few battlegrounds still pending tonight. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize, 84% of the vote in. It is too close to call. In Wisconsin, same story. Here we go. 75% of the vote in, a difference of 87,000 votes. Michigan, too close to call at this hour as well. Midnight on the East Coast. 15 votes up for grabs. They're too close. Arizona, too early to call. Just been counting for about 3 hours now. Out west in Nevada, also too early to call. And in Minnesota, we have too close to call. Democrats still feeling very good about their prospects there, but the margins are not in a place where we are ready to call that. Georgia, too close to call at this hour, too. We just discussed that. So that might be a ray of light for Kamala Harris, or perhaps a very narrowing of her path to victory. We should mention, Tom, we have North Carolina. That was the first battleground to call it. It stays in the red column for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I want to go to Pennsylvania now because we're starting to get more voting in Pennsylvania, and I want to focus on the east side of Pennsylvania here. This is 2024 right now. Look, a lot of the vote is still out. But let me show you 2020. You can see how much of this section was blue in 2020. Again, Biden won these counties. Now this is 2024. He's flipping counties like Monroe. Again, it's about a 200 vote difference there, so we can't really put too much in that. But he's ahead. Northampton County, remember, this is the one that has picked the president, or at least picked the winner of Pennsylvania, going back to the Kennedy years. This is Easton. This is a fast-growing area, suburb. It used to be the people that used to work at Bethlehem Steel. It's now changing. Again, fast-growing suburbs in south central Pennsylvania. 52%, he's on top. Again, a reminder here, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. And this is new right now. This is Bucks County. 56% in. Still a lot of the vote is out. There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting at 183,000 votes. So Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties were all blue. Let's move a little further south, around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County, this is where Governor Shapiro is from, 61%. Performing slightly under Joe Biden, but not too bad. Chester County, 58 to 54. That's a bigger gap there. Again, remember, Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania because he does better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a look at Philadelphia right now. Okay, 81 for Biden, 77 for Kamala Harris. There's still about 30% of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching. About 75% of the vote is in. She's overperforming Biden there. That's a good sign for her, especially in Western PA. The Democrats do really have some trouble because of the issue of fracking. Let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, but she's about at the same mark with Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys, in Pennsylvania.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, a fun fact alert, Door County has the president for the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there, but look, guys, this is a very small number. Door County is not a big county, but it's one that all the political watchers look at because it usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin. Right now it's blue. That's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one I mentioned, Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there. So we got to wait and see. The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state. 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in the cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin, but widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait until late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee. They won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope the voters show up. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of votes are counting in Wisconsin. You could call it compatible bellwether. That's what you're looking at here. I also think Bucks County, I'm going to take my Bucks County native privilege as somebody who grew up there. It's an interesting one because you've got lower Bucks, central Bucks, upper Bucks. It looks different in central Bucks. You also have after midnight. It happens. It's the M&M 32. But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here. And I was in touch with a good Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better. And we're seeing it, starting to see it in some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress. So it's one of these places very, very swingy and a place that a lot of folks are watching. I see you nodding your head, Jen. Yeah, I'm a black member of Bucks County. I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks County over the course of many years. Politics. Looking at kind of as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee, but it does, and that's not just in Pennsylvania, but you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places. One of the things as we've watched these results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on, and Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue, and I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right? So they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone. So North Carolina with baby
So that's a mistake. I don't know what color it is. It's not so yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years, but with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges.
I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns and the fact that she's not meeting the benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats and thinking about the next election cycle. We need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have to see what happens with the reward. The fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tied race, it's also taking a step back. Voters saying so far, at least, they like Trump.
It's so interesting too, because I remember in our earlier days in politics, after Republicans lost to Barack Obama, there was this famous autopsy that was commissioned by the head of the RNC that said, gave some tough love to Republicans, saying, listen, this country is changing demographically, and if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we actually are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
That is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign, right? There weren't policy proposals like we're doing. To me, it seems much more cultural, what you're seeing.
Well, is that been open for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. But if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban, those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 81-page economic plan or whatever their other plan is. And that's a different conversation.
With the Olympic joke. I do think I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record, primarily prior to COVID, and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. But I remember when I was in the 2020 campaign prior to the pandemic, I was either down for a Democratic vote in Atlanta, and an African American gentleman came up to me and looked around. We're gone. Because everybody's got work, and our paychecks are going up. Now, COVID scrambled everything. I think a lot of people, especially in those communities that are moving over, they're doing it based off of, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under Donald Trump. So it was an incumbent campaign without being the incumbent.
With the benefit of 4 years of
it's a bit of a revision. We don't have to argue about that. It is a revision. And so to me, that's still a messaging cultural thing and not actually a policy debate.
Yes. Garrett Haig is at Trump Election Headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. How's it going there, Garrett?
Lesser, there is sort of a barely contained sense that the party is really going to get started here at any moment at this Trump election headquarters. Every time a new result is announced on screen behind me, there are huge cheers from a crowd that has been filing in here, drinking beer, wine, and cocktails for some time now and is ready to celebrate. And I'll just say, anecdotally, it is a younger crowd. It is a younger crowd than other election nights I've covered, other Republican events that I've covered. I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit polls, this so-called shift of the pro vote in particular towards Donald Trump, the young man who he has put so central in this campaign. I'm thinking about the fact that just today, when he was voting, he was asked by another reporter about what he thought one of the most important moments in his campaign was, and he mentioned Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview, and then subsequently got Rogan's endorsement, which he made a big part of his closing remarks just last night, feels like a week ago now. Trump is talking to a different segment of America and has created a different electorate for Republicans than has existed in any other Republican race that I've covered. It's reflected in this room. I think we're seeing it reflected in the states he's putting together, just as you guys were just discussing about what states are in play, what the map is going to look like now, and potentially for cycles in the future.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander, your counterpart over at Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. So what is the move there?
can hear the music blaring, but within the crowd right now, it's pretty silent. A lot of drum looks on the faces here over the rest of this evening. They can play as the returns are coming in on one of the cable channels. Frankly, that won't be returns that most of the people here in the room wanted. So you start hearing several dozen people start chanting, music, music. They muted the TV and blasted some music so they could sort of lift the spirits of some of the folks here this evening. I'll tell you, based on the attendees, that one of the Harris events taking place at a hotel not far from here. The situation there, the scene was described as that of a funeral right now. And that doesn't mean this thing is over, but it does give me a sense of the way people are feeling right now. I was with Kamala Harris yesterday as she was traveling through Pennsylvania at that late night event, actually, which is 24 hours ago. And she was later down by Ricky Martin, Oprah Winfrey, and she said to the tens of thousands gathered that momentum is on our side, but clearly there is a different message being communicated now in the form of that document that was retained by NBC News. The statement sent by the campaign chair, General Dillon, saying basically that we always knew this race was going to be tight. Increasingly, it appears that they believe the blue wall states are their best path going forward at this time. That's what it seems to be the way this night is going to go for most folks here. It's not the end of the road. General Dillon also saying we're going to keep at it tomorrow, but we wait to hear from Kamala Harris in the course of the next couple of hours.
And Jen, how important are votes like that? Not for our consumption, but for the consumption of the campaign.
Hugely important. I think people forget. I've been on winning presidential campaigns and losing ones feel better when you win. State the obvious. You know, but you know, this is a team that has been, many of them through a massive transition just 107 days ago, where many of them signed up to work for somebody slightly different than Joe Biden. You know, it's been they've been working 20 hours a day. They've been eating bad pizza, drinking bad beer, all the things, and it's just to keep them rolling. Keep them rolling.
But a moment like this, we know early in the evening we try to keep them in line and all that, but now you're at a point where you don't help support.
You don't, but you need to keep the campaign team's spirits up because they're continuing to talk to voters and counsel people who may have questions, and they're still a part of this big team that's been working to elect Kamala Harris. They don't have control, but the end has not happened yet, and so they need to keep them all, their spirits up. That's the goal.
They say the end hasn't happened yet. I mean, do you still hold out hope that there's a path? I mean, a reasonable path?
Well, look, I think it becomes, as I said earlier, more and more challenging as more results come in, and you see that the blue wall looks like the primary possible path, and as you see it underperforming Biden in a number of these counties, that makes it more challenging. Now, there are still, if you talk to Democrats, which I have, they believe there are votes that are still coming in Philadelphia, there are still votes coming in cities. That's often how these nights go. So I'm a believer you got to wait until you know. That's what happens internally here as well. But yes, if you're on the campaign right now, you're feeling pretty down because there are places you wanted to have in your win column to give you more space and breathing room, and you don't have them in this moment.
As we talk about this idea of the Democratic brand, and as we've been having this conversation here, I just want to throw out a data point to the table here because there's a ballot initiative that was just passed in the state that enshrines a right to paid sick leave and a higher minimum wage, and it passed with 59% support. If I were to say that, maybe you'd say blue state probably, right? California, right? Missouri, right? A state that we can run with right away for former President Trump here, which I think speaks to what you're getting at here, this idea of a realignment in this moment. You've talked about it, Chuck's talked about it, we've had that conversation here at the table. I also think Helen had the opportunity to interview Vice President Kamala Harris, and you asked her a fascinating question. Do you think the country is ready for a black woman president? And she said yes. And depending on how this night goes, I think that would be one of the questions.
This is the piece that, and again, we don't know what the outcome is yet, but I think when Hillary Clinton lost, a lot of people felt like, a lot of women, a lot of Democrats felt like there's never going to be a woman in my lifetime, right? And I think one of the things that is going to be a challenge if Harris loses is that there will be Democrats who will not want to take a risk on a woman, on someone who's diverse, because they'll think, I like that person, but the country's not ready. Here's the thing. The country's not ready until the country is ready. With Barack Obama, there's a range of factors that lead to the win or loss of anyone, and we don't know what's happened yet. There will a lot to be delved into, but I do worry about that if she loses.
We do know it is something that she laid down in her campaign, unlike Hillary Clinton in 2016. It was not something that she did open her stump speeches, she talks about it, and she talked about it with me. She's talked about it with all of you here too. That it would be the president for all Americans, and that she is sort of putting her head down and grinding it out. But if she loses, it won't be because women didn't turn out. It won't be because of women, right? It won't be because she pulled back a lot of the Democratic base that had gone away and were double haters, as we called them for a long time, before there was a switch at the top of the ticket. And that is actually how Barack Obama also ran and won, which he didn't lead with the historic nature of his candidacy on his sleeve. There will be a lot of people who second guess that if she loses.
But if she loses, it may also be because there are tremendous headwinds in terms of an unpopular incumbent and people feeling terrible about the economy. And even if inflation is down to 2%, sometimes the stuff you feel, your gas prices, your groceries, it doesn't feel that way. So that may also be the rationale.
That's exactly my point. I was trying to make earlier, and you just didn't articulate which is that there will be many. There always leads to conclusion in both parties when your candidate loses, or if they lose. And again, we don't know yet, but people will lead to different ones, right? The country isn't ready for a woman. The country isn't ready for a black woman. All of these things, but there are a lot of factors that play into the win or loss. And I think if she loses, and hopefully people will look at the broad scope of where the country is, the cultural divides, the rural-urban divides, the education divides. There are just a lot of factors that play into races.
I'll give you something maybe positive for you going forward. Should this all end the way we're talking, if that's a possibility, you still have a very young, good bench in Governor Shapiro, governor of North Carolina, Gretchen Whitmer, who could possibly bridge that gap. And as opposed to saddling them with the if they would have joined the ticket with the vice president, or if they had replaced the vice president and become the nominee with hundreds of some days out in a very difficult situation, and it would have been weaker as a party for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I think that if she loses and Donald Trump wins, there will be millions of people in this country who voted for her who will feel like we're in the state of an emergency. And I think that is how people will respond and feel. And they will be looking for hope, a resistance, and opposition. And there are a lot of people on the Democratic bench. You mentioned some of them were in the beef steaks. We all lived through the summer. Some of them were not, who I would expect would all be out there on everybody's shows in the coming days. Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that if she does, in fact, lose, will be under a microscope, because, of course, there's so much discussion, even over the summer, about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
And you mentioned debate. We're going to talk about that. There wasn't a second debate. You have to wonder how that affected the trajectory of this race, because by most accounts, he didn't perform well for the first debate of Harris.
True. And I also think that it throws into question a lot of things. I mean, I think anybody who watched that debate objectively felt she outperformed him in that debate. If she doesn't win, yes, there should have been a second debate, but do debates matter? They should matter. They're the public being able to see the candidates. She has a far superior ground operation that has been invested in across the country. The Republican state parties, you can disagree with me here, of course, are falling apart in many states in the country. That will throw into question, does that matter? It should matter, but it will throw that into question. So, yes, not a second debate, not an opportunity for people to see them person to person. The first one definitely benefited her, but if she doesn't win, it didn't benefit her enough to put her in the White House.
We've got a lot to talk about. We're still waiting on a lot of numbers from the battleground states, and the road to 270. We'll be right back after this break.
News is more now. This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall. Now is wrong.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating. Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is consequence. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If you have stepped away or heard parts of the conversation, know that this race is not over. This is the road to 270. That, of course, the magic number. Donald Trump right now leading with 230, Harris with 189. All right, here's what we got from the state of Nevada with 6 electoral votes. It's too early to call. That's NBC News characterization of the race. You can see Donald Trump appears to be well out in front right now.
As you can hear, the CNN just reported Trump took Georgia. So it looks like this shit's going down.
Too close to call Georgia. That is also too close to call a 118,000 vote difference. Let's look at the other battleground. Michigan, 15 electoral votes in play, too close to call. Donald Trump with a narrow lead of Kamala Harris as we continue to watch this one unfold.
Let's zoom in on Michigan. To be honest, what you got?
Guys, okay, so we have now more than 50% of the voters in Michigan, as you mentioned last year, 15 electoral votes. This was Biden's largest margin of victory in 2020 when it came to the battleground states. Almost the whole game is Wayne County, Detroit, not enough vote there. About a quarter of the vote is in. We can't really make any projections for polls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out, so I won't spend too much time on this, but 68%. Tonight, right now, Harris at this point in time is at 58%. Not a great number for her. It is a tale of two suburbs in Michigan. Right? You have Oakland County. This is where Kamala Harris did that rally. I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the wealthiest counties in all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here. The suburbs of Detroit. This is where Biden was in 2020, 56%. This is where Harris is tonight, 53%. There's still 20% of the vote. Just over Macomb County. This is a little more middle class, a little more working class. It is a suburb of Detroit as well. Republicans do very well here. Trump is at 53%. There's only about a third of the vote in. He's at 57%, so he's overperforming there. Some of the other areas you want to watch: Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held a rally last night, and I should say yes. Sorry, I'm getting my days confused here. Biden was at 52. She's overperforming there. That's good news for the Democrats. I also want to talk about Washington. This is the University of Michigan. Go be blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the voters, and remember, this is a college county. Democrats are doing very well here. Biden 72%. Tonight, Harris is underperforming right now. Almost three-quarters of the vote is in. Ingham County, again, another college county. This is where Michigan State is. Half the vote is in. Biden was at 65. Harris at 56.9. I want to see some Trump barometers right now. Cass County, Trump's at 66%. 4 years ago, he was at 63. So again, the story of Trump overperforming in those rural counties, we're seeing it as well in Michigan. Still a lot of the vote is out, though. Look, we still need half the vote to come in. A lot of that's going to be Detroit, as we know. I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county. This is where she toured that semiconductor plant. We don't see much there. There's only 1% of the vote, and I don't want to draw anything from there. We're going to check Kalamazoo. She appeared here with Michelle Obama. It was the Harrison Michelle Obama appearance. Only 13% of the vote in, and she's slightly underperforming. Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan, but the trend lines we've been seeing in the other states, we're sort of seeing in Michigan as well. But again, I don't want to draw too much from that because there's a lot of that vote that's out.
Oh, interesting to see you do this university towns because well, there was a lot of turnout and Democrats early in the day were kind of giddy about that, but I think this might be a function of what we've been seeing, which is young men turning out for Donald Trump and maybe skewing what you normally would expect from the university town.
And something we haven't mentioned just yet, because so much of the vote is out in Wayne County. You have Detroit and you have Dearborn. That makes up Wayne County, that Arab American Muslim vote. We're talking about over 200,000 voters there. Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is what happens. Do they not show up? Do they vote for a party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Type there. We're going to go right to Detroit, actually. NBC Jesse Kirschner on duty there. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Savannah, I know we're wondering when we're going to have the votes from Wayne County, specifically Detroit, where I am right
We know that absentee ballots, around 95% of them have been pre-processed before Election Day. So the overwhelming bulk of the absentee ballots are ready to be tabulated for Election Day. So that was what was the expectation heading into tonight. Just a short time ago, we heard from the Secretary of State here in Michigan herself, and she says that they are further along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit, than was anticipated. Her initial estimate before Election Day was by midday Wednesday. So today, we would have an answer on the unofficial result. She says it could be sooner now. There is a caveat. Remember, 2016, former President Trump won the state by around 10,000 votes. We were told there are around 6,000 ballots outstanding from military and overseas. If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday, which would be Tuesday, the 12th, 19 weeks.
All right, thanks, Jesse. And in Battleground, Georgia, Allison Barber is in Gwinnett County. Allison, what's it looking like there?
Hey, Lester, it's starting to get a lot quieter in this tabulation center enough because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials in this county, there is one precinct that is still out of the 156, 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots. The voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020, and then it would be enough to chip into Harris's margins and the Democrats' margins here, and then carry the state. And right now, he's a little over 41% of the vote in this county. So it looks like what they were hoping would happen here in terms of those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing candidates in the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he backed lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different Georgia than what we saw in 2022. Lester.
All right, Allison, thank you.
Let's go out west. Reno, Nevada, Steve Patterson is there in Rothschild County. Tell us what you're seeing there.
Democracy in action. So that we're in the tabulation center. The machines are humming. The ballots are coming in from polling places all across the county. Although it is now abundantly clear that the workers you see over my shoulder are going to be here for a while. That is because we just heard from the election official about 10, 15 minutes ago to say that people are still voting. It is, 2.5 hours past when polls were supposed to close. People that are still in line can still vote, and they are still voting. We're hearing that there's a polling place, tribal community that has about 50 people still in line. It's going to take a while for those votes to get counted. In-person votes that come in today have to wait to be counted until the very last person in Nevada takes their turn to vote. So this is going to take some time. We also understand there was a University of Nevada, Reno, that took a while. There were about 50 people that still had to vote after polls closed there. That is because we're getting same-day registrations. We're spiking at college campuses. College students realize, I think I don't need to vote. And so they signed up to vote. But on the same day, clog the system a little bit. None of this is to say that this is any indication that there's anything wrong, any indication of fraud. It just means that the system is taking a while, and as we often report in the Silver State, it may take a minute before we get totals here. That's it.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. NBC News senior legal correspondent Lori Jarrett joins us now. She's at the Vote Watch desk with an update on the abortion measures on the ballots in several states.
Okay, guys, yeah, we've been tracking these across 10 different states tonight, and at least so far, we can make calls for 4 different states, and it's worth noting here that places where the abortion referendums have actually gone through and passed are places where abortion rights are not in jeopardy, places like Colorado, where abortion is easily on the ballot there. There's an advantage to pass. The first one, New York, again, obviously you can still get an abortion in New York, but there was part of a package of anti-discrimination laws to try to shore up these rights. Again, these are constitutional amendments. The next one, in Maryland, you can get an abortion up to the point of viability, around 24 weeks of pregnancy now. And then again, will be enshrined in the Constitution. The big exception here, guys, Florida. That one was different because it required a supermajority to pass. 60% of voters, and it did not meet that threshold, falling just above it, just short of it, around 58%. So that one, the abortion referendum failed. They will not enshrine constitutional rights to abortion in the state of Florida. And the 6-week ban will stand. Guys, we're going to keep watching other states like South Dakota, also Missouri, Nebraska. The referendums are still on the ballot there, and they're not yet out of hand. In the back to us.
Thanks very much.
We got a guest on our panel that we're asking for the development secretary, Democrat Julian Castro, and Republican Mark Butter. Remains with us as a communications director for the House 2020 campaign. Nice to have you both with us. I'm going to have to ask you about the Latino vote, because we're looking at an exit poll that shows Latino men voted for Trump by 10 points. They went for Biden by 23. That's a 33-point swing. How do you make sense of that?
I think all of us are trying to make sense of that. Like, this is on exit polls, so I'm not prepared to draw complete conclusions from this, but I think it's safe to say, right? We've seen enough evidence that there was a significant shift among Latinos. I attribute that to several things. I think that you were talking about divides earlier, right? That there's this disconcerting rural-urban divide, also around educational background. I think that's true in the Latino community too. If you notice, particularly in these places that are more small town and rural, he has picked up significant Latino support. I think we're seeing that in places like Pennsylvania. In addition to that, from what I could gather, the economic message really resonated. You have to remember, this is a working class community by and large, and all of those messages he stuck to about we have the greatest economy, and look how bad inflation is and so forth. I think that played well this year. I'll be interested to see whether there's a difference in Nevada and Arizona. Those are states where the Latino community is much more organized and has been by Democrats for longer than in places like Pennsylvania or some of the other battlegrounds.
We've got to make a call here, Secretary. This is NBC News projection in the state of Georgia. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Georgia and all the votes are counted. There's the breakdown right now, 118,000 vote margin, but again, Donald Trump, the projected winner. This is a big call here on a night in which we've waited quite some time for some of these important battleground calls. Here's what the road to 270 looks like. Donald Trump drawing closer now to that magic number. He's at 246. Harris at 189.
This case is $3 bust for Kamala Harris. It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, where there is no cost of 270 for her. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this as we await results in those big industrial Midwest states, as well as the background out west. We're going to pause a moment. We'll let the local stations get their local views, and we'll be back to that.
And welcome back. The news is sinking in that Georgia will go into the Donald Trump column here tonight. Certainly a major piece on putting Donald Trump even closer to the magic
I'm
percent.
just looking over at Tom, who's doing the back of the envelope math here. So, show us our math.
I just want to make this very simple for us here and also our viewers at home. So we projected Georgia and North Carolina for former President Trump to go back to the White House. Look at his number right here, 252. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's going back to the White House, 271. It's coming down to Pennsylvania right now for Republicans. What the math changes now for Kamala Harris, right? Because now she no longer has a Sun Belt strategy. She's lost Georgia. She's lost North Carolina. If she wins Nevada and Arizona, she's still going to have to pick up 2 states in the blue wall. She no longer has that path. If she wins the entire blue wall, yes, she'll go back to the White House. That is still an option for her. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. She has to win all 3. But it looks like this is the entire game for her right now, guys. By losing North Carolina, losing Georgia, things have just gotten much easier for former President Trump. We're going to be watching Pennsylvania more than ever before right now because those 19 electoral votes will put him over the top if we project that state for him. Yes.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. So we'll turn to Secretary Castro here. Your thoughts on at this point where we are in those days. It feels like 2016. Obviously, it feels like. And just the path becoming smaller and smaller. There are still hopes to be counted, and we saw a lot of enthusiasm today. So it's possible that we have significant election day
contemplating to change this, but what I've noticed is just that county after county in Pennsylvania that he's been overperforming and that she's underperforming with Biden and Trump did in 2020. And that's, for Democrats, has to be interesting.
What do you attribute that to? I mean, it's early. When you look at that, they you can't say anything in Pennsylvania. They did, and they have a superior organization, most intense thing. What do you think was the difference maker?
I think she was put in a very difficult position by President Biden. I think Rabbi and say earlier, a law in the U.S. Senate that will change the balance of power of the U.S. Senate. NBC News now call it GOP control of the Senate.
With the victory of Jeff Fisher, the incumbent in Nebraska, who was given quite the amount of money from an independent there, Dan Osborne, who said he wouldn't caucus with either side, but it went down to the wire. But in the end, if the Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republicans, and that gives a leg up to Republicans and the gains they need to take control of the Senate. They should have won it based on how the map looks at it. But obviously, we are not projecting that they have it here. We've got that Nebraska pickup. Montana is still hanging out there. I'm also looking at some of these other races that are very, very close where there are Democratic incumbents in the Senate. So this is significant, obviously, for the balance of power in Congress and for whoever ends up in the White House, especially if it is former President Trump. A lot of eyes are going to be on what the House does, where the House goes here, with that landscape looking very different, of course. Those political risks.
Let me ask Ryan Nobles, our colleague who is here.
He covers it. Yeah. Right, what we know now is the Republicans have control of the Senate. What we don't know is the margin, and you still have a very vulnerable Democratic seat out west in Montana. We wait for Michigan. We wait for Wisconsin. What are you hearing here?
Yes, again, I think of all the outcomes that happened here tonight, this is probably the least surprising. Republicans felt very confident about their chances of winning back the Senate, just given the map. There were 10 competitive Senate races across the country. 8 of them were held by incumbent Democrats. And the places where they were battling out these races were in places where the elections were expected to be very competitive. We see that playing out here in a big way tonight. I do think perhaps the most interesting dynamic that's not playing out at this hour is that where Senate Republicans were confident of winning the majority, but they were very much talking to us about the idea of 50 plus 1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that they would have the Senate Majority Leader, that they could control the legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant margins. They are now looking at that blue wall the same way that we are looking at the blue wall in terms of the race for president, and seeing real opportunities for pickups in places like Wisconsin, in places like Michigan, in places like Pennsylvania. These were areas where Democrats were hopeful because they had strong incumbents there, where they had strong challengers, so people running in open seats like in Michigan, who they thought they'd be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris, even if the race was close at the presidential level. Donald Trump's margins seem to be bringing those Republican candidates along with him in states along that blue wall. And then don't forget, there's 2 other Senate seats that are still in the balance as well. You know, we already talked about Montana, which Republicans were very confident about. And we also have Nevada and Arizona. Arizona Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Carrie Lake, the candidate there. The scenario in which they thought Carrie Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right now. That was a big Donald Trump victory that would bring her across the finish line. So there's no doubt that there are a lot of very happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And this is going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House Republican caucus that we've covered over the past couple of election cycles. So there's no doubt that there's going to be a lot of change in Washington as a result of what we see playing out.
Yeah, different leadership too. Senator McConnell stepping aside. That's good. Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the Hill. We await who will control the House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here? Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have this way of reshaping themselves, and it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided he's not going to be in leadership. And so it will be more the form of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump becomes president again, then you have that kind of partnership where he will have more of an opportunity to drive the agenda. Now, if the House goes to the Democrats, then they have the counterweight, and they have the power of subpoena and the power to be an agitation to a Donald Trump if he returns to the White House. For Republicans, as Ryan I mentioned, and as we've talked about tonight, the expectation was that this was likely because there's a third of the Senate that is on every 2 years, 34 seats this time, and it was favorable territory for Republicans. But for the partnership between a White House and at least one chamber of the Senate, of the Congress, it makes such a difference. Now, Donald Trump has not always thwarted those Republicans. He has such a grasp over his party, not always wanting to work with them in terms of governing and getting things done. But he has infused his brand, his personality into this Republican caucus, and that will mean a real sort of a Trump-style reflection in the Senate, perhaps more than we saw in his first term, because he won't have Mitch McConnell in a leadership position. We want to go to Harris headquarters, such as Richmond, who is supposed to have the DNC to address the crowd there. Let's listen.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Who is, of course, the co-chair of the Harris campaign, and misspoke earlier. Apologies for that, saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will hear from her tomorrow. We've got Julian Castro here. What do you make of that? What are your tea leaves showing you?
It reminds me of John Podesta coming out at the Jacob Javits Center around the same time. Maybe that was a little bit later in 2016.
And if I recall, the race hadn't been called, had not been a first came.
But it was called probably an hour and a half later, if I remember correctly. Look, I think it's important to note this is a different year. There are still votes to be counted. None of those battleground states have been counted, but it feels eerily similar to 2016.
The parallels are striking. There at the Javits Center, which I was, to see not the candidate herself come out, but to see in this case Cedric Richmond, just as John Podesta came out. And again, I think the themes, one of the questions that we were looking at in 2016 is the fact that Hillary Clinton didn't visit Michigan, for example. This was very different. Vice President Kamala Harris went everywhere. She showed up in the Senate. Her messaging, and we all noted this at the time, her closing message, we really focused on the issue of democracy when polls showed issues like the economy, like reproductive rights, really the top issues for voters. So that's all. Although in our exit polls, yes, democracy is the number one issue. It's just that it's in the eye of the poll, and it means that the things. And Mark Waters here, veteran of the Republican campaigns and the Trump campaign in 2020, when it comes to democracy, I think it's, the pollsters were going to come and workshop a different way of putting it out there. Except for some, for Democrats, certainly was January 6th and some of those, extra legal, not legal moves to try to hold on to power in 2020. For Republicans, it might mean cultural changes to the way of life, things that threaten. It could be a number of cultural issues that they think are just as existential, and it's really about the direction of the country.
Obviously, it's good for every Republican. I do think there are a lot, though, that believe that threat to democracy also is packing the Supreme Court. It is the use of the lawfare, whether it was in New York, whether it was the special counsel, for things that really, as we often describe it, the New York case was about accounting and a paperwork issue. And yet he was fined So those kinds of things I think also resonate for many. But I know we talked about a lot about 2016. I was around on that campaign as well with then Governor Pence, obviously part of the Trump campaign. It reminds me of 2016 in so many ways because of the theory. It's not you have to win wow counties or you have to be. I use the McDonald's reference because it's an iconic photo. He supersized 2016 and said, I'm going to grow my rural numbers and then I'm going to take them up another level even more.
Well, as we go to a commercial break, there's the side-by-side picture. If you were just tuning into all this, the pictures speak loudly. On the left, the Harris campaign headquarters for the night as people are packing up and leaving, told they will not see the candidate tonight as they process some unhelpful trends for them. On the right side, the truck gathering in West Palm Beach tonight, where we can see dancing and celebration. Again, the race has not been called yet, but they, like everyone else, watching some interesting trend lines that seem to be going in that direction. Let's take a break here. Still be with us, and we'll be right back. 60% of the voting. I'm seeing a lot of red running up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know,
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
welcome back to NBC's election coverage. It is almost 1 a.m. here in the East with another period about to close as we wait on numbers from some of the critical battleground states in the race for president.
The presidential race, but also both just made a big call in the Senate just no longer on the balance of power there, and Republicans have officially regained control of the United States Senate.
They've regained control of the United States Senate, which is a significant development, one that was expected. And now the question that we are asking is just how big will their margins be in the Senate? So right now it's 51 to 41. We're still waiting for a number of results. But among the top states that we're looking for, now that they have these pickups, which have given them control, Arizona, Winnebago, and Kerry Lake, we still haven't called that race. The Montana race is such a fascinating one. Senator John Tester trying to win re-election against Tim Sheehy. Tim Sheehy is a somewhat controversial candidate, and yet it looks like John Tester could potentially be poised for defeat. We'll have to see how that race goes.
It's a very red state, Montana, so very one of the most vulnerable.
Absolutely, and when Republicans were on power, going to win the Senate, this was the race that they continued to reference. We're also looking for Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Dave McCormick, Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. So, and Tammy Baldwin, by the way, also from Wisconsin is looking for re-election.
Michigan has got an open seat, a Democratic retirement.
Michigan, absolutely. You have Alyssa Slotkin That's exactly right, because people are divided. Let's see how this goes, though, because we haven't called some of these races, right, where these Democrats are vulnerable in some of these. I mean, listen, we're talking about the blue wall in some of these blue wall states, and remember why the margin matters in the Senate. Not just for funsies, it's because there's a couple of Republicans in the Senate who would be potentially likely to buck Donald Trump if he were to win the White House on some issues. I'm thinking Susan Collins, Susan Murkowski. If Republicans can build up that margin, that won't matter quite as much.
All right, well, we're still waiting to see how this all plays out. So check that out. The presidential race, the road to 270.
Coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning in the east, that's the road to 270. The map filling out 6 or 7 battleground states have been called, and we just got word from Harris headquarters and the co-chair of the campaign center Richmond that we will not be seeing Kamala Harris tonight, but we will see her tomorrow. Let's go to Harris headquarters. Peter Alexander, our correspondent, right there. So what are you hearing? What is the decision-making process there?
Savannah, we did just hear from Cedric Richmond making an announcement to the thousands who have gathered here. Frankly, many of them had already left as we approached 1 o'clock, saying that they would not hear from the Vice President Kamala Harris tonight, instead saying that she would speak to her supporters, not just here at Howard University or alma mater, but to the nation as well. And the address that would take place at some point tomorrow. No specifics on when that would occur. For those who have kept track of the Trump era, you remember in 2016 a very similar circumstance there at the Javits Center in New York City at Hillary Clinton headquarters, where one of her top aides, John Podesta, came out and spoke to the crowd saying she wouldn't be speaking. Ultimately, she conceded the next morning, Wednesday morning. So a lot of them still out there. No plans for the concession, certainly at this point, but I can't tell you the conversations we've had with a series of individuals, including a Democrat who was attending a donor event that was taking place at one of the glitzy hotels not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C. They say the atmosphere there was like a funeral. Another person said the situation there was just, quote, not good right now. We did hear earlier from Jenna Valladolid. She is the campaign chair. She had what was in effect a sort of pep talk for the forces, the campaign staff, telling them all to get some sleep and that they would come back and finish this off strong tomorrow. So that's effectively where things are at the end of the evening. But I got to tell you, Savannah, on a day when so many those close to Kamala Harris really felt like they had the momentum. They felt like the vibes were on their side. It quickly appeared clear that, despite her effort to say that we're not going back, that they may be returning to the figures that haunted Democrats back in 2016, where they just didn't have enough to defeat Donald Trump. That go around, so many blank stares, glum faces, people not so much holding back tears, but certainly unable to crack a smile here. They have been handing out American flags early on, and some of the early numbers were out there cheering and waving those flags, but as the night progressed and they watched the returns come in, no more waving flags. In fact, they asked for the television to be muted here with the returns, with the exception of Hawaii, Colorado, other places. The Harris won, they turned them on and got cheers for that. Instead, they blasted music to try to sort of distract from the situation, try to get a little quickly up to people here.
Peter, thank you so much. I'm going to go over to Garrett Hickman, the Trump headquarters in Florida, where it looks like the party is still going. And of course, the question is whether or not we will hear from the former president.
Yes, Trump supporters reveling in the news that they're getting here in this ballroom just over the last half hour or so. Huge cheers in this room as the network's called Georgia for the former president, and a loud chorus of boos when Cedric Richmond took the stage in Washington to announce that Vice President Harris would not be speaking. There has been movement from Mar-a-Lago across the intercoastal waterway towards West Palm Beach of Trump supporters. The party there actually emptying out. A lot of folks he had been with, Governor Burgum, for example, other close Trump aides and allies, making their way across the street. Still no sign of the former president here yet.
Okay, thank you.
We've got another call to make here. I believe this is the state of New Mexico. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in New Mexico, 5 electoral votes. Here's the breakdown right now. You see the difference, 43,000, 95% with the vote in there. So very little left to count. Where does that bring us to in the road to 270? Donald Trump at 246, Harris now up to 194.
Over to Tom Ellis, who's at Bigport, Pennsylvania, and you've got some bellwether
West. Let's start in the East. Northampton County, this is Easton, PA right here, South Central suburbs. 95% of the voting is in. Trump is there with 51%. Remember, Biden won this in 2020. So Trump able to flip that Bellwether County. There's still some vote out, but it's unclear if Harris can catch up. Erie County. We haven't talked enough about Erie County tonight. This is one of those swing counties that we watched in Western PA. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. There's about 3,000 votes still left to be counted here. It's unclear. She's going to have to get all those votes if she wants to flip that county back blue. Let's go to the collar counties of Philadelphia. Let's talk about what we have here. So we want to compare to 2020 to see how she's driving out the vote. Underperforming right now in Chester County. Still 20% of the vote is out there. Montgomery County, 86% of the vote is in. 62% for Biden. Again, 60%. She's underperforming there. We move down to Delco, 95% in, 62.9, slightly underperforming there. Philadelphia County, this is where she closed out her campaign with Lady Gaga and Oprah as well. There's still a lot of vote left to be counted, 20% or so. 81% was where Biden was at. She's at 78. And finally, Bucks County here. Trump has flipped this right now. There's still about 30% of the vote is out, 69%. He had 51, Biden did in 2020, Trump tonight with 50%. Still some votes to be counted there, but those aren't promising numbers in the collar counties right now. And the bellwethers, one in the east, one in the west, showing signs that Pennsylvania could turn red. Still a lot of vote out, guys, but this may be one of the reasons, and we don't know why Vice President Harris decided not to speak tonight, but this may be one of the reasons why the trend lines in Pennsylvania, from what we're seeing, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, there's no longer a path for her.
And you're seeing some of these same patterns in other states as well.
Wisconsin and Michigan as well. We're starting to look at the counties there. We're watching through Michigan and Wisconsin. Still a lot of vote out in those two battleground states. But again, those trend lines that we're following, we're searching these maps to see if there's any positive signs for the Democrats. And I got to be honest with you, the more I go through these counties, through all the battleground states, more and more, which is see the rural counties, Trump is overperforming. Harris is underperforming the counties she needs to win. That's for them.
If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, the other states don't matter. If he wins Pennsylvania, he goes to the White House. Right? Whether it's a call or not, if I don't know, if we call Pennsylvania tonight, does he get to 270? I think so. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So that's what I told you. I mean, they're counting fast in Pennsylvania tonight as well. We're coming up on the top of the hour. I think we're going to have some projections today. Yes. And don't forget,
We are going to
there's one more state to go here.
Alaska right now. And NBC News projecting, but it's no, not projecting at all. They're saying it is too early to call on Alaska. And here's where the road to 270 stands right now. Harris with 184, Trump gaining ground now at 246 as he looks forward to scoring 270 electoral votes.
Okay, let's do the battleground. Pennsylvania, we just discussed it. Too close to call right now with 92% of the vote in. Same story in Michigan, but we've been discussing how some of the trend lines are not positive for the vice president tonight. Michigan too close to call. Minnesota still too close to call at this hour. Of course, that's the home state of Governor Tim Walz, but too close to call right now with what we have in here. Arizona too early to call. And in Wisconsin, too close to call. So I think Tommy's got Wisconsin. We'll give you a chance to do the bow and the wow counties again. This is
Okay, Madison, this is Dane County. For Democrats right now, she's doing just fine here. 75% is where Biden was in 2020. With 95% of the voting, she's at 75%. That's fine for her. Milwaukee, we're going to be waiting on the biggest city and the biggest county in Wisconsin for a few more hours, I would say, maybe more than that. She's at 66%, but again, 40% of the vote in Milwaukee is not in. This is a big Democratic county, so maybe she can run her numbers up there. But then when we look at the WOW counties here, Ozaki, this is the only in the WOW, 81%. Trump was at 55.2. He's almost matching where he was 4 years ago. Let's go over to Washington County, 68, overperforming there. Let's go down to Waukesha. Slightly underperforming, still some of the votes out there. But these two counties just south of Milwaukee, they're still part of the Milwaukee media market. Racine, 51%. He's overperforming there, but still half the vote is out there. And then Kenosha, 95% in, overperforming there as well. These are counties that were blue under Obama. Trump was able to flip them over and then hold them as well. We can go to the battle counties now. This is around Green Bay. 50% 56% Trump overperforming there. We'll come down. Sorry, when we go over here to Winnebago, 50 again overperforming. And we go to Allegheny, again slightly overperforming guys. So as we study this map, let me go to some of the Democratic strongholds, see how she's doing. La Crosse, 95%. So look, it's a slight drop, but again, when we're talking about a margin of 20,000 votes, that's what it was in 2016 and 2020. You want to be on top. You want to be overperforming everywhere you look. She's about at the same mark, slightly higher, but not by much in Eau Claire. And then another one we're watching, this is one of those bellwethers, 50%, matching Biden 4 years ago, 95% of the vote is in. And we look at Dora, that's one we're watching. She's on top, but only by about 466 votes. It's unclear if he'll catch her. She may take York County. It's still unclear in Wisconsin what's going to happen, guys.
All right, we're back with our panel now, including our guest, Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama. Delano remains with us. He was part of the 2020 campaign for Donald Trump. Great to have you both here. Jim, when you see those trends that Tom has been walking through, it's a consistent underperformance. What does that tell you about the Harris campaign?
Well, the county that Tom just walked through that really scared me was I ran President Obama's campaign, and I was obsessed with Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Where Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources on the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not going to win Bucks County is really difficult. You start to say to folks, hey, we have a problem here. The other thing is there just may not be enough turnout in Philly to get there. And I spent my entire life waiting for Philly to come in. I just have anger. I hate anger because of but every 4 years we're having this discussion. Usually it's not 6 out of the last 7 elections. Democrats have won Pennsylvania. Tonight we're not sure there's enough out there.
We were having a discussion several times this evening about, has there been a failure to recognize that the electorate is changing, that everything you think you may have known doesn't represent what we see today?
What those numbers show me tonight is Democrats have a real hard. We are absolutely good for votes in historic numbers. Barack Obama did very well in rural America. Hillary started with Hillary, Biden did a little bit better. But when you look at the numbers, what's happening tonight, the gender gap is there. We're not performing in the suburbs. That's not the problem. The problem is we're just doing 2 to 4 points worse in rural, and we're not getting a big turnout in the cities because we're beating some of the young voters you guys are talking about.
But also, Donald Trump keeps finding more voters in these rural areas. I mean, I think there's, you often hear it, these political shows that you all host. You hear about the ceiling that Donald Trump has. Oh, he can't get over 48. He can't get over 49%. He's found more voters that we're seeing it tonight when he's overperforming in some of these ruby red rural districts.
Which, by the way, for the third time you run for president, that just never happens. And I really do think that this campaign has figured out a way to do this and really target some of these demographics. Obviously, the young white male was the right thing to do. Killing the minority communities was the right thing to do. And Democrats can do fair. I'll talk to you if it goes away, it looks like. But if they want to move to,
but does Trump transcend ethics as we know it? I mean, that he was able to be as successful as he had by sticking his finger in the eye of the political establishment. No other candidate could or had gone before.
What is true is Donald Trump has always been underestimated by Democrats and has always figured out a way to juice turnout in ways that we thought were both core intended to make sense to Democrats, but clearly has worked tonight. And this is exactly that was the story of 2016, and this is the story of tonight.
You know what's interesting to me? I'm thinking back to the Republican National Convention when we were all sitting there, and Hulk Hogan came and ripped off his shirt in sort of that moment of this sort of super masculinity. And one of the conversations that we had at the time was about this, as it's named, so-called bro vote, right? The young male voter. And the Trump strategy all along had been supercharge the base, boost that turnout, crank it up big time, get those so-called low propensity voters. People, listen, young guys typically don't show up to vote all the time, and they typically don't show up to vote consistently. I will tell you that the Trump campaign has, for a bit now, been feeling good about being able to get those low propensity, those people who don't typically vote out to the polls specifically. It's so interesting because we heard anecdotally, again, from some of our correspondents about how his fraternity brothers getting really into voting for Donald Trump. So I don't know if it's what we call the bro wall. It's that somehow Donald Trump has gotten these low propensity young male voters to come out and
It is the hardest demographic in American politics. Males under 30 to turn out, they're the lowest turning out segment. I've spent hours on your show when I'm talking about running up the numbers with women. And, the Harris campaign did some of that tonight. The Trump campaign decided, let's just give her that and let's go grow our electorate differently. And it looks like tonight that worked.
We've got another result on one of the abortion referenda. But let's go to Laura Jarrett in Michigan.
Yeah, Lester, this was another ballot measure. This one in Arizona, where overwhelmingly by over 62%, that ballot amendment has now passed. Again, this would be a constitutional amendment that would enshrine a right to an abortion up to the point of viability, which is roughly 24 weeks of pregnancy. Obviously, a big difference in this battleground state, where currently it's a 15-week restriction on the right to abortion. So a big difference there. Again, we haven't yet made a projection on the ultimate race for president in that state, but again, the ballot amendment we can project has passed there.
All right, Laura, thanks very much.
It's interesting on that front. There's also another ballot initiative in Arizona that has to do with immigration, and the thinking was that maybe that would turn out, if people were going to turn out based on this abortion ballot initiative, maybe they would also turn out based on the immigration ballot initiative, that those would maybe lean Trump. But the Trump campaign has thought that there would be quote-unquote ticket splitters or ballot initiative splitters, people who would back former President Trump in Arizona, but also back this ballot initiative that is Laura reports this just passed. One of the things that I think is so interesting is talking about expanding the amount of voters who came out to vote for Donald Trump is this decision that he made not to campaign with Nikki Haley. And a lot of people thought, oh, that's going to be a big misstep. To your point, Jim, it was his way of calculating, I'm going to focus on driving out the mail vote, because a lot of people thought, boy, that's a risky strategy. Why wouldn't you have Nikki Haley? But he also never made any overtures to Nikki Haley voters. When Nikki Haley came out of the race, there was here's an Alan Branch coming in my town. There were a million people that voted for Nikki Haley in battleground states, and I mean, that's a real gutsy move to say, you know what, I'm not interested.
The truth is, he could have done both. He could have done both. It's like a good presidential campaign usually would. In a race where 70-some% of Americans that were on the right track, this race was really close because Donald Trump couldn't ever grow his vote past these young voters we were talking about. Had he been able to do both those things, to your point, 1 million people voted, they were just sitting out there. Remember Nikki on one of your shows this week saying, no one's called me, no one's asked. Because they just, to your point, they were going to go jack up low propensity white males, and it may have worked.
Let's go check in on Michigan NBC's Jesse Kirsch, who's in Detroit. Are they still counting into the night there, Jesse?
Yeah, Lester, we're trying to get some clarity. As I mentioned earlier, we were hoping we would have the tabulation for the city of Detroit around midnight. We have not gotten any confirmation at this point if that has been completed. But I do want to emphasize something that we're seeing coming out of the surrounding areas. Dearborn, Michigan, that is a community that has a large population of Arab Americans. And what we've been watching for is the potential impact of the war in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East that has been going on for months, and how that might impact the vote here. And we're starting to get some early indicators. At this point, this is not the complete data. Of course, we're still waiting for more reports to come in, including the absentee for Dearborn. But when we look at what we know so far, the breakdown we're seeing is former President Trump has 47% of the vote in Dearborn. Vice President Harris has 27.5% of the vote so far. And third-party candidate, Green Party candidate, Jill Stein has 22%. The warning signs around this issue go back to the Democratic primary. President Joe Biden, when he was still at the top of the ticket for the Democrats, he had over 100,000 people vote uncommitted in protest of his administration's stance on the war in Gaza back in the primary. We've seen both campaigns make a concerted effort to make outreach to this community on this issue. Vice President Harris over the weekend had a rally in East Lansing, Michigan at Michigan State University on the campus, singled out the war in Gaza at the top of her remarks. We saw President Trump in his final campaign rally of this cycle, potentially his last ever as a presidential candidate in Grand Rapids, Michigan, on Monday night, really into early Tuesday morning. At that event, he had a Muslim mayor, a Muslim American mayor from a community in Michigan speaking there. Both campaigns have been making a push there, but we also know Jill Stein has made a very concerted effort to reach out to that community.
It makes you really think about that mullet and after mullet in Pennsylvania. It's like an inch different. This whole thing is how crazy is that? That is wild. I was just on Reddit on the politics section because I still don't think it's over. I know everybody's like, "Oh, now Trump won," but this was 4 years ago, and it was like exactly the same thing, exactly the same thing. Maybe there were little changes here and there. So I go on to politics, which is like a big Reddit post. Now I'm just going to read to you what the top politics, like, what is the politics? It's not liberal politics. It's not like DNC. This is politics for news and discussion about U.S. politics. Okay. First thing shows Democrats got in this North Carolina government. Cool. Next thing, Harris defeats Trump in Virginia. Okay. Next is Senator Bernie Sanders wins a fourth-term representing Vermont. Excellent. Kamala Harris wins Illinois. Harris wins Washington, D.C. 103-year-old Wisconsin voter cast her ballot for Kamala Harris. Female turnout high, exit polls show boost for Kamala Harris. Harris wins New York. Clips of Joe Rogan opposing Donald Trump go viral after endorsement. Police say they are not aware of anything after Donald Trump plays Massachusetts. Kamala Harris wins New Jersey. Harris wins Maryland. Kamala Harris wins Colorado. Massachusetts Democrat Elizabeth Warren wins third term in U.S. Senate. Dick Bill died in 1998 endorses Kamala Harris with same speech he delivered in 1964 MLK Jr. Sarah McBride becomes the first out transgender person elected in Congress. Sabrina Carpenter registered 27,000 voters on tour, engaged more voters who hit top 10 any partisan. Michigan opportunities to break the voter turnout record. Official says Kamala wins Massachusetts. Not a single thing. This is the politics. Like, wouldn't you think they'd be like, "Oh yeah, Kamala won Massachusetts and Trump won Texas and Trump won." They don't mention it at all. It's like it's. I mean, I know it's just run by the moderation people there, but to me, that's pretty textbook collusion, where you are basically just not reporting on news. Like these announcements are being made and said, "Yeah, we're not going to report on that, but we'll report on all the other shit." I find it interesting. Exactly, and I'd be totally fine with that if I were looking at like DNC or Kamala or Hobu or whatever they want to call it. But this is supposed to be like the neutral one. I mean, if they want to report on everything politics, at least in that.
Community event. She had planned to be in Dearborn tonight, and we have confirmation from a group known as Abandoned Harris that she did in fact spend the night, the election night celebration with that organization, and they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results. And I just want to read part of some comments that someone gave to me when I interviewed them after they voted, around voting, as she said, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to both major party candidates, he hopes that they will, quote, recognize that we don't have these people in our pockets. My vote is up for grabs. It's a wake-up call. And it certainly seems at this point that the positions of both major party candidates or the lack thereof of reach out in a way that some people wanted may be influencing the vote here. And again, in a state that was so razor thin back in 2016, over a 10,000 vote margin in favor of former President Trump. We'll see if this could be the difference maker in the state with 15 electoral votes.
All right, Jesse, thank you. And we've got an alert here. This is Nevada, moving from too early to call to too close to call. And they're counting fast. There's 70% of the vote in too close to call in the western battleground of Nevada. And Tom, let's zero in on what we're seeing there.
In the Silver State, if the trend is your friend in Las Vegas, the trend is your friend if you're a Republican tonight. Here's why. Look, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. There's still about 23% of the vote that's out in Clark County. But this margin right here at this point in the night is way too close. So this is how Clark County, Vegas ended up 4 years ago. You can see there's almost a 10-point split here. It was a 10-point split there. And now we're talking about 2 percentage points tonight in Clark County. Again, a lot of the vote is out. That vote could come in and those numbers could change. Reno, Washoe County, more reflective of the entire state vote. This is the battleground county.
I need to ask you, how is Rabbi Flake in your life? Is he cool? Yes, you had a chance to meet Rabbi Flake, correct? Oh, you must. Cool.
2020 tonight. Trump is on top. Still a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes, so not much to say there. But what we can point out, in the Trump counties, like Elko County here, 64% in. Trump is overperforming tonight. He was at 76, is almost at 80% right now. And Democrats aren't going to find votes here. These numbers aren't going to swing a lot the Democrats' way. This is Trump country here in the middle of Nevada. Douglas County is another. Right down here, Douglas County. This is another Trump barometer that we watch again. Overperforming, 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020. He's now at 66. But the big story for me right now, and a lot of the vote is out. Clark County. I mean, this is 3/4 of Nevada right here. If Democrats hit certain margins where they're 50,000 or 60,000 votes ahead of Republicans will never catch up in Nevada. Again, there's a lot of vote that's still out. We can find out exactly how much is out. 223,000 votes, so still a lot out there. Democrats won't get all of those, but they'll get a large chunk. Again, this is still a little too close this early in the night, guys.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I'll go back to Steve Patterson. He is in Reno, Nevada, where they have long lines into the night. How are things going there now?
You know, it's really an experience, a process that sort of winding down in most counties across the country. It's only just cooling up here. As you mentioned, voting really ended just a few minutes ago, but some of these counties sort of ending the process. People are still in hours. It's very slow. And so the county couldn't really start until that happened, which is why it's down this timeline for voting, obviously. But it's still too close to call, too early to call this bill. Several counties still need returns to come back. It's still very early on in the process. But we saw almost immediately Republicans sort of jumping out to this early ballot leads that came to turn on. That was sort of the reading on the wall that I think a lot of folks had. Specifically in those counties in which, Tom was just pointing out that are red, they're going to stay red. This sort of map, the map doesn't change. In those areas, there's really only two population centers in this state, which is Rothschild and which is Clark, Vegas and Reno. If she doesn't build up a big enough firewall that we see these returns happen over the next few hours, then it's going to be very tough for Democrats to make up that ground. I spoke to both campaigns. They both feel like they still have a good shot. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans both aiming for another subgroup here, nonpartisan voters. This huge segment of the electorate here in Nevada is larger than Republicans, larger than Democrats. Of course, they all have their opinions about which way they break different leanings, and I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group, but that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on within the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tonight before we start seeing legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how the state's going to go.
All right, Steve, thanks very much.
That's mountain time too, by the way. So even later here on the East Coast, let's go to Garrett Haig. He is at Trump headquarters out in West Palm. Any word on whether we will hear from the former president?
We will submit it soon, I'm told by a campaign official. Donald Trump is on his way across from Mar-a-Lago to here in West Palm Beach. And he is expected to speak soon. Now, what soon means is a little bit of open to interpretation, but Trump himself made it very clear earlier today, he has not a lot of patience with this vote counting process. He wants this to be over tonight. He thought earlier today it would be over tonight. It was his desire to speak tonight. Now you see that picture breaking up a little bit as he makes his way across the bridge to West Palm Beach. This ballroom is full. Secret Service starting to kind of close the doors, urge people to get in. They're cranking up the music. Savannah, I do not think it will be long until we hear from him.
And that will be an interesting situation because if assuming the status quo exists, he will enact this as the next president.
Well, we will recall that he declared victory in 2020 when, in fact, he lost. So we'll see what his verbiage is here. What were we going to say? He was going to say, this divide about how he should approach this night, and some of them are saying you should be very aggressive, you should get out there and claim victory if, in fact, you think that's where this is headed. Others are saying, look, let's just walk a very fine line. I'll be really curious to see what he says, because this election, unlike 2020, the numbers are on his side. And again, we still have a lot of votes that need to be counted, so we don't know what the ultimate conclusion is going to be, but it's not that he's coming out of it. So, to be clear, in 2020, he declared victory. The race
want to add that Trump was asked about this earlier today, and I think we have two things from him and from his campaign. First of all, his campaign has made very clear that he would speak when they felt he was well on his way to 270 electoral votes. They were very clear that they didn't feel compelled to wait until the race had been called, but when they felt confident in his path, he would speak. And so I think that's what we're going to see now. Secondly, Trump was asked today what his message is going to be to the millions, tens of millions of people who will vote for Kamala Harris if he speaks after a victory. Would he give a unifying message? Trump said that he would, but described this as a broken country and said it would be important to try to fix it. A unifying message has not been Trump's strength, candidly, across his political career. But he and his campaign are keenly aware of the expectations of this moment, especially if he speaks before the race is called. Pleasure.
All right, yeah, thanks.
And stay with us. Our NBC News election coverage returns right after we take a quick break.
Kristen Rucker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wayne. I'm Kate Snow.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters at home?
New numbers are out today showing encouraging signs for our economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What it needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Daily. Welcome back. Let's check in on the road to 270. If we put the map up on the screen. All right, over the road to 270. Donald Trump inching closer to the magic 270. Harris with 194. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, the important battleground state, maybe the most important. Donald Trump with a narrow lead there. That is still too close to call. 93% of the vote in Pennsylvania. This is what it looks like in Michigan right now. Trump out with a lead over Kamala Harris and a 225,000 vote difference. 67% of the vote in. That's too close to call. Wisconsin, another key battleground state in play. Too close to call there. 89% of the vote is in there. And we can show you Nevada with the 6 electoral votes. Too close to call. 37,000 vote difference. Minnesota, it is Kamala Harris leading, but that is characterized by our decision desk as too close to call. 85,000 vote difference in Minnesota. Don, we'll turn back over to you.
Yep, we're going to be looking at Arizona right now. The closest margin in 2020 at the Saddle, we have about 53% of the vote, and it's really tight. It's pretty much 50-50 right now. Trump's slightly ahead by 16,000 votes, but it's still very early. Maricopa County, 60% of the vote. This is sort of, you want to win here to win the state. Harris is on top right now. Compared to 4 years ago, but again, half the vote vote is out in Maricopa County, but she's kind of where she wants to be. She's doing a little better in Pima County. Again, half the vote is out, but she's overperforming there than what Biden was 4 years ago. But when we go to the Trump counties, okay, places like Yuma, Trump is overperforming. 52% in 2020 again. There's only 35% of the vote in, but he's at 64%. And we can actually, we move the state over here. I'm going to pop up all the red counties. You can see how he's overperforming. 68, now at La Paz, 71. We go a little further, Mojave, 75, he's at 76. We come over here, Navajo, 53, he's at 61. Still half the votes out over there. Finally, 58 and 60%. So you can see, I want to show you an interesting stat though. So remember where this race is right here, right? It's neck and neck. Let's go to the Senate race here, and it's a much different story. Look how much ahead Gallego is over Kerry Lake right here. So you could have that split ticket voter effect in Arizona happening right now. Again, Gallego's at 52%, Kerry Lake's at 46%. When we come back to the president's race, 50-49. So you can see what's happening there. We hear the Rothschild talking about this, right? There could be voters who